Chapter 1849. Of course, he wouldn't tell those people that he was concealing his strength. In the next instant, Lin Xian coldly snorted and stared at Chao Yun with an ice-cold gaze. You win. The 3 drops of 10,000 years spiritual liquid are yours. Chao Yun clenched his teeth with an extremely unresigned expression. But what could he do? He couldn't defeat the other party. If this continued, he would probably be killed by the other party. However, he had already made up his mind. He absolutely couldn't allow such a powerful enemy to grow. Therefore, when he left the battlefield, he would contact the elders and experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land to kill the other party. Since they were already enemies, he couldn't allow the other party to continue growing. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to sleep in the future. When the battle ends, I will naturally obtain my spoils of war. But for now, I have other things to do. Lin Xian walked forward step by step. What are you planning to do? Chao Yun became afraid when he saw the other party walking toward him. What am I planning to do? Lin Xian sneered. Naturally, I'm going to deal with you. What? You dare to kill me? Chao Yun was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to imagine that the other party would actually dare to attack him. Wasn't the other party afraid of the All Beginnings Holy Land's revenge? The surrounding kings were also stunned. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. This brat wanted to attack a successor Holy Son? Was he crazy? Brat, I'm warning you. I'm the successor Holy Son of the All Beginnings Holy Land. If something happens to me, the All Beginnings Holy Land won't let you off. Chao Yun clenched his teeth and roared. He wanted to use the All Beginnings Holy Land to intimidate the other party. However, it was clear that he had made the wrong decision this time. Lin Xian didn't fear the All Beginnings Holy Land at all. One had to know that in a few days, Lin Xian was going to kill the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. That was a true Holy Daughter, not to mention the current Chao Yun, who was merely a successor Holy Son. Moreover, the other party had repeatedly found fault with him. With Lin Xian's temperament, he absolutely wouldn't allow such a person to live in this world. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Instead, he tightened his grip on the 9 underworld devil sword and walked forward with large strides. With each step his killing intent, he became more powerful. In the end, he was like a god of death. Gulp, gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva because they thought that the other party was just joking. But now, it seemed like Lin Xian was going to be serious. Chao Yun was also afraid. He realized that the other party seemed to be serious. So, in the next moment, he hurriedly swallowed all the healing pills in his hand. He quickly stood up. Since you want to kill me, I won't let you have it easy either. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Chao Yun was like a malicious spirit. As a latecomer saint, his net worth was also very rich. The healing panacea melted in his body and unleashed its powerful medicinal effects, repairing his body. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted a blazing aura. Qilin arm, since he knew that he couldn't escape, and the other party wanted to kill him, Chao Yun naturally had to risk his life. At this moment, he pushed his strength to the limit. Even if there would be some side effects, he did not care. With a cold shout, the fire Qilin beside him roared angrily. Soon after, the sky was filled with flames. The fire Qilin quickly transformed and fused into Chao Yun's left hand. Boom! Chao Yun's left clothes exploded, and a sturdy arm appeared, surrounded by flames. Moreover, it formed a lifelike Qilin pattern. A violent and monstrous heat wave was emitted from the arm. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt the power of a domain from the other party's arm. Obviously, the other party had used some kind of divine ability to combine his king's domain with his arm. In this way, the power would probably be even stronger. After displaying the Qilin arm, Chao Yun was like a god of fire. His right hand held a bright red spear that was as red as fire. Brat, Trying to kill me is the biggest mistake you've ever made. Now, go to hell. Chow Yun roared. He had used a secret technique to forcefully increase his combat strength, and there was no difference between him and a true saint. The only difference was that after this battle, there would be side effects in his body that would be more difficult to get rid of. But now, his combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Buzz, he thrust out his spear, and the fiery red spear turned into a divine rainbow that covered the sky, enveloping the front. The heat wave was unbearable. Even a 6-star king would probably be burned to ashes by this heat wave. Lin Xian snorted as well, and the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily. The dragon sword domain shone brightly beside him. He swung his sword, and a huge sword chi descended from the sky like a mountain. It slashed forward. Qilin arm. Seeing this, Chow Yun roared as he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out quickly. Roar! This punch illuminated the entire hall in a fiery red color. Then, a fire Qilin rushed out from the fiery light all over the sky. This power made everyone's hair stand on end. Even the 1000th Thunder Saint Sun, the Reverence Moon Saintess, and the 4 symbols Saint Sun looked solemn. This was because this power was on par with them. It was enough to threaten them. What a terrifying Qilin arm. I didn't expect Chow Yun to have such a divine ability. A few of them looked solemn, and the weaker kings were already kneeling on the ground, their faces pale. Qilin arm, Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He also felt a sense of danger. Let's see if your Qilin arm is stronger or my black dragon fist is stronger. In the next moment, he clenched his left hand into a fist, and a terrifying and violent aura spread out from his body. The shadow of a black dragon hovered above his left arm, looking extremely ferocious as if it was real. Dragon roaring in the 9 heavens. He punched out, and the terrifying black dragon tore through the void with destructive energy and rushed forward. In the battle area, the void collapsed, and a large black hole and countless cracks appeared. A black dragon moved freely in the middle. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the black dragon fist and the Qilin arm collided, and a shocking collision occurred. The entire hall was covered by the 2 energies. One was as black as ink, emitting a violent and destructive aura. The other was as red as fire, spreading out like a sea of fire. The 2 energies clashed in the air, destroying each other and tearing apart each other. In the end, the entire hall was covered by a dazzling light, and no one could open their eyes. Not to mention checking the situation in front. In the end, even the Chosens closed their eyes. They waited quietly for the result. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The wind blew, and thunder fell. The 2 energies continued to wreak havoc. After a long time, they gradually dissipated. What happened? Everyone craned their necks and looked ahead. Chapter 1850. What happened? Everyone craned their necks and looked ahead. Soon after, they were stunned. Lin Xian was standing in front of them. Beside him, there was a huge divine dragon phantom protecting him, blocking all the attacks. His surroundings were charred black, and deep pits of various sizes had appeared on the hard ground, giving off a pungent, burnt smell. Those were the remains of the Qilin arm. On the other side, Chow Yun's eyes were lifeless as he stood there calmly. There was a terrifying dragon claw on his body that had directly hollowed out his heart. Countless huge cracks had appeared on the ground, nearly overturning the entire palace. He died? Chow Yun actually died. No one dared to believe it. They had never imagined that Chow Yun would be unable to reverse the situation even after using such a powerful Qilin arm. Furthermore, he had been killed. What exactly was that black fist? Even a powerful divine ability like the Qilin arm was unable to resist it. Everyone was extremely shocked. Ta, ta, ta. The divine dragon protecting Lin Xian's body gradually disappeared as he walked forward. If one looked carefully, they would discover that every step he took was in the air. It could be said that he did not touch the ground at all. That was because there was still a terrifying heat remaining on the ground. It was left behind by the Qilin arm. Even now, it was still burning. It could be said that the Qilin arm had given Lin Xian a huge shock. However, it was also a pleasant surprise for him. After all, through the great dragon sword soul and the previous battle, he believed that it would not be long before he could use the great dragon sword soul to imitate the Qilin arm's divine ability. Soon, Lin Xian arrived in front of Chao Yun. With a wave of his hand, he took away the bottle containing the 3 drops of 10,000 years spiritual liquid. In the next instant, he turned around and met up with Lu Mingyue. The two of them walked out of the Purple Cloud Palace. As for the others, they were in an uproar. They knew that something big was about to happen. After all, the one who had been killed was a Holy Sun candidate of the All Beginnings Holy Ground. The All Beginnings Holy Ground would definitely not leave the matter at that. They would definitely send out powerful experts to kill Lin Xian. Furthermore, Lin Xian not only had the innate purple lightning stone, but he also had the 10,000 years spiritual liquid. These were all rare treasures that would definitely make people jealous. Lin Xian was strong, but he was only a Holy Sun after all. Moreover, there were few of them. So there was bound to be someone who would secretly make a move. Thinking about it, the situation in the northern region would definitely change in the next few days. Sure enough, after seeing Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue leave, the myriad Thunder Saint's face turned gloomy and killing intent emerged in his eyes. Fortunately, he had secretly gathered people in advance and laid an ambush outside. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome now. Humph, I didn't expect this Chao Yun to be such a trash. But since that's the case, I'll kill you myself. The 10,000th Thunder Saint sneered. Apart from him, there were a few other experts in the crowd whose eyes flickered. It was obvious that they were also preparing to make their move. The things that Lin Xian had on him really made people jealous. Whoosh, whoosh. After exiting the Purple Cloud Palace, Lin Xian got Lu Mingyue to return to the Black Earth while he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he disappeared into the void. You want to run? It's not that easy. The 10,000th Thunder Saint and those experts rushed over and sneered. The next moment, their figures also swayed and disappeared into the void. Obviously, they were chasing after Lin Xian, but soon they came back with gloomy faces because they had lost track of him. Chao Yun's speed was so fast that they didn't expect it at all. His speed had definitely surpassed that of an ordinary king, and had even reached the level of an almighty. Damn it, how could this kid be so fast? No wonder he was so high profile before and dared to take out so many treasures. It turns out that all of this was already part of his plan. With such a fast speed, even an almighty wouldn't be able to catch up with him easily. Sighs could be heard. Obviously, these experts knew that it was impossible to catch Chao Yun. The 10,000 Thunder Saint's face was also frighteningly dark. He had naturally received the news. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn that kid! How could he be so fast? He must have a precious treasure on him or an ancient rare divine ability. I must find him." The 10,000th Thunder Saint gave the order. He found that Chao Yun was too mysterious. Everything shocked him. It was as if he was pitifully poor compared to the other party. But then, the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Kid, let's see where you can run to. I've already sealed the Purple Cloud City. I don't believe you can escape." Indeed, in order to catch Lin Xian, the 10,000th Thunder Saint had set up countless backup plans. He had shrouded the Purple Cloud City with a formation. As long as Lin Xian appeared, he believed that he would get the news. At that time, he would bring people to catch Chow Yun. Men, the 10,000 Thunder Saints said in a deep voice. Yes, sir. Soon, a man in black appeared in front of him. He half knelt on the ground in a very respectful manner. Go and communicate with the people of the Gu family. Ask them to help me. As long as you catch this thief, I will reward you handsomely. Yes. The black-robed man stood up, and with a flash he disappeared into the void. The 10,000 Thunder Saints sneered. How dare you play with me? Can you beat the Gu family? The Gu family's great void technique is famous in the world. The Purple Cloud City was an important place of the Gu family. There must be many disciples of the Gu family here. With their help, I'm not afraid that I can't find you. In the end, the 10,000 Thunder Saints smiled proudly. Not long after, the man in black returned and brought a disciple of the Gu family with him, the 10,000 Thunder Saint, and the disciple of the Gu family entered the VIP pavilion again. The two of them discussed for a while, and then gathered people to set off. On the other side, Lin Xian left the place as soon as he left the Purple Cloud Palace. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and his speed reached the extreme, shaking off a group of pursuers. But soon he frowned, because he found that the entire Purple Cloud Palace was shrouded in a formation. Needless to say, it was done to catch him. Humph! In that case, I'll hide here first. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I can take this opportunity to let the dark red divine dragon complete the rest of the formation. So he found a remote place to land, changed his figure and aura, and hid directly. Inside the black earth, the dark red divine dragon had obtained all the materials and was ready to complete the formation. Lu Mingyue was also in secluded cultivation, trying to improve her strength again before taking action. After all, the Saint of all beginnings was not weaker than her before. Now that she had become the saint, the sacred ground would definitely spare no effort to cultivate her. Perhaps her strength had already reached a very terrifying realm. Chapter 1851. At night, the moon was very bright, like a large silver plate hanging high in the night sky. The gentle light sprinkled down, and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, pure white and hazy. Lin Xian was in a dilapidated temple. It was in the suburbs, and there were not many people around. He stood quietly in front of the temple and looked up at the sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled down on his body, forming a layer of gauze. At this moment, Lin Xian's state of mind was unusually calm. The battle during the day was too intense, and he needed to calm down and take care of his body. At this moment, he had entered an ethereal state, as if he had forgotten everything around him. As for his soul, it was drifting away from his body, appearing high up in the sky, and roaming the earth. It was a strange feeling, as if Lin Xian had broken away from everything and became an outsider, quietly watching the world. It was not cultivation, but this strange feeling gave Lin Xian a lot of inspiration. He felt that his realm had increased by another level. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. In the latter half of the night, the surroundings were still quiet, but dark clouds appeared, covering the moonlight. Buzz! At this moment, the void suddenly trembled, and a sharp light pierced through the void, ruthlessly stabbing towards Lin Xian. This attack was very sudden, without any warning. Moreover, the attack was very sharp and terrifying. The terrifying light seemed to tear everything apart, and its speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the sky. Lin Xian withdrew from the ethereal state, then used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! In the next moment, a pitch-black spear appeared from the void, ruthlessly nailing itself to the ground. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. Not only that, the black spear was too terrifying, and there were black flames dancing on it. The flames spread fiercely, like the flames of hell, covering the entire space. Fortunately, Lin Xian's speed was fast enough, and he dodged the spear. However, the terrifying flames still made his figure visible. What a terrifying killing intent! Lin Xian frowned. This black spear gave him a very dangerous feeling. To be able to give him such a feeling, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure aura. It should be at least a high-grade Earth step treasure. This kind of weapon was very rare, and not just anyone could have it. The identity of the person who came must be very special. Sure enough, in the next moment, many people appeared in the surrounding void. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful, like a fiend god. Their cold gazes stared coldly ahead, staring at Lin Xian. The leader of the group was a young man with a handsome face. He wore a thunderous robe and had a cold smile on his face. It was the 10,000th Thunder Saint. Brat, you're pretty good at dodging. But so what if he could hide? In the end, I still found him. The 10,000th Thunder Saint said coldly. Then he waved his hand and retrieved the black spear that was stuck in the ground. It really is you. Lin Xian's face darkened as he looked at the scene around him. He had long known that the other party harbored evil intentions and would try to kill him. However, he did not expect that the other party would be able to find him so quickly. It was indeed beyond his expectations. Could it be that he had left behind some flaws? Brat, it seems that you're very confused. No matter how good you are at hiding, can you hide from the Great Void technique? Don't forget that this purple cloud city is the territory of the Gu family. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned even more. The Great Void technique? Could it be that the Gu family had made a move? But it shouldn't be. The ancient cultivator had just given him a purple cloud token and expressed his intention to rope him in. Why would he send people to find him and assist the 10,000th Thunder Saint at this moment? But soon he figured it out, because for a clan of the ancients as large as the Gu family, its internal factions must be complicated. The ancient cultivator's faction showed that they were trying to rope him in, but other factions might be on the same side as the 10,000th Thunder Saint. I see. You actually found the Gu family as a helper. It seems that in order to hunt me down, you really put in a lot of effort. Lin Xian said coldly. It's good that you know. The 10,000th Thunder Saint snorted. Brat, quickly hand over the innate purple thunderstone if you know what's good for you. Then obediently surrender and wait for my judgment. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you'll end up very miserably. Surrender and be captured? Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think you can defeat me? Do it if you can. It's not too late to say these words after you've caught me. Humph, you're really stubborn. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to the saint like this? Reckless fool. It seems that I still need to teach you a lesson personally. At this moment, a man in green walked out of the crowd in front of him. He looked to be in his 20s. His whole body was extremely strong, and a cold light flickered on his body. A terrifying aura soared into the sky like a sharp sword. Who are you? Quickly tell me your name. If not, then hurry up and get out of here. You're not worthy of my attack. Lin Xian shouted coldly with a piercing killing intent in his voice. You're courting death. The man in green roared angrily. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Therefore, when he heard Lin Xian's words, he was also furious. In the next moment, he attacked decisively. With a wave of his arm, streaks of sharp light surged out and turned into a long rainbow in the sky, quickly attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a bright light bloomed in his eyes. He realized that the divine rainbow was a flying knife. It was extremely sharp, and its bright light illuminated the entire space. Not only was the light bright, but the terrifying energy it carried was also shocking. A hidden weapon expert, Lin Xian frowned. He rarely met such a person. the other party had cultivated to the king realm, and his cultivation was as high as a 6-star king. At this moment, each of the hidden weapons he used was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, countless divine red lights completely enveloped Lin Xian. Then, terrifying energy exploded, forming a 5-colored light that enveloped the front. "Humph, what expert! You're nothing in front of me," the man in green sneered, looking very proud. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. This was because the 5-colored light in front of him dissipated, and the void quickly healed. However, Lin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. How is this possible? The man in green could not believe it. The speed of his hidden weapons was extremely fast. Even a 6-star king could not dodge them. Moreover, there were so many of them. Even if the other party could dodge them, he would definitely be severely injured. However, there was no blood flowing in the sky in front of him at all. There was also no pungent smell of blood in the void. This meant that the other party was not injured at all. What was going on? The man in green frowned. He realized that things were beyond his expectations. Whoosh! In the next moment, the void fluctuated, and Lin Xian's figure appeared very close to the man in green. Chapter 1852. The man in green was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to dodge his attack and come to his side. He hadn't discovered anything yet. This truly shocked him to the core, and even his hair stood on end. Buzz. In the next moment, he hurriedly activated his king's domain to cover his body and form a strong defensive barrier. Many dazzling flying daggers circled in front of him, ready to be launched at any time. "Die, brat!" The man in green roared crazily as hundreds of flying daggers rushed out in front of him. The terrifying power shattered the entire void. This attack was so terrifying that even a 6-star king wouldn't be able to block it. However, all of this had no effect on Lin Xian. Due to Lin Xian's incredible speed, he managed to evade all of the hidden weapons and arrived before the man in green. Boom! In the next moment, the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist rushed out, and a violent aura spread in all directions. Even the flying daggers and hidden weapons nearby were all shattered. Nothing could stop it. What? Seeing this, the man in green was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so fast. This time, the distance was very close. No one below the Almighty could dodge it. However, Lin Fan had completely dodged it. He wasn't even hurt by a single flying dagger. This was simply too inconceivable. Moreover, his opponent's terrifying fist made his hair stand on end. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a silver shield. It quickly enlarged and blocked his side. Not only that, but a set of green armor appeared on his body. Starlight flickered and formed a radiance that covered the sky, enveloping his body. Boom! However, he still underestimated the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. This incomparably terrifying fist had a destructive aura. It was as if it could kill even gods and Buddhas. Therefore, in an instant, the silver shield in front of the man in green was shattered into pieces. Boom! After shattering the silver shield, the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist didn't stop at all. It turned into a black dragon and roared. In an instant, it enveloped the man in green. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying vibrations were heard. The radiance that filled the sky with violent power swept out in all directions. The green armor on the man in green was dented. Not only that, the man in green spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body exploded. What? Kill him with one punch? The kings behind him were all stunned when they saw this scene. They could not believe that such a powerful green-clothed youth was killed by a single punch. What kind of strength was this? Who else? Come at me if you want to fight me one-on-one. Of course, if all of you attack at the same time, then I'll take you on as well. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. He had the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, which was his maximum speed. Therefore, no matter how many people there were, as long as he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. Humph, brat, you're really arrogant. Let me kill you. Right at this moment, another cold shout sounded out. Then, a man in yellow flew over quickly. The surrounding cultivators did not immediately make a move. Instead, they watched the scene with sneers on their faces, because as far as they were concerned, this place had already been surrounded by them, and it was impossible for the other party to escape. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before they made their move. Moreover, they also wanted to see just how strong the other party was. The yellow-clothed youth came to the opposite side of Lin Xian. He was wearing an ancient battle armor, which shone with a cold light. Brat, no matter how strong you are, it's useless in front of my battle armor. The yellow-clothed youth sneered. His black battle armor was not an ordinary treasure, but an extremely powerful defensive treasure. Therefore, although he had seen Lin Xian kill the green-clothed youth, he still dared to stand up at this moment. It was because of the battle armor on his body. It's just a piece of battle armor. Do you really think it can save you? Lin Xian sneered, then attacked again. Raging Dragon rips the sky. He punched out, and the shadow of a black dragon appeared in the sky. It quickly waved its dragon claws, forming a terrifying spatial crack that swept forward. Clang, clang. The spatial crack hit the yellow-clothed youth, and a metallic sound rang out. Suddenly, the black battle armor on the yellow-clothed young man emitted a dazzling light, forming strange runes that completely covered his body. It fought against the terrifying spatial crack, but it was unharmed. What a powerful battle armor! The surrounding kings were moved when they saw this scene. The yellow-clothed youth raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha! Brat, did you see that? Your attack is useless in front of me. Now, have a taste of my attack. The yellow-clothed youth sneered. Then he pulled out a silver battle axe and slashed it forward. Boom! The axe fell, and the void split open. Not only that, but a huge crescent arc appeared in the sky, accompanied by countless silver lightning bolts. The axe seemed to be able to split open the sky and the earth. It was terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Xian used his movement skill again and dodged the shocking axe. He came to a safe place, but he frowned slightly. He had to admit that the opponent's black battle armor was indeed terrifying. Even the powerful black destruction dragon had no effect on it. This was the first time Lin Xian had seen it. It was indeed a treasure that tempted him. The next moment he sneered. Since you're here to give me a treasure, I'll accept it. With that, his body swayed, and he rushed forward. You're courting death. The yellow-clothed youth was furious when he heard that. His opponent dared to covet his battle armor. He was courting death. One had to know that with this armor in hand, even if he were to fight against a chosen, he would be able to retreat with ease. He could even escape if he encountered an almighty. That was because the black battle armor was given to him by an almighty in his family. That terrifying power made him invincible even before the battle began. With such a powerful battle armor, his opponent dared to fight him in close combat. He was courting death. He must be out of his mind. Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ooh. The yellow-clothed youth sneered and waved the silver battle axe in his hand, slashing in all directions. He was not afraid of anyone in close combat. Buzz. The next moment, Lin Xian appeared behind the yellow-clothed youth. Then he punched out. Boom, boom, boom. A destructive aura surged out and rushed forward. The yellow-clothed youth felt the terrifying power behind him and turned around abruptly. To be honest, he was shocked because his opponent was too fast. However, he was not afraid at all because he knew that his opponent's fist could not hurt him. If his opponent could not break through his defense, it would be futile no matter how fast he was. Therefore, he took the punch head-on and did not retreat at all. Chapter 1853. However, he was only sent flying backward. There was no injury on his body. Furthermore, the black cloak battle armor had even neutralized the remaining energy waves. The young man in yellow only stopped after he had retreated more than 1,000 meters. Then he turned around to face Lin Xian and laughed. "Ha ha, boy, don't waste your energy. Any of your attacks are useless against me." "Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the young man again. At this time, his back was facing the holy son of myriad thunder and the others. Thus, a golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz, heavenly secret godly eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian finally performed this terrifying eye technique. "What is this?" The young man in yellow finally changed his expression because he realized that this time his opponent did not perform a violent fist attack. Instead, it formed a pair of golden eyes. He knew that this was a soul attack. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. The next moment he wanted to scream and run away, but he could not do so at all, because when he saw the golden eyes, he was stunned. The young man in yellow was stunned when he saw Lin Xian's golden eyes. The next moment, he felt that his soul was sucked away by the golden eyes and then entered a special space. What the people outside saw was that the young man in yellow suddenly stopped in midair. He did not move and even gave up resisting. Then Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. Suddenly, a shocking saber light slashed across and cut the young man's head open. Poof! Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. Lin Xian, on the other hand, grabbed the headless corpse and shook it forcefully, shattering it into pieces. Then he grabbed the black cloak battle armor in his hand. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile when he sensed the terrifying energy coming from the black armor. "This is really good stuff. I'll take it." "What?" Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Even the holy son of myriad thunder's mind went blank. He could not figure out how Lin Xian succeeded. He recognized that yellow-clothed young man, and he was a genius disciple of a great clan in the Northern Territory. Moreover, he had the black cloak battle armor that was passed down by a powerful figure in his family. It could be said that his defense was unparalleled. Even he would find it difficult to kill him. But now the yellow-clothed youth had been killed. Moreover, he was killed so easily. There wasn't even any resistance. Damn it, what the hell happened before? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. This was because they had no idea what had happened at that moment that caused the yellow-clothed young man to actually give up on resisting, just as they were puzzled. On the other side, Lin Xian used his powerful soul power to erase the soul imprint on the armor. Then, with a wave of his hand, the armor quickly enlarged and covered his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black battle armor blossomed with light, taking on the shape of Lin Xian's body. Then, it flickered with an ice-cold radiance. "Ha ha! This is indeed a good item." Lin Xian was overjoyed. He could naturally feel the strength of this battle armor. Previously, even his black dragon fist could not easily cause damage to it. One could only imagine how terrifying this armor was. He was afraid that with this battle armor, he could withstand the attack of a powerful figure. Lin Xian even had the confidence to fight with a powerful figure now. The next moment, he turned to look ahead and said in a cold voice, "Who else has treasures in their hands? Send them to me. Today, I'll take them all." To be honest, he was really happy today because these people who followed the holy son of Thousand Thunder to hunt him down were all powerful geniuses. Everyone had treasures in their hands. Some of these treasures were very useful to him, such as the black cloak battle armor. If he could get it, it would definitely improve his strength again. Even if he killed the holy daughter of all beginnings in the future, it would greatly increase his chances of winning. Therefore, Lin Xian was very happy. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the people in front fell silent, because he had killed two powerful geniuses in a row and displayed his powerful strength. they had to take him seriously. However, some people could not help but think that he was too arrogant. Damn boy! How dare he be so arrogant? I'll kill him! At this moment, someone finally could not help but prepare to attack. It was a middle-aged man who had reached 700 or 800 years old. He belonged to the older generation and was extremely powerful. Ordinary young kings could not be compared to him. Seeing the older generation expert attack, many people breathed a sigh of relief, because they knew that the middle-aged man's strength was absolutely terrifying. They thought that the other party would not be able to block it. The middle-aged man had blue hair and was dressed in black. He strode forward. His footsteps were very heavy, and the void trembled as if a mountain was walking in the air. After the middle-aged man walked out, he brought with him a powerful aura. However, the holy son of Thousand Thunder was still worried, so he handed over the Hell God Spear in his hand. Senior, use this as a weapon. Well, in that case, I'll borrow it first. The blue-haired middle-aged man took the Hell God Spear with a sneer on his chiseled face. Brat, to be able to die to this artifact, you should be proud. You should know that this Hell God Spear is very terrifying. It has killed more than one powerful figure. What? It really is that treasure. After hearing this, the surrounding kings widened their eyes in shock and fear. Previously, they felt that the Black Spear was very familiar, but they did not expect it to have such a terrifying origin. Indeed, the Hell God Spear was very evil. It was pitch black like black jade, and no one knew what material it was made of. Moreover, it was engraved with mysterious Tao runes that flowed with a cold light. A gentle shake could easily tear the void apart. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this divine spear would be if it was activated with great magic power. It has killed a powerful figure before. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally sense the terrifying aura of the black divine spear. In the next moment, he drew out the 9 darkness demonic sword and prepared to fight with all his strength. Useless boy, don't resist. With my strength and the Hell God Spear, you have no power to resist at all. Ooh. Seeing Lin Xian draw his sword and still want to resist, the blue-haired middle-aged man showed a look of disdain. In his current state, he was confident that he could fight against a powerful figure, let alone a young boy. Therefore, in the next moment, he was ready to attack Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. In the next moment, Lin Xian took a step forward. Then, the entire void began to tremble rapidly as if it was being pressed down by a huge mountain. It could not withstand this force at all. Not only that, a sharp sword wave erupted from Lin Xian's body and swept in all directions. Chapter 1854. Not only that, a sharp sword wave erupted from Lin Xian's body and swept out in all directions. The terrifying energy caused everyone's expression to change. Humph! On the opposite side, the blue-haired middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He could naturally feel that Lin Xian's strength had increased again. This was unbelievable to him. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer and had to act quickly. Boom! So in the next moment, he waved the black spear in his hand and turned it into demonic shadows that charged toward Lin Xian. The Hell God Spear was extremely black and carried a strange demonic power that seemed to be able to kill gods and Buddhas. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed rapidly. The black spear carried boundless flames that enveloped the entire sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath and clenched the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. Then he slashed forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9 darkness demonic sword expanded in the wind and turned into a giant sword that was hundreds of feet long. It was like a black mountain that was unusually heavy. The sword was engraved with demonic runes that contained a supreme, murderous aura. What a terrifying demonic sword! All the surrounding kings were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They realized that the demonic sword in Lin Xian's hand was too terrifying. It didn't seem to be any weaker than the Hell God spear. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? How can he have so many treasures? The demonic sword was at least an upper-grade Earth-rank treasure. It might even be stronger. Fortunately, the blue demon Taoist was using the Hell God spear. Otherwise, this battle would be unpredictable. Discussions broke out. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Lin Xian's move. Boom. On the battlefield, Lin Xian waved the hundreds of feet-long demonic sword and quickly stood up. The entire sky collapsed in an instant. The terrifying black spear radiance and the boundless flames started to tremble violently. Then the two collided. Boom, boom, like a thunderclap. This terrifying energy was sent flying in all directions. At this moment, even the myriad Thunder Saints' expression changed. Fortunately, before he came, he had set up layers upon layers of formations around the area, which were able to conceal his aura. Otherwise, just this vibration alone would alarm all the experts in the entire Purple Cloud City. If a mighty being like the ancient cultivators were to come, they would definitely protect Lin Xian. At that time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. In front of him, Lin Xian slashed down 8 times in a row. The huge black sword chi split apart, all the flames and spear lights that filled the sky. Looking at this scene, the blue-haired middle-aged man couldn't believe it. The fact that the other party was able to contend against him was simply unbelievable. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? He's actually so powerful. The blue-haired middle-aged man's face turned gloomy. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. The other party's strength was absolutely terrifying and not inferior to his. In addition, the terrifying demon sword was on par with the Hell God spear. This battle could be said to be a fierce struggle between dragons and tigers, with both sides evenly matched. However, not long after, the middle-aged man's face turned even darker. He realized that his opponent's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and his arm was getting numb. The Hell God spear in his hand almost flew out. This really shocked him to the core. Kid, I'm really angry now. This battle is over. The blue-haired middle-aged man roared and held the Hell God spear with both hands. In the next moment, he used the Hell God spear as a long saber and slashed down fiercely. Buzz! The black demonic shadow soared into the sky like a black sun and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boundless power surged downwards, making it hard for anyone to imagine. The light was like a river that reached the 9 heavens. It was endless and nothing could stop it. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. Suddenly, a mysterious trajectory appeared, bringing with it a murderous aura that soared into the sky. The dragon sword field appeared and enveloped the surroundings. The sword chi that filled the sky was like raging waves hitting the shore, piercing through the void. Sky splitter, earth splitter, demon slayer. At the same time, Lin Xian slashed out 3 sword chi. The terrifying sword light slashed forward. These 3 sword chi were comprehended by Lin Xian from the giant sword in the oblique moon mystic world. Its power was extremely terrifying and could destroy the experts in the world. At this moment, when he used it, it was even more powerful. Buzz! The first sword broke the black spear shadow that filled the sky. The second sword directly knocked the Hell God spear away. The third sword cut the blue-haired, middle-aged man into 2 halves. After the third sword, everything disappeared. The 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground, and blood stained the ground red. The Hell God spear fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground, trembling nonstop. As it swayed, cracks began to appear in the surrounding void. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to snatch it, but the 1000th Thunder Saint was faster. It was his treasure, and he could not afford to lose it. So he kept an eye on it. When the Hell God spear was knocked away, he had already made his move and quickly snatched the Hell God spear back. The next moment his face was gloomy. He held the Hell God spear in his hand, pointed to the front, and shouted coldly, "All of you, attack together and kill him! Kill!" When the surrounding kings received the order, they no longer hesitated and roared. A powerful aura surged from their bodies as they quickly charged forward. To be honest, the previous 3 battles were too shocking. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful, and far exceeded their expectations. In a one-on-one battle, no one was a match for him. But so what? This time, they had a large number of kings. If they joined forces, they could definitely kill him. Finally, all of you together? Then I'll play with you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, the dragon sword realm quickly expanded and shrouded everyone. The sword chi that filled the sky was bright and sharp as it fell mercilessly. Kid, you're too arrogant. You want to fight against so many kings by yourself? You're courting death. When the kings who rushed over saw this, they immediately sneered. They also opened their king realm and kept colliding with the dragon sword realm. They might not be a match for one person, but with so many of them attacking together, no matter how powerful the opponent was, he would not be able to resist. Unless the opponent was a real almighty. Boom. A terrifying collision sound rang out, and a huge crack appeared in the void. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. The dragon sword realm was also activated to the extreme. The sharp light was like a divine red as it quickly slashed in all directions. Puff! In an instant, 5 kings were sent flying. A huge crack appeared on their king realm, and it looked like it was about to be cut in half. How can he be so powerful? Seeing this, the eyelids of the surrounding kings twitched. They did not expect that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to kill the opponent in an instant. This was too terrifying. Hurry up and attack together. Kill him. Otherwise, no one will be at ease in the future. Chapter 1855. Indeed, they already had the intention to kill and had attacked. It could be said that they had formed a deadly feud. If they didn't kill the other party, they would wait for the other party to break through and mature. Then, they would definitely be killed by the other party in the future. This was a battle of life and death. It was either you die or I live. Bang! At that moment, 3 kings appeared behind Lin Xian strangely. The long swords in their hands turned into streaks of shocking sword light that quickly stabbed forward. It was too fast. Even Lin Xian couldn't block it. Moreover, there were so many people around. Even if he dodged, he would be hit by other attacks. Therefore, in the next moment, he was hit by the 3 streaks of sword light and was sent flying backward. Lin Xian only stopped after retreating for more than 1,000 meters. However, he sneered, "It's useless. I have to thank you for the black armor you gave me previously. Your attacks can't break through my defense." Damn it, that armor is too troublesome. Perhaps only an Earth-grade, superior-grade artifact could pose a threat to him. The 3 kings who had succeeded also had gloomy expressions. Under normal circumstances, even if it was only one body, it would be seriously injured after being ambushed by the 3 of them. But now, the other party was completely fine. They couldn't believe it. They wanted to find a powerful weapon to break through Lin Xian's defense. However, at that moment, Lin Xian sneered. "Since you're done attacking, it's my turn." He waved his hand and directly set up 7 or 8 killing arrays that quickly enveloped the surroundings. These formations were inscribed by him on a daily basis, and their power was also incomparably strong. They were originally used to deal with danger, But he didn't expect them to be used at this moment. Boom! The terrifying killing arrays exploded, and streaks of terrifying energy swept in all directions. Immediately, the kings resisted frantically. One had to know that Lin Xian's attainments in array formations came from the dark red divine dragon. It was definitely terrifying. Very few people below the mighty figure level could block it. Therefore, at this moment, the kings were screaming in pain. They had the advantage in numbers, but Lin Xian also had many killing arrays. Therefore, all the kings were resisting the terrifying energy in the sky and thinking of ways to break the arrays. Not many people made a move against Lin Xian. Seeing this, the myriad Thunder Saints' face darkened. That was because he didn't expect that so many experts he had brought with him would be easily dealt with by the other party. He found it hard to believe. Furthermore, he realized that he had truly underestimated his opponent. There were so many killing formations, and their power was so terrifying that even he did not have them. However, the other party had casually struck out. Who exactly was this person? How could it possess such a killing array? How could he be so wealthy? To be honest, even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that Lin Xian was a rogue cultivator. He guessed that the other party must be a disciple of some mysterious power, and he must have some other purpose for coming out. Brat, I don't care who you are, nor do I care how many killing arrays you have. But since you dared to provoke me, you're dead for sure this time. The 10,000 Thunder Saints snorted and prepared to do it himself. He had a real body, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. In addition to the Hell God Spear in his hand, he could even fight against almighties. So as far as he was concerned, so long as he made a move, it would be extremely easy for him to kill the other party. Lin Xian sneered. Don't bother. It's useless. You can't catch me at all. Even if you make a move, it's useless. He now had the combat strength of a saint, and he had the 9 Serenity demonic sword in his hand, as well as many treasured artifacts and secret techniques. He could be said to be extremely powerful. He was confident that he could defeat a saint. Therefore, even if the 10,000 Thunder Saint was a real saint and had the Hell God Spear, he had no fear. You're courting death. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was furious. The other party dared to look down on him. He was really courting death. He was the true Holy Son, and he was above everyone else. So the next moment, he sneered. Brat, you're really courting death. It seems that you've never fought a real saint. Well, today I'll let you see the power of a real saint. In the 10,000 Thunder Saints' opinion, the other party must be ignorant and did not know how powerful a saint-level genius was. That was why he dared to say such big words. The next moment he made a move. Boom! The thunder robe on his body billowed, and the endless power of thunder and lightning surged, condensing into a huge figure behind him. It was hundreds of feet tall and stood between heaven and earth, surrounded by endless thunder and lightning. It looked down on the world. Then the huge thunder god phantom stretched out a thunder and lightning palm, reaching down and shrouding Lin Xian. Boom! The void cracked open, and countless thunder and lightning surged. For a moment, the entire space turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. What terrifying energy! The 10,000 Thunder Saint has made a move. The people around were shocked, and then they were ecstatic. It's great that the 10,000 Thunder Saint has made a move. That brat will definitely die. Let's join forces to remove these killing arrays first. Let's capture that brat together. These people were completely relieved because they were worried that the other party would attack them while they were fighting against the killing arrays. But now it seemed that their worries were completely unnecessary. With the 10,000 Thunder Saint making a move, that brat would definitely not be able to resist. He would probably be killed soon, and there would be no extra time to disturb them. In front, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the thunder and lightning palm that covered the sky and earth. He immediately snorted coldly. The next moment, countless sword chi surrounded his body, as if the sword god had descended to the mortal world. Not only that, countless sword chi formed a huge bell in front of him, trembling rapidly. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. The sword chi sound wave was extremely terrifying, piercing through the sky in all directions. It contended with the terrifying thunder and lightning palm in the sky. The two collided, causing a huge explosion, and continued to fight in the air. This scene was naturally perceived by the surrounding kings, and then they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Damn it, how is this possible? He actually blocked the 10,000 Thunder Saints attack. Heavens, am I dreaming? How did he do it? Does he really have the combat strength of a saint? These people were really confused because they originally thought that as long as the 10,000th Thunder Saint made a move, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian easily. However, that was not the case. Lin Xian had used a terrifying divine skill to block the Thunder Palm. Even when facing the 10,000th Thunder Saint, his momentum was not inferior at all. This made them think that the two saints were instructing them. He blocked it. The 10,000th Thunder Saint also frowned when he saw this scene. To be honest, this moment was also beyond his expectations. Lin Xian had only blocked one of his attacks. So what? His strength was far beyond that. The next moment, he waved his arm again. Mysterious thunder runes appeared on his body, containing unparalleled power. At the same time, the dim lightning hand also quickly brightened. Then, they clenched their hands into fists and bombarded downward. Boom, boom. The terrifying thunder fists fell and collided with the sword chi in the sky. The two of them exploded. The fierce confrontation between Lin Xian and the 10,000th Thunder Saint caused the whole sky to fall into a frenzy. This battle was simply too intense, causing the surrounding kings to shudder with fear and trepidation. Many of them even turned pale and trembled. The reason for that was because this sort of battle was simply a battle between gods to them. Even a single shockwave could kill them. Wong. In front of them, the battle became even more intense. Sword chi cut in all directions like divine rainbows and bombarded the thunder palms. Lin Xian also performed the demon slaying 3 styles again. As if it was splitting the sky and the earth, it finally blasted the 2 huge thunder palms away. What? It was broken. The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. Such a powerful thunder god's fist was actually broken by sword chi? What kind of sword technique is this? How could it be so powerful? The 10,000 Thunder Saints' pupils shrank. This scene was beyond his expectations. He was very confident in his thunder god phantoms and thought that his opponent could not break it. But now his thunder fists were shattered by his opponent's terrifying sword chi. This shocked him. "You're courting death," the 10,000th Thunder Saint roared. His eyes were like lightning, his black hair fluttered, and his whole body erupted with thunder and lightning aura. He looked like an ancient thunder god who had awakened. Terrifying thunder and lightning spread in all directions. In the next moment, he rushed forward with thunder in the sky. Wong, the hell god spear in his hand, bloomed with black light, and terrifying demonic shadows surrounded him. Then he stabbed out with the spear. The hell god spear waved, carrying a powerful force. Every strike was like a meteorite from outer space. It was extremely terrifying. It was even accompanied by hot gray flames that spread rapidly. It was terrifying. Humph! Seeing his opponent coming, Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he approached. He took a step forward, and the sword chi on his body suddenly burst out. The demonic sword in his hand slashed down quickly. The dragon sword realm shrouded the 10,000 Thunder Saint, and the sword chi in the sky fell crazily. The two fought fiercely, shaking the sky and the earth, demon-slaying. Suddenly, Lin Xian roared and waved his long sword, which emitted a shocking light. The demonic patterns on it seemed to have awakened, and it emitted a destructive aura. Boom! The sword slashed down, and the terrifying sword Qi directly split the entire void. The ground sank in an instant, and the surrounding ceiling array began to shake violently. It seemed as if it would break at any time. It could not be helped. This sword was too terrifying. The black demonic shadows in the sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' pupils shrank. He felt a sharp sword wave falling from the sky, enveloping him and splitting him in half. Get lost! Suddenly, he held the Hell God spear in his right hand, and his left hand clenched into a fist and punched out quickly. 10,000 Thunder God fist. Thunder roared. The blue fist was crystal clear, as if it was carved out of thunder crystal. A violent force blasted forward, colliding with the terrifying, destructive sword Qi. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out, and a terrifying pressure quickly swept out in all directions. At this moment, the kings who were resisting the killing array were also affected. One by one, they were sent flying, and some even vomited blood. Chapter 1857. Lin Xian and the myriad Thunder Saint, who were at the center of the explosion, kept retreating like lightning as they stepped on the void. However, Lin Xian had the black armor, which blocked most of the energy impact. Therefore, he only retreated with a pale face. He did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the Saint's son had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was unusually scarlet. What? The Saint's son is injured. Seeing this scene, the surrounding kings got up from the ground with their eyes wide open. This is unbelievable. The Saint's son was injured in a battle with a 5-star king. No one would believe it if they told others. Indeed, not only was the Saint's son injured, but many of his bones were also broken. His eyes were unusually cold. The next moment, he operated a supreme technique, and the bones in his body quickly healed, making crackling sounds. In an instant, his injuries were healed. However, his expression became even colder. The other party had injured him. This was unforgivable. Boy, very good. You have successfully angered me. Next, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. The Saint's son's eyes were full of killing intent. Humph! Use whatever means you have. I will take it. However, if you are not as good as me and are killed by me, then you can't blame anyone else. Lin Xian shouted coldly as sword Qi surged on his body. Boom! The battle broke out again. Lin Xian waved the 9 Serenities' demonic sword, and Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and quickly killed his way forward. The Saint's son controlled the Hell God spear, and the endless sea of thunder to fight. This time, a crystal-clear thunder armor appeared on his body. It was extremely terrifying and shining with endless brilliance. Needless to say, this was an extremely terrifying Upper Earth step treasure. With a strong defense, the Saint's son was even more ferocious. He launched all kinds of attacks without any regard for his life, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to the extreme, even though there was a huge gap between him and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Although there was a huge gap between the two of them, the great dragon sword soul's offensive saint technique made this gap non-existent. His attack power was not weaker than his opponent's at all. Moreover, the more he fought, the braver he became. The entire void had been beaten beyond recognition. Buzz! The great dragon sword soul roared, and Lin Xian used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist again. The terrifying thing was that the Black Dragon Fist turned into layers of dragon shadows and charged forward. The sudden Armageddon Black Dragon Fist landed, squarely on the myriad Thunder Sage's body. Even with the armor's protection, he was sent flying and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Ah, I will kill you." The saint son of 10,000 Thunder roared. His black hair danced wildly, and his body was surrounded by terrible thunder and lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. He was too angry. After fighting for so long, he had actually been injured twice. Although his opponent had also been affected, it wasn't as serious as his. In this way, he was not his opponent's. This was unbearable. Therefore, at the next moment, he was prepared to use his ultimate skill to end this battle. Thunder, 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 thunder's thunder, thunder, thunder. As thunder, thunder was not? Was. The thunder armor on his body shone, forming a dazzling light that blocked all the sword chi. At this moment, the saint's son was extremely powerful. The sea of thunder surged around him. He took a step forward and instantly came to Lin Xian's side. His pace was extremely fast. At the same time, he waved the Hell God spear in his hand, carrying the demonic shadows and the terrifying power of thunder, and stabbed forward. Suddenly, thousands of black spear lights filled the air, and gray flames spewed out. The terrifying power surged, and the entire sky collapsed. As for the surrounding buildings, they were reduced to ashes by this energy. Even the kings in the distance all retreated frantically, not daring to get close. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. The Hell God spear swept across, carrying a terrifying, murderous aura. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Everything turned into nothingness. At this moment, the saint's son seemed to have turned into a killing god. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well. Naturally, he could sense how terrifying the situation was. Therefore, he did not resist at all. Instead, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to dodge to the limit. For a moment, countless afterimages appeared in the sky. It was impossible to know where Lin Xian's real body was. Puff, puff. The 10,000 lightning saints' cold voice sounded. "It's useless. This time, you can't escape." Soon, the saint's son locked onto Lin Xian's real body. Then, the terrifying spear light pierced through the void and charged toward him. Lin Xian knew that he could not avoid it. He could only resist it. However, he was not afraid at all. Terrifying sword chi appeared around him. Streaks of dazzling sword light tore through heaven and earth and slashed forward. The 9 swimming demonic sword in his hand soared into the sky, sweeping everything in its path. For a moment, the hellfire in the sky was annihilated, and a terrifying crack appeared in the void. The spear shadows in the sky were also broken in an instant. The sword cut through the heavens. His hair was filled with a destructive aura. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Clang, 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 clang. The 9 darkness demonic sword collided with the Hell God spear. Countless sparks flew in all directions. Each of them was like a meteor falling to the ground, smashing terrifying deep pits in the ground. Even more attacks landed on the 2 of them. Fortunately, the 2 of them were wearing top-notch defensive armors. That was why they could withstand so many attacks. Otherwise, if it were any other 6-star king, they would have been killed by this attack. Even so, the 2 of them were not in a good situation. After all, no matter how strong the Zhan family's defense was, it was impossible for them to eliminate it completely. Therefore, the power still penetrated their armors and invaded their bodies. For a moment, both of them were injured and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The saint son of Myriad Thunder went crazy, and Lin Xian finally shed blood. One had to admit that the saint's son was a powerful and terrifying opponent. Bang! After another fierce collision, Lin Xian and the saint's son retreated 1,000 meters each and stood in the void, facing each other. They didn't attack again, because the injuries in their bodies were already very serious. They had to suppress it. Whoosh. As the future successor of the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground, the saint's son had many treasures in his hands. He quickly took out a jade bottle and drank a bottle of spiritual liquid. Immediately, the injuries in his body were quickly healed. Not only that, but streaks of sparkling and translucent light surrounded his body, as if it was a rainbow. Lin Xian did not swallow any elixirs. His longevity incantation was a sacred technique for healing injuries. The next moment, he activated the longevity incantation, and the blood in his body burst out like thunder. Chapter 1858. In the next moment, he also recovered from his injuries. Everyone looked at this scene with their eyes wide open. This method was too heaven-defying. They couldn't do it at all, because they didn't have Lin Xian's longevity secret art, nor were they as rich as the 1,000 Thunder Saint. Therefore, if they encountered such a serious injury, they would definitely die. However, what they didn't know was that in this match that seemed to be evenly matched, both of them had recovered. However, there was actually a hidden danger in the 1,000 Thunder Saint's body. This was because Lin Xian's sword aura was not something that could be easily removed. That was the sword chi produced by the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely sharp and even had an indestructible aura. Although it was suppressed now, if it wasn't completely removed, it would erupt sooner or later, causing more serious injuries. The 1,000 Thunder Saint didn't pay attention to this at all. Firstly, he believed in the healing panacea in his hand. Secondly, all his energy was now focused on how to kill his opponent. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to the sword chi at all. Lin Xian also frowned. Now, both sides were really angry, and the surrounding government could collapse at any time. At that time, the commotion here would definitely attract the experts from the Purple Cloud City. If a mighty figure came, then his situation wouldn't be good. Therefore, he decided to end the battle quickly. In the next moment, Lin Xian displayed the Dragon Sword Realm. His whole body was like a sword god standing in the realm. The Dragon Sword Realm bloomed with a bright light, as if it was a sword Dao world, isolating all auras. The sky full of gray flames and the terrifying black demonic shadow were all blocked outside. Kill. Lin Xian carried the Dragon Sword Realm and charged over again. Humph! The 1,000 Thunder Saints snorted coldly, and also propped up a Thunder Realm, and there was even a Thunder God's phantom inside. As a saint, his realm was even more terrifying. It was beyond ordinary people, and the opponent was just a 5-star king. How dare he challenge him with a realm? He was really courting death. Go to hell, boy. The 1,000 Thunder Saint roared, and instantly came forward with the Thunder Realm. The terrifying power of thunder turned into energy that filled the sky and blasted over fiercely. It seemed that the 1,000 Thunder Saint wanted to flood Lin Xian's realm. Chop! The dragon sword domain trembled, and the countless sword chi inside transformed into a crescent moon, slashing forward. This crescent moon sword chi was extremely terrifying. It contained the power of sword Dao as it charged forward. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun was startled. That crescent-shaped sword chi gave him a very dangerous feeling. In fact, it could even take his life. This made him feel incredulous. The other party was only a 5-star king realm. How could his attainments in the king realm be so terrifying? In fact, he was not inferior to him at all. Damn it, this brat is definitely hiding his strength. Wan Leishan realized that he absolutely could not judge Lin Xian by his cultivation base. This was because his battle prowess, domain, and soul power had all surpassed that of a 5-star king. In the sky, it really seemed like a crescent moon was pressing down, extinguishing the endless hellfire. It even blocked the lightning that filled the sky. The terrifying crescent sword chi slashed towards the myriad thunder sage with terrifying energy. Descent of the Thunder God. Sensing the crisis, the myriad thunder saint shouted and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky and merged into his king's domain. Then a thunder god phantom appeared again. This thunder god's phantom was different from the previous one. It wasn't 100 zhang tall, but it was only a dozen meters tall. However, it was more solid. It was as if the real thunder god had descended to the world with terrifying lightning power. My myriad thunder god art is invincible. What can you do to me? The myriad thunder saint sun roared crazily. His eyes flickered with eternal light as he blasted toward the crescent moon sword chi. Boom! The next moment, the two collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The myriad thunder saint sun was sent flying thousands of meters away. In the next moment, the crescent moon sword chi in the sky also exploded with a loud bang. Impossible! Your power can't be stronger than mine. Ooh! The myriad thunder saint sun looked crazy. This time, he was injured again, but the other party's sword chi was only shattered. He could not believe that the real body was not injured. Fury of the thunder god, kill! The myriad thunder saint sun went crazy. In the next moment, the 10-meter-tall thunder god merged with him, and his whole body erupted with unparalleled power. The hell god's spear waved, carrying a curve of lightning. A thick aura of thunder spread out and shrouded Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian looked calm. He raised his arm high and pointed the 9 Serenity's demonic sword at the sky. Suddenly, in the dragon sword realm, countless sword chi condensed and formed a sun. It was extremely bright and was completely condensed by sword chi. It was very dazzling, like a real sun, blooming with endless light. In the next moment, this huge sun, accompanied by Lin Xian's movements, fell crazily. Accompanying it was not only the sharp sword chi, but also the endless heat. At this moment, the power of the great dragon sword soul finally manifested. It could evolve all things in the world. Boom! In the sky, one side was a bright sun, and the other side was incomparably violent lightning. The two sides kept fighting in the air and then annihilated each other. This time, the myriad thunder saint sun was blasted away again. Even the thunder on his body dimmed a lot. The terrifying sun was like a divine sword, and the light was like sword chi. It was extremely sharp and hit him, sending him flying. And after that, the battle broke out again. The myriad thunder saint sun used the divine power of the myriad thunder sacred ground, while Lin Xian was like a sword god. In his hand, the sword chi that filled the sky turned into everything in the world: mountains, seas, trees, the sun, the moon, and stars. Each of them was incomparably real and terrifying. It was as if Lin Xian was evolving a world. The surrounding King Realm cultivators were all shocked by this scene. This was too shocking. They had never thought that the myriad thunder saint sun would be suppressed one day, and by a 5-star king at that. Boom, boom. After hundreds of moves, the myriad thunder saint sun vomited blood and was sent flying again. The thunder god phantom on his body finally disappeared, and his aura rapidly declined. Obviously, the time for summoning the thunder god phantom was up, and he had also suffered an extremely serious injury. This caused his battle strength to decrease greatly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He was like an unstoppable god of war. Damn brat, I was careless this time. But the next time I see you, I will kill you with my own hands. The myriad thunder saint sun gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to fight with his opponent again, because if they continued to fight, he would definitely die. At this moment, he no longer cared about the innate purple thunderstone. He turned around and turned into a flash of lightning, fleeing toward the sky. "Want to leave?" Lin Xian sneered. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly chased after him. Boom! the myriad Thunder Saint son was determined to escape. Not only did he use the Thunder God steps, but 2 Thunder God's wings also appeared on his back, carrying him to fly quickly. Chapter 1859. Run away. The kings in the surroundings were also fleeing frantically. Even the 10,000 Thunder Saint had left. They did not dare to stay any longer. If the other party came back, none of them would be a match for him. Therefore, these people also fled in all directions. 3 of the killing arrays that Lin Xian had set up were destroyed, and the remaining 5 were summoned back by Lin Xian with a wave of his hand. These undamaged killing arrays could be used again. He only needed to refine them. Without the concealment of the array, the aura and scene here were all known to the powerhouse of the Purple Cloud City. Countless kings looked at the suburbs at this moment. Then they were extremely shocked. That was because that place had been reduced to nothingness. Everything no longer existed. Who the hell is fighting here? How can they conceal all auras? This is too terrifying. I can feel that the remaining aura is too terrifying. Those below the Almighty are simply invincible. Fuck, it can't be that 2 saints are fighting, right? A series of discussions sounded. The kings rushed over and were shocked when they saw this scene. Soon, everyone looked up at the sky. Look, there are people fighting over there. In the night sky, 2 figures were like flowing lights, one in front and one behind. They chased each other and kept colliding with each other. These 2 figures were naturally Lin Xian and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. One of them was escaping and the other was chasing. The battle between them was extremely intense. The 10,000 Thunder Saint had escaped, but it seemed that he was not trying to escape from the Purple Cloud City. Instead, he had been hovering above the Purple Cloud City, as if waiting for something. This made Lin Xian very uneasy because he was afraid that the Almighty of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land would come. If that happened, he would be in trouble. However, after waiting for a while, he found that no Almighty had appeared, so he continued to attack. Heavens, this power is too terrifying. It's really 2 holy suns fighting. Everyone looked at the 2 flowing lights in the sky in shock. The speed was so fast that ordinary kings could not see the figures at all. They could only see the surging power constantly colliding in the sky. When they sensed this power, their faces turned pale because this was the power of a saint. The kings were not the only ones who sensed it. Even the Almighties extended their senses to observe the battle in the sky. What? It's him. Among them, the ancient cultivators also looked up at the sky. As a powerful being, he could clearly see the people fighting in the sky. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was not surprised. After all, the other party was a saint. It was normal for him to have this kind of energy. However, the other person shocked him greatly because he also knew that person. It was Lin Xian. Previously, he was very concerned about Lin Xian and wanted to pull him into his Gu clan. This was because he felt that Lin Xian's talent was very good. Moreover, he was a young prodigy. After a few decades of growth, it was not impossible for him to reach the level of a saint. But now, he was extremely shocked. This was because the power displayed by the other party had already reached the level of a saint, and even stronger, because judging from the current situation, it was the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun who was running away. This was too shocking. A Holy Sun was actually being chased by a rogue cultivator. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Everyone looked at the sky. This almost dreamlike scene was extremely shocking. This battle would definitely be recorded in the annals of history and passed down by future generations. In the sky, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun was extremely anxious. He didn't expect that the person he was waiting for hadn't appeared yet. Moreover, the other party was so aggressive, which made him extremely angry. This was because, at this moment, all the martial artists in Purple Cloud City had seen it. If this spread out, He was afraid that he would become the laughingstock of the entire eastern wilderness. Therefore, in the next moment, he swallowed the healing elixir again. Then he suddenly turned around and waved the Hell God spear in his hand again. Like a black river falling, thousands of black spear shadows surged. This attack was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian was even more powerful. He waved the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and released thousands of sword qi, annihilating all the void. In an instant, the terrifying sword light swept across and broke through all the attacks. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun roared and wanted to fight back. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his body. It turned out that the sword qi that he had suppressed before had finally erupted. Impossible! The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's face changed drastically. He had swallowed a lot of healing elixirs before and had healed his wounds. But now, how could there still be such violent sword qi in his body? He couldn't figure it out. He didn't know that Lin Xian's sword qi was extremely terrifying and couldn't be judged by common sense. Therefore, at this time, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's injuries finally erupted again. The violent sword qi crazily scurried inside his body, destroying the 10,000 Thunder Saint's body. Puff! The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's face turned pale. He vomited blood and was about to collapse. Humph! Lin Xian seized this opportunity and waved his sword again. The long sword fiercely chopped the Hell God spear and sent it flying. Then he performed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly hid behind the Hell God spear. What? The martial artists below looked at this scene and felt their scalps tingle. They didn't expect that the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun would even lose the treasure in his hand. This was really unbelievable. It seemed that the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's injuries were more serious than expected. Damn it! The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun was furious. The Hell God spear was his weapon. If he lost it, he would be heartbroken. Moreover, his combat strength would also be affected. Therefore, regardless of his injuries, he forcibly operated the spiritual power in his body and even stimulated his potential to attack crazily. Boom! The sky was torn apart like a giant abyss. A thunderous beast claw stretched out from it and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. It wanted to take back the Hell God spear. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. He held the Hell God spear in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Then a huge demonic shadow rushed into the sky, piercing everything in the world and blasting away the thunder claw. The 9 Serenity's demonic sword in his right hand waved, and once again released a crescent-shaped sword qi and chopped down fiercely. No, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's face changed. If he was hit by this crescent-shaped sword qi, he couldn't resist at all and might even be killed. All the spectating martial artists were also extremely shocked. If the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun was really killed, it would be the first time in history. Could it be that someone can really create a miracle? Everyone's eyes widened. The crescent-shaped sword qi was about to hit the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun. However, at this moment, a sigh was suddenly heard. Then, an old figure appeared beside the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun. It was an old man. He wasn't tall and had gray hair. His weather-beaten face was engraved with the wrinkles of time. His eyes flickered with vicissitudes of life. There was also a shocking aura. He stretched out his palm and waved gently. Immediately, the crescent-shaped sword qi in the sky stopped. Chapter 1860. The old man stretched out his palm and waved it gently. Immediately, the half-moon sword aura in the sky was frozen. The next moment, the half-moon sword aura seemed to be pierced by a great energy, and then disappeared into the void. What's going on? What happened? The kings didn't understand what had happened, but the ancient cultivators frowned. To be honest, they knew that although the 10,000 Thunder Saint was dangerous, they weren't too worried, because they knew that the 10,000 Thunder Saint must have a protector by his side. Indeed, peerless geniuses like the Saint of the Sacred Ground and the saint and divine bodies of the remote antiquity families must have powerhouses protecting them. Such people were called protectors. They usually didn't come out. Only when the saint was in danger of life and death would they take action. At this moment, the 10,000 Thunder Saint's protector finally took action when his life was threatened. Lin Xian's pupil shrank when he saw this scene. Such a terrifying half-moon sword aura was easily blocked, which made him feel incredulous. The next moment, he saw an old man beside the 10,000 Thunder Saint. He was shocked. Almighty! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian had goosebumps all over his body. He was ready to leave at any time. Sure enough, the other party was protected by an almighty. It seemed that it was impossible to kill the other party this time. However, he was confident that he could escape. After all, he had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. After the protector destroyed the half-moon sword aura, he didn't attack Lin Xian, which surprised Lin Xian. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was overjoyed when he saw the protector come out. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, kill him." However, the protector shook his head. "My duty is to protect your safety. I won't attack anyone." After saying that, the protector ignored the 10,000 Thunder Saint and looked at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "You win this battle. However, don't be too complacent. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I'll take him back to cultivate. The next time you meet, it's not certain who will win. You lost. Come back with me." The Tao protector looked at the 10,000 Thunder Saint again. "As for what you lost, you need to take it back yourself. No one can help you." "Yes." The myriad Thunder Saint nodded, his eyes full of unwillingness. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Qinshi this time, but he swore that he would definitely kill Qinshi next time. "Brat, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will personally kill you. Take back the Hell God's spear and the innate purple thunderstone." With that, he turned around and soared into the sky. The protector's figure gradually disappeared into the void. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the myriad Thunder Saint's son and his protector leave. He wasn't even afraid of Wan Lei. However, that Tao protector was too much of a threat to him. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move. Otherwise, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. As for the surrounding kings, they were truly astonished when they saw this scene. Lost, the saint son of Myriad Thunder actually lost. This was absolutely shocking news. Thinking about it, Lin Xian's name would quickly spread throughout the entire northern region and even the eastern wilderness. After all, it was a great honor to be able to defeat a saint. As for the ancient cultivators and those experts, their expressions were solemn. I didn't expect that even the saint son of Myriad Thunder would lose. This young man is really powerful. This is a golden age. In addition to the geniuses of the sacred grounds and the geniuses of the remote antiquity families, other places are also full of monsters and geniuses. This is definitely a golden age for the cultivation world. He wanted to restore all the spiritual power and injuries he had lost today. 3 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His body had reached its peak. After another 10 days, the dark red divine dragon's array was finally completed. On the other side, Lu Mingyue also came out of seclusion. Lu Mingyue was wearing a blue dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy. The aura on her body had become much stronger. Obviously, she had used countless natural treasures during this seclusion and finally improved her strength again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon laughed. "Great! It's finally completed. He had a set of array in his hand, flickering with mysterious Dao patterns. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue also walked over and carefully observed the array. Chapter 1861. To be honest, she didn't quite believe it. After all, the Crimson Shinong was only a 5-star king now, while Almighties were extremely powerful existences. Even the saint might not be able to contend against them. Could an array formation kill such a powerful existence? Kill Almighties? What are you thinking? The Crimson Divine Dragon rolled his eyes. My formation can contend against Almighties, but it can't kill Almighties. This is a teleportation formation that can forcibly teleport Almighties. And the distance is far enough that they won't be able to fly back in a short time. Think about it. As long as all the Almighties around the Saintess of all beginnings are transferred away, even if those Almighties are still alive, what effect will it have on us? I see. Hearing this, Lu Mingyue heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was still very shocked. One had to know that Almighties could directly break through the void to escape if they were unwilling to do so. But now, this formation could completely transfer Almighties. It was absolutely shocking. Lin Xian was also delighted, but he still reminded her, don't get too excited. We still don't know how many experts and Almighties the other party will bring. But as far as I know, the Saintess of all beginnings must have a path protector. In other words, apart from the other Almighties, we must compare the path protector with the other party. Only then can we kill the other party. Otherwise, with the path protector, we won't be able to succeed at all. At this time, Lu Mingyue also said, don't worry, there won't be too many Almighties, at most 1 or 2. Firstly, Almighties aren't cabbages, and we aren't Almighties. It's too degrading to use Almighties to deal with us. The Saintess of all beginnings won't mobilize so many Almighties for her face. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a lot more relieved. They could still deal with 1 or 2 Almighties. As for the other kings, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon had many killing formations and could completely deal with them. Then the 3 discussed again and prepared to set up a killing trap. As for the location of the attack, they chose the northern region. Anyway, Lin Xian didn't want to run anymore. Moreover, the northern region were far away from the All Beginnings Holy Land. If they really killed the Saintess of all beginnings, it would be convenient for them to escape. These days, the northern region was very lively because everyone was talking about the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun. Logically speaking, although the Myriad Thunder Holy Sun was a holy sun, the Myriad Thunder Holy Land was not in the northern region. If they wanted to talk, they would be talking about the 4 symbol saints, the Liang clan's eldest son, or the geniuses of the remote antiquity clans. But why were they talking about the Saint Almighties? Because Almighties is Almighties est, Almighties is to know. A saint, a prodigy, had actually lost to a wandering cultivator. This was definitely earth-shattering news. Alas, Almighty to talks to know, the altot tus toto to, aludo alla he tees. However, it wasn't long before another piece of news came from the Northern Territory, and it caused an uproar. It even overshadowed the 10,000 Thunder Saints' defeat. Have you heard? I got a big piece of news recently. It's too exciting. What news can be more important than the Saint Almighty's defeats? Everyone was puzzled. In their opinion, the Saint's defeat was already big news. Could there be more terrible news? Did you know that someone is secretly auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment? What? In the restaurant, the warriors all spat out the wine in their mouths when they heard this. They widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. What did you say? Say it again. To be honest, this was too shocking. However, someone said, yes, you didn't hear wrong. Someone is auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment. The Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment? Are you kidding me? Everyone didn't believe it at all. First, the Saint Almighty's defeat. Now, someone was auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings's undergarment. Were they trying to pull the Saintess down from their pedestal? The Saintess and Saintess were the top almighties of the younger generation. Their strength was even stronger than the older generation. It could be said that they were the most powerful existences below the almighties. Some powerful saintesses were even able to compete with the almighties. But recently, there had been negative news about such a powerful, godlike figure. First, the Saint Almighty's defeat. Now, the Saintess of all beginnings's undergarment was being auctioned. However, some people shook their heads in denial. Impossible. Are you kidding me? Who is the Saintess of all beginnings? Her undergarment is such a private thing. How could it be leaked? It must be fake. Yes, someone must have made a fake undergarment with ulterior motives. They want to frame the Saintess of all beginnings. What do you know? I saw it with my own eyes. However, the person who spread the news was extremely angry. Not long ago, he had attended a very private small party. At that party, he had seen the Saintess's undergarment. At that time, he was so shocked that he spread the news. But now these people in the restaurant didn't believe it. It was really infuriating. You saw it with your own eyes? What does it look like? Also, how can you be so sure that it's the Saintess of all beginnings's undergarment and not someone else's? Because I found a very pure and heavy chaotic aura on that undergarment. Only the martial artists of the all beginnings Holy Land have this kind of chaotic aura. Moreover, the residual aura on it is too terrifying. It surpasses the aura of an ordinary 6-star king. Which young woman do you think has this kind of chaotic aura? I can't think of a second person besides the Saintess of all beginnings. What? Chaotic aura? Is it really the Saintess of all beginnings? Hearing the other party's colorful answer, everyone was shocked. They didn't believe it before, but if someone really saw it with their own eyes and it contained a strong chaotic aura, then it might really be the Saintess of all beginnings's undergarment. But how could the Saintess of all beginnings lose such a private thing? Still, some people were confused. I don't know about this, but I heard another piece of news. It said that the Saintess of all beginnings once fought with someone and was caught. She was even stripped naked. That's why that undergarment appeared. Heavens! Everyone's scalp went numb. If this matter was true, then it would be a big joke. If no one knew about this matter, then forget it. But if it was spread out, then it would be a disaster for the Saintess of all beginnings and the all beginnings Holy Land. Everyone had often discussed the all beginnings Holy Land. Chapter 1862. The reason was that Lu Mingyue had been captured by someone in the oblique moon mystic world and had even become a maid. That was why she had been replaced by another disciple. However, no one had expected that such a thing would happen to the newly promoted all beginnings Saintess. It was truly shocking. This news spread like a gust of wind in an instant. In an instant, the entire northern region was discussing this matter. Moreover, this wasn't the end. This news continued to spread rapidly throughout the eastern wasteland. It wouldn't take long for the entire eastern wasteland to know about this matter. After all, this matter was simply too shocking. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this news alone was enough to make everyone go crazy. After all, an existence capable of becoming a saintess was not only powerful, but also incomparably beautiful. Such a person was a goddess in everyone's heart. However, no one had expected that someone would actually try to pull this goddess down from her pedestal. The female disciples were still fine. As for the male cultivators, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all gathered in the northern region. They wanted to see the legendary saintess undergarment with their own eyes. The All Beginnings Holy Ground was a peerless holy ground. Its disciples roamed all over the eastern wasteland. Therefore, there were naturally disciples in the northern region. After they learned of this news, they were incomparably furious. They knew how great of an impact this news would have on the All Beginnings Holy Ground and their saintess. Therefore, these people went crazy trying to stop this news. They didn't even hesitate to attack and kill the person who spread this news. However, they were unable to stop this because the news had already spread. Perhaps even if the entire All Beginnings Holy Ground was mobilized, they might not be able to suppress this news. That is, unless they killed everyone. However, this was impossible. Damn it. Hurry up and report this matter to the Holy Ground. The All Beginnings Holy Ground's cultivators had gloomy expressions as they hurriedly sent the news back. The All Beginnings Holy Ground was a peerless holy ground in the southern region of the eastern wasteland. It was incomparably powerful. The name All Beginnings was derived from the time when heaven and earth were created. Moreover, they cultivated the primal chaos laws. It could be said that although they had never produced a great emperor, their foundation was still extremely terrifying. The All Beginnings Holy Ground occupied an enormous amount of spirit veins. The scenery inside the Holy Ground was breathtaking. Mountains, rivers covered the entire area. Strange peaks converged there. Steep cliffs towered from the ground to the sky. Pine trees were contending with each other on the cliffs. Strange rocks were contending with each other on the strange peaks. Smoke and clouds filled the valleys, and multicolored lights were flowing on the cliffs. The spiritual chi was even denser, as if it was a paradise on earth. On top of a spiritual mountain, a beautiful figure sat cross-legged, bathing in the morning glow and absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Around her, streams of chaotic energy circled around her. It was extremely mysterious, making her look like a fairy. This mysterious woman was the saint of all beginnings. Her entire being was incomparably ethereal like a fairy. Her slender jade-like hands were constantly changing seals. It was very obvious that she was cultivating a profound, ultimate divine ability. However, in the next moment, a ray of chaotic light came from afar, streaking across the void like a bolt of lightning. He appeared in front of her in an instant. Then the primal chaos light flickered, and a jade slip appeared on top of it. The saintess of all beginnings opened her eyes when she felt the change in the spiritual power of the void. Stars twinkled in her beautiful eyes. Next, she raised her slender hand and opened the jade slip. Then he used his soul power to sense. But soon, her face turned gloomy. Two beams of sharp light shot out from her eyes and tore the void in front of her apart. Not only that, but the chaotic energy on her body also erupted in an instant, sweeping in all directions and forming a terrifying, chaotic domain. At this moment, the saintess of all beginnings no longer had her previous ethereal and elegant appearance. Instead, it was replaced by a thick, murderous aura that soared into the sky. It turned out that the information transmitted by the jade slip was what was happening in the northern region. Who is it? How dare he frame me behind my back? When I find out, I will tear him into pieces. The saintess of all beginnings' expression was cold. The next moment, her figure flickered, and she left the spiritual mountain. In the northern region, the winds and clouds were changing, and undercurrents were surging. Because after the incident with the saintess undergarment, there was news that someone was going to display the undergarment for everyone to see. As soon as this news came out, everyone was shocked and directly caused an uproar. Because until now, they had only been talking about it and hadn't seen the real undergarment at all. But now, someone was going to take it out to see it. This really made them excited. For a time, everyone was looking forward to it. They all rubbed their fists and prepared to go and see it, because whether it was real or fake, they would miss it. The cultivators of the All Beginnings Holy Land in the northern region were gnashing their teeth. They were also preparing to go and see it. Of course, they weren't going to admire the undergarment, but to investigate this matter. If the Saintess undergarment really existed, they would snatch it back at all costs and kill the other party. Moreover, they also wanted to find out who was behind this matter and what their purpose was. For a time, the winds and clouds in the northern region changed. Everyone was waiting for the latest news about the Saintess undergarment. On the other side, in the city, Lin Xian disguised himself as an ordinary person and mixed in with the crowd. Seeing the crazy situation in the northern region, the corners of his mouth raised into a sneer. Of course, he was the one who spread the news. This matter was also planned by him, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red divine dragon. This was just the beginning. They naturally wanted to attract the Saintess of All Beginnings. Of course, before that, they really had to show the Saintess undergarment in their hands. Otherwise, the Saintess of All Beginnings wouldn't believe them. Whoosh! The next moment, Lin Xian's body faded and disappeared into the crowd. In a mountain range far away from the city, Lin Xian stood on the top of a mountain and looked down. Lu Mingyue and the dark red divine dragon were standing beside him. The three of them didn't come here to admire the scenery. They were preparing to show the Saintess undergarment in a few days. Below, the mountain range was continuous and the trees towered into the sky. The peaks were like divine swords piercing into the sky. Lin Xian looked down and smiled. I think this place is good. It's suitable for our next action. The dark red divine dragon nodded. There's a spiritual vein below. Although it's not big, it can provide energy for us to set up a formation. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Lu Mingyue was even more anxious. Okay. Lin Xian smiled. They had searched for many days and finally found a good place. Then the dark red divine dragon swayed its tail and went down to set up a formation between the mountains. Lin Xian and the others knew that the Saintess of All Beginnings couldn't come in such a short time. Even if she came, she wouldn't do anything. Everyone was suspicious that they didn't have the Saintess undergarment, so he showed it first. Chapter 1863. This was because they wouldn't allow any negative news about the All Beginnings Holy Land to spread. They would definitely take action when the time came. Therefore, Lin Xian had to make arrangements in advance to prevent the chaos of war when the time came. After 5 days, the dark red divine dragon finished setting up the array. This time, there was a spirit vein underground that could provide a powerful energy source. Therefore, they didn't need too many precious materials to complete the array. There was a transmission array that could allow Lin Xian and the others to escape in a moment of crisis. Even if they encountered an almighty expert, they wouldn't need to worry. There was also a defensive array and an offensive array. In short, it was very comprehensive. It was enough for Lin Xian and the others to deal with it safely. After setting up the array, Lin Xian, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red divine dragon left. They arrived at the nearest city. Inside the city, everyone was talking about the remaining news. They were all guessing who it was that dared to make a move against the All Beginnings Holy Land. Everyone guessed that it was some powerful holy land, ancient aristocratic family, or some mysterious power. Of course, they never imagined that the mastermind behind all this would be a single person. Moreover, it was a loose cultivator. They never imagined that a single person would dare to provoke a peerless holy land. This was something that they couldn't even dream of. After entering the city, the dark red divine dragon and Lu Mingyue entered the black earth. The two of them were too eye-catching. As for Lin Xian, he changed his appearance and turned into an ordinary king. Then he entered the restaurant. He walked to a table near the window and ordered a pot of spirit wine and several exquisite dishes. Then he silently tasted them. The restaurant was very lively. The majority of the cultivators were discussing the matter of the saintess undergarment. Say, who do you think did this? How could they be so daring? Who knows? The All Beginnings Holy Land is so powerful. It must have clashed with many powers over the years. Maybe it's one of them. I'm not interested in who it is. What I'm interested in is when the exhibition will begin. I can't wait to see that undergarment. That's right. I wonder what happened between that person and the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. He actually managed to obtain the saintess undergarment. He's my idol. I must aspire to become someone like him. Forget it. You want to have ideas about the saintess? Aren't you afraid of being slapped to death? Everyone was discussing and laughing nonstop. Humph! However, at this moment, a cold snort came from downstairs. It was as if thunder had exploded and reverberated throughout the entire space. Hearing this voice, everyone stiffened and felt suffocated. It was as if they had been struck by thunder, and their faces were extremely pale. Lin Xian naturally heard this cold snort and immediately frowned. Naturally, he could sense the terrifying power that came from this cold snort. It was at least a 6-star king realm expert, and it was very powerful. However, no matter how strong this power was, it had no effect on him. One had to realize that even the Holy Sons couldn't do anything to him, let alone a mere 6-star king tier. He quietly picked up the spirit wine on the table and tasted it while looking at the stairs in front of him, because there was the sound of steady footsteps. The footsteps were extremely heavy and carried an indescribable rhythm. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts, causing them to be unable to breathe. The entire second floor of the restaurant was silent. Everyone held their breaths and looked at the stairs. Not long after, a figure appeared there. It was a youth with a handsome appearance that seemed to have been carved with a knife. He looked confident and at ease, but the light in his eyes made people not dare to underestimate him. Moreover, his expression was extremely gloomy and cold. It even contained a biting cold killing intent. Who was talking about the All Beginnings Holy Land just now? The youth asked coldly after arriving on the second floor. His ice-cold gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept through the surroundings. Sensing this sharp gaze, many people lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. That was because this gaze was too sharp and contained a powerful energy. Moreover, the crowd also noticed the symbol of the All Beginnings Holy Land on his clothes. It was clear that he was a cultivator of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Before such an expert of the All Beginnings Holy Land, the majority of the people lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. After all, they didn't dare to provoke him. Seeing that no one was speaking, the youth snorted coldly. The exhibition was simply a joke. The news was planted to frame me. It never happened. Yet you all still believed it? I, the All Beginnings Holy Daughter, am as pure as ice and as powerful as jade. How could someone steal my undergarment? That's just a bunch of nonsense. Don't let me hear anything about the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. This youth was extremely domineering. His words were filled with warning and biting cold killing intent. Hearing this, many people shivered, and fear appeared in their eyes. They knew that the All Beginnings Holy Land was about to launch a counterattack. On the side, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. He didn't refute this youth. After all, he would soon hold his first exhibition. However, what surprised him was that he didn't refute this youth. Instead, someone else in the restaurant spoke up to refute this youth. Just because you say there isn't one, there isn't one? The news has already spread throughout our northern region. Moreover, the exhibition will be held in a few days. There is definitely one. Don't think that just because you are a member of the All Beginnings Holy Land, you can rely on your powerful cultivation to oppress others. If you have the ability, try oppressing me This voice was extremely arrogant. He didn't place the All Beginnings Holy Land in his eyes at all. When the others heard this, their eyelids twitched violently. Who was this ferocious person? He actually dared to go against the All Beginnings Holy Land? Did he not want his life anymore? After the youth from the All Beginnings Holy Land heard this, his expression sank. He didn't expect that there would actually be someone who dared to oppose him. This person was truly courting death. In the next instant, he turned his head and stared at the person who had just spoken. In a cold voice he asked, "Who are you? Come here and die." As he spoke, 2 rays of primal chaos light shot out from his eyes. The rays of primal chaos light transformed into sharp blades that pierced forward. "You want to attack?" That person laughed wildly. "It seems that your All Beginnings Holy Land has a guilty conscience. What's wrong? You want to silence me?" His voice was like thunder. It vibrated unceasingly. Many people felt their blood boil. A crack appeared in the void and swallowed the 2 rays of primal chaos light. What? He actually blocked it? Everyone was startled. The youth from the All Beginnings Holy Land also furrowed his brows. The other party's strength was actually not his. This truly surprised him. At this moment, he finally faced the other party head-on. The surrounding cultivators also cried out in alarm. 4 Symbols Holy Land. They discovered that the person who had spoken was a tall youth. His figure was tall and sturdy. He resembled a humanoid monstrous beast. In the entire northern region, only the people from the 4 Symbols Holy Land possessed such terrifying strength. Chapter 1864. The 4 Symbols Sacred Grounds were also peerless sacred grounds. Furthermore, their headquarters were located in the North region. It could be said that the All Beginnings Holy Land was the overlord of this place. They naturally wouldn't fear the All Beginnings Holy Land. Moreover, although these holy lands had connections with each other and had mutual benefits, fundamentally speaking, they were still competitors. This was especially true for their holy sons and holy daughters. The competition was even more intense. Everyone wanted to suppress the others. Now, that something like this had happened to the saintess of all beginnings, the cultivators of the 4 Symbols Holy Lands naturally wanted to step on her. 4 Symbols Holy Lands. Could it be that you wish to start a war with my All Beginnings Holy Lands? That youth's voice was ice cold. He had naturally discovered that the other party was a member of the 4 Symbols Holy Lands. Stop pretending. Who are you? Just because I refuted you with a few words, the 2 Holy Lands will start a war? What a joke. The burly young man had a look of disdain on his face. Although his limbs were well developed, his brain was not simple at all. He sneered, "There's no need to use the Holy Lands to scare me. We're all disciples of the Holy Lands, and the power behind us is about the same. If you want to suppress me, then show me what you've got. But I advise you not to make a move. Firstly, you can't beat me. Moreover, whether the matter of the saintess undergarment is true or not, you will know when you visit it in a few days. What exhibition? After so long, there's still no specific location. This is all a lie. Only an idiot like you would believe that." The all-beginning Holy Lands youth sneered. He naturally wouldn't admit that their saintess had really lost her undergarment. Being called an idiot, the 4 Symbols Holy Land martial artist was enraged. In the next moment, he poured out the spirit wine in the cup. Whoosh! Although it was only a cup of spirit wine, in the hands of this burly young man, it had become a terrifying killing weapon. The water droplets that filled the sky transformed into sharp hidden weapons. They pierced through the void and flew rapidly toward the gloomy youth. Humph! The youth from the All Beginnings Holy Land was enraged upon seeing the other party attacking. Naturally, he was not afraid of the other party. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, The chaotic chi on his body surged rapidly, forming a chaotic shield in front of him. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the two collided violently. Fortunately, this was not an ordinary restaurant. There was a defensive array formation, and the energy was quickly transferred. This caused the energy to surge into the sky. Otherwise, this attack would have blasted the entire restaurant into pieces. The manager of the restaurant was infuriated and rushed down. He wanted to see who dared to make a move here. However, when he saw that it was the disciples of the two Holy Lands who were fighting, he immediately calmed down, especially since one of the opponents was from the Wanchu Holy Land. Now that the news of the 10,000 exits Holy Land was spreading everywhere, these people were definitely in a bad mood. They might even go berserk immediately. He didn't want to provoke the people of the Holy Land, so he could only pretend that he didn't see anything. However, the owner of the restaurant still secretly activated the array formation to prevent the restaurant from being destroyed. As long as the restaurant was fine, the others could do whatever they wanted. In any case, he wouldn't lose a single cent. The warriors in the restaurant were even more shocked. They even had the urge to run away. That was because the aura these two people exuded was too terrifying. They couldn't mature at all. At this moment, a delicate laugh came from downstairs. Then, a figure walked up the stairs. It was a woman wearing a light green dress with a crescent moon embroidered on her sleeves. Silver threads drew out a few auspicious clouds, as if a bright moon had risen from the sea of clouds. Her chest was wrapped in a light yellow brocade. Her body turned gently, and the long dress spread out. Her every movement was graceful like a willow tree swaying in the wind. Moon-worshipping cult, everyone exclaimed when they saw the crescent moon on the woman's sleeves. Lin Xian also frowned and looked up, but the next moment he shook his head slightly. Originally, he thought it was the moon-worshipping saintess who had come. He didn't expect it to be another disciple of the moon-worshipping cult. Although she wasn't the saintess, the aura exuding from this woman was extremely terrifying. Come to think of it, he should also be a prodigy. As soon as the woman went upstairs, she said with a smile, "The saintess of all beginnings is too careless. How can she give such a private thing to someone else? Could it be that that person is her lover?" Hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb. They didn't expect the moon-worshipping cult to get involved in this mess. After hearing this, the Four Symbols Holy Land cultivator also laughed. "That's a good idea. Everyone thinks that the saintess of all beginnings lost her undergarment because she was defeated and snatched by someone. But there might be another possibility. She might have given it to her lover. Your all beginnings Holy Land is really something. Do you have any other beautiful junior sisters? Why don't you introduce one to me?" The Four Symbols Holy Land cultivator laughed wildly. He didn't place the All Beginnings Holy Land in his eyes at all. As for the All Beginnings Holy Land cultivator, he gnashed his teeth in anger. He coldly stared at the beautiful woman and asked with clenched teeth, "Who are you? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I am Hualyan. I came here to eat. What does it have to do with you? Why are the tempers of the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land so bad? It's no wonder that female disciple is looking for other lovers. It seems you should look for the reason yourself first. Otherwise, you won't know which junior sister's undergarment was given to someone else. You are courting death." The All Beginnings Holy Land cultivator was furious and was about to attack. But right at this time, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Soon after, a powerful aura rushed downstairs. Not long after, a majestic figure appeared. A resplendent radiance revolved around his body. It was different from the light of primal chaos. Instead, it was a different kind of five-colored radiance. 5 elements sect. Everyone cried out in alarm. They didn't expect that a genius disciple of the Five Elements sect would also appear here. It seemed that the matter of the northern region's undergarment had shaken the entire eastern desolate region. More and more peerless holy lands and unrivaled great sects had come to the northern region. So it was brother Sun of the Five Elements sect. When the moon-worshipping cult Hualien saw the handsome youth, she smiled. As for Sun Hao of the Five Elements sect, he looked around and indifferently said, "I didn't expect this place to be so lively. It seems I've come to the right place." Hualien smiled and said, "Brother Sun, I believe we all came here to admire the undergarment of the saintess. How about we sit together, drink a cup, and chat?" "Okay." Sun Hao nodded. Then he walked over to Hualien and slowly sat down. The All Beginnings Holy Lands youth, Fan Hengfei, gnashed his teeth. "What exhibition?" "I'll say it again. There is no such thing." "That's not necessarily true. I heard that the exhibition will be held in 2 days. Moreover, the location has already been chosen. It's the cold flying mountain located north of the city." Chapter 1865. At this time, Lin Xian spoke. He felt that it was about time to spread the news. "What? It will begin in 2 days. The location is Cold Flying Mountain." Everyone was in an uproar as soon as they heard this news. They didn't think that there would really be an exhibition. Moreover, it would begin in 2 days. This was just too shocking. Even Sun Hao and Hualien revealed shocked expressions. Hualien eyes shifted, and she began to look at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had already changed his appearance and aura, becoming extremely ordinary. Therefore, the other party couldn't see any flaws. "Little brother, may I ask where you obtained this news? Is it true? I just came out from the mountains and heard others say this. Looking at the clothes of those people, they should also be disciples of the Holy Lands. It shouldn't be wrong." Hearing this, everyone became excited. Could there really be a saintess undergarment on display? This was too exciting. The cultivators of the 4 symbols Holy Lands laughed heartily. Who cared if it was true or not? They would know once they went to Cold Flying Mountain in 2 days. While everyone was excited, the disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land, Fan Hengfei, was gnashing his teeth. He didn't think that even the time and location of the exhibition would be made up. This was truly hateful. In the next moment, he turned around and glared at Lin Xian, killing intent surging in his eyes. "Brat, I already warned you before. If you dare to spread this news again and slander my All Beginnings Holy Land, I will personally kill you. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, everyone's hearts jumped wildly. It seemed that the other party was going to forcefully attack. Would the person who spread the news be able to resist? The surrounding cultivators were worried. As for Hualien and Sun Hao, they looked as if they were watching a play. They didn't want to help Lin Xian. This sort of ordinary king realm cultivator wasn't worthy of their attention. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He indifferently said, "When did the All Beginnings Holy Land become so overbearing? You don't even allow others to speak? Deceiving the masses with your lies. Of course I have the right to kill you." Fan Hengfei snorted coldly, the aura on his body becoming more and more terrifying. "Is that so? If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability to do so." Lin Xian's face was calm, without any fear. "Humph, you're courting death." Fan Hengfei was really angry. How dare a small rogue cultivator be so arrogant in front of him? He really didn't know what death was. He could not kill the people from the 4 symbols sacred grounds and the moon-worshipping cult in a short period of time. However, this was just a mere rogue cultivator, a little king of unknown origins. Killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. In the next moment, he directly made his move. He raised his palm and pressed forward. The terrifying palm blossomed with radiance. It was surrounded by chaotic light, as if it was the hand of the heavens. As soon as this palm appeared, the eyelids of everyone in the hall twitched violently. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they felt a sense of suffocation. Because this palm was too terrifying, they were unable to resist at all. Even Hualien, Sun Hao, and the others frowned. They had to admit that the other party was indeed powerful. Looking at this terrifying palm, Lin Xian's expression was calm. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve, and the spiritual energy in the sky surged, forming a divine bridge that flew upward. The divine bridge was dazzling, and it was covered with runes. It was like a divine bridge that led to the heavens, and it carried with it a supreme aura. In the blink of an eye, it blocked the astonishing chaotic palm. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. That was because that chaotic palm was extremely terrifying. Even a 6-star king would find it difficult to resist it. This ordinary youth in front of them was actually able to block it. It was really inconceivable. Moreover, looking at the other party's appearance, he seemed to be able to block it so easily. This made them even more shocked. Humph! Seeing that the other party was able to resist him, Fan Hengfei's expression became gloomy. He didn't expect that he had made an error in judgment. However, so what? No matter what, he would kill the other party today as a warning to others. He wanted to let everyone know the consequences of provoking the All Beginnings' sacred ground. In the next moment, the chaotic energy in his body surged, and the chaotic palm became even more dazzling. Then, it ruthlessly slammed toward the divine bridge. However, that divine bridge was really too mysterious. It was like a bridge that led to the heavens, and it emitted a supreme might. It rapidly descended, and it crushed the void. In the end, Fan Hengfei had no choice but to support it with his hands. He didn't dare to believe this. However, what shocked him even more was that the power contained within the divine bridge was incomparably terrifying. Even if he supported it with his hands, he couldn't maintain it for too long. At this moment, his arms were already numb, and his muscles were starting to tremble. It was as if what he was supporting wasn't a divine bridge, but 100,000 mountains. It was abnormally heavy. He actually managed to block it? Not bad. Not bad. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would be able to resist it for so long. It was indeed surprising. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve again, and even more spiritual energy gathered on the divine bridge. Buzz! Immediately, the divine bridge became even more dazzling. The runes on it flickered unceasingly, and it looked incomparably mysterious. Fan Hengfei's face was incomparably red, and his hands were bent. He couldn't withstand this power at all. Crack! Crack! The clothes on his sleeves shattered, and they fluttered in the air like butterflies. Not only that, but the tables and chairs around him also cracked and turned into powder. Crack! Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. This scene shocked everyone. That was because the tables and chairs on the ground had been reinforced by an array and were extremely sturdy. Even ordinary kings couldn't break them. But now they had completely shattered. Even the ground had cracked. One could imagine how terrifying the power the other party was withstanding was. What was even more shocking was that the divine bridge had bent the other party's arms, and it looked like it was about to envelop him. Scram! Fan Hengfei's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Then his body blossomed with boundless multicolored light. A resplendent beam of light rapidly flew out like a bolt of lightning and bombarded the rainbow bridge. What a terrifying primal chaos light! Seeing this scene, Hualien and Sun Hao frowned. On the other side, the 4 Symbols Holy Lands cultivators also had solemn expressions. They weren't unfamiliar with the primal chaos light. Just like the primal chaos chi, it was an ultimate divine ability of the All Beginnings Holy Land. The primal chaos light was extremely terrifying. It was said that when cultivated to the peak, it could split the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The primal chaos light bombarded the divine bridge, causing it to slow down slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fan Hengfei's figure flickered, and he retreated to a safe distance. Then his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stubbornly stared at Lin Xian. "Damn it! Who the hell are you?" He was too shocked. The other party's methods were too terrifying, and he had nearly been injured. Someone who could threaten him was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, this person had to be a disciple of a holy land or an ancient family. However, he had never seen this person before. Moreover, this person looked very ordinary, and he couldn't see through his aura. There was also no symbol of any family or sect on his clothes. Chapter 1866. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that there will be an exhibition of the Saintess undergarments on Mount Hanfei in 2 days. At that time, I hope you can personally go and take a look. Then, you'll know whether your Saintess lost her undergarments or not." "Damn it!" Fan Hengfei gnashed his teeth in anger. The other party was too hateful. He had actually brought up this matter again and again. This was driving him crazy. He was about to attack again when Hualyaner laughed and said, "What? Brother Fan, do you still want to attack? However, from the looks of it, you won't be able to defeat him. It's fine if you can't take him down, but don't let him take you down. That would be a huge joke." Fan Hengfei was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The other party was obviously an ordinary king, but his strength was so strange. He couldn't figure it out. He even suspected that this was someone pretending to be a king in order to attack the All Beginnings Holy Land. Buzz. Just when everyone thought that Fan Hengfei couldn't attack, a sudden change occurred. A resplendent light shone. Then, it turned into a shocking rainbow that ruthlessly chopped toward Lin Xian. This resplendent saber light was extremely sharp. It was like a divine red light that mercilessly chopped down. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped by it. To think that someone else would make a move. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Lin Xian also frowned. In the next instant, he threw out the spirit wine in his hand. The spirit wine filled the sky and formed a lotus flower in the air. Moreover, it kept growing bigger and bigger. Combined with the surrounding spiritual energy, it spun rapidly. Clang! In the next instant, the lotus flower and the saber light collided. "Who is it?" Lin Xian shouted coldly. "Heavenly Saber Sect Chen Yidao." An ice-cold voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that someone from the Heavenly Saber Sect would come. It was indeed someone from the Heavenly Saber Sect. The saber light just now was too sharp. It was like a real heavenly saber. Everyone whispered to each other. It was obvious that the saber light just now had left a deep impression on them. Heavenly Saber Sect. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had heard of this sect before. It was a great sect in the Eastern Wasteland, and the disciples in the sect mainly cultivated saber techniques. It was rumored that their heavenly blade was extremely powerful. If it was practiced to the peak, it could cut through everything in the world. He didn't expect that the people from this sect would come as well. "You want to attack me too?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. Although his opponent's saber technique was very powerful, Lin Xian's expression was calm, without any fear. In the next moment, a young man appeared on the stairs. This young man had an ordinary face, but his eyes were unusually sharp, and the aura on his body was incomparably radiant. It was as if a heavenly blade had been unsheathed, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Of course I'm here to teach you a lesson for Brother Fan. You're too arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Wanchu Holy Land is not something you can provoke. I'm doing this for your own good. Hurry up and leave. Don't spread the news here. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. You really have a glib tongue. However, this news isn't spread randomly. It's absolutely true. After Chen Yidao heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Kid, although you're strong and aren't any weaker than the Wanchu Holy Land's prodigies, I advise you to stop now. If you're targeted by the Wanchu Holy Land's experts, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive. As a person, you should know your own limits. The current you isn't qualified to compete with us. Is that so? If I want to leave, no one can stop me, Lin Xian said indifferently. His words were filled with confidence. Kid, you're too arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson. Chen Yidao's face sank, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Then it turned into two resplendent saber lights that slashed forward. These were saber lights formed from his eyes. They were very dazzling, as if they were divine red. They were unusually sharp. This kind of magical ability was too terrifying. A single gaze could turn into such terrifying saber lights. It was indeed shocking. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a beam of light shot out from his eyes, like a divine sword being unsheathed. It turned into a shocking sword light that slashed forward. In terms of soul power and combat power, Lin Xian wouldn't lose to Chen Yidao. Therefore, he decisively attacked. Ka, ka, ka. Their gazes clashed in the air. It was like the collision of lightning, setting off a terrifying storm. The empty palace was dazzling. The saber lights and sword shadows were like fireworks. However, the surrounding people were frightened. They quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by this energy. They had no choice. Whether it was the saber lights or the sword shadows, they were too sharp. If they touched them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing that Chen Yidao's gaze had turned into a shocking sword light, Chen Yidao's expression changed. He was surprised. This time, his attack wasn't a simple saber light attack. It contained a terrifying soul power. It could be said that it was invincible. However, Chen Yidao was able to block it. This was beyond his expectations. The next moment, Chen Yidao snorted coldly. His expression was incomparably cold. You're very strong. You deserve my full strength. No need. I'm not here to fight. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He wasn't interested in fighting with Chen Yidao. I'm here to pass you a message. In 2 days, there will be an exhibition of the Saintess undergarments. I hope you won't miss it. After saying that, his figure swayed and gradually dissipated like a wisp of smoke. Seeing this, Fan Hengfei roared angrily. He shot out a chaotic light and swept it forward. However, Lin Xian's figure had completely disappeared. The chaotic light destroyed all the tables, chairs, and dishes, but didn't capture anyone's figure. Damn it! Seeing this, Fan Hengfei grit his teeth in anger. He didn't expect Chen Yidao to escape. The surrounding people were moved. With Fan Hengfei present, they didn't dare to be too excited. However, everyone was excited. They decided to go to Hanfei Mountain to watch the exhibition in 2 days. Not only that, the news spread like a gust of wind, instantly spreading to the entire northern region. In an instant, everyone set off for Hanfei Mountain. However, the northern region was too big. Some warriors who were far away couldn't even fly for 2 days. Unless they used a large-scale transmission array, but that kind of array generally consumed a lot of resources. Those who wanted to use it and were able to use it were not ordinary people. Even so, a large number of warriors still came to Hanfei Mountain. Hanfei Mountain was a very tall mountain among the vast mountains. At the top of this mountain, there was white snow, and the cold wind was whistling. It was as if the northern country was frozen, so it was called Hanfei Mountain. From this, one could imagine how tall this mountain was. This was the place Lin Xian had chosen for the exhibition. However, he was not at the top of the mountain, but at the mountainside. There was a huge platform there, as if it had been cut into pieces by a giant sword. It was very spacious. It was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Chapter 1867. After the news spread, the surrounding martial artists all gathered here. Even those who were nearby had all rushed over ahead of time. Lin Xian also came in advance, but this time the dark red divine dragon and Lu Mingyue still did not show up. After all, if the two of them came out, everyone would definitely guess their identities. Therefore, for safety reasons, Lin Xian came out alone this time. Lin Xian still changed his appearance to that of an ordinary king as he arrived at the mountain peak. There were already many people here. There were martial artists everywhere, and they were all talking. Everyone was very excited. Obviously, this was a grand occasion. They would be able to see the legendary saintess undergarment. Not only that, there were martial artists descending from the sky from time to time. Obviously, more martial artists were coming. Buzz, a rainbow saber cut through the sky, and then a 5-colored divine boat flew over. It was surrounded by 5-colored rays of light and fell from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Then, countless young disciples walked down from the divine boat. All of them were in high spirits and had powerful auras. Their faces were shining. Their eyes were shining. These were the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. They had come as a group to watch. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they were also talking about it. They did not expect that a saintess undergarment could cause such a big commotion. They did not know what other powerful figures had come to watch. So far, most of the martial artists who had gathered on the mountain peak were young disciples. There were also some middle-aged people. Few of the older generation had come. After all, it was normal for the young people to be excited about such a thing. If the elders of any sect came to watch, they would probably be laughed at. At that time, it would not be the saintess of all beginnings who would be embarrassed, but the elders who came to watch. Therefore, the elders of the sacred grounds and the large sects would not come. They would only send young disciples. On the mountain peak, many people surrounded the people from the 5 Elements sect and invited them away like stars surrounding the bright moon. It was a good opportunity to make friends with the 5 Elements sect. Some people with good intentions would not miss it. After that, the Yang family, the moon-worshipping cult, the 4 Symbols Sacred Grounds, and other powerful sects and families all came. Countless young disciples gathered. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up at the sight. This scene was more spectacular than he had imagined. Soon, he narrowed his eyes because he had discovered a special person. He didn't do it. The other party was Fan Hengfei. He didn't expect him to come. "Brother Fan, you're early. It seems that you also think that your saintess lost her undergarment, right?" Lin Xian smiled and went over to greet them. "It's you?" Fan Hengfei turned around and stared at Lin Xian. To be honest, he was very angry because he found that so many people had come to watch the exhibition. This drove him crazy. However, he did not dare to say anything. Now was not the time for him to behave atrociously. There were so many people here. If he were to cause trouble here, he would probably be beaten to death by everyone. He was waiting. He was waiting for the All Beginnings Holy Lands experts to arrive. That way, they could act together. However, he didn't expect someone to call out to him at this moment. Moreover, he knew this person. It was the ordinary king who had spread the news in the restaurant 2 days ago. Back then, he had let the other party escape. Who would have thought that the other party would actually take the initiative to come knocking on his door? "Brat, since you've come here to die, then don't blame me." Fan Hengfei's lips curled into a sinister smile. The majority of the people who had come this time were disciples of the Holy Land's great sections. With so many people gathered together, Fan Hengfei was unable to resist them with his strength alone. Thus, he would not attack these people for the time being. However, the other party was merely a loose cultivator. Although the other party had been able to contend against him last time, Fan Hengfei believed that he had been too careless. Moreover, the other party had not used his full strength. If he had used his full strength, he would definitely have been able to slap the other party to death. Now that he had encountered the other party, it was the best opportunity to attack. He wanted to kill the other party to relieve the hatred in his heart, seeing the ice-cold glint in Fan Hengfei's eyes. Lin Xian smiled. What? Do you still want to attack me? Could it be that the lesson I taught you last time was not enough? Or do you want everyone to know that you are a cultivator of the All Beginnings Holy Land? Fan Hengfei's expression changed. He had naturally come in disguise this time. Although he had not changed his appearance, he had changed his clothes. He was no longer wearing the clothes of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Instead, he was wearing a set of blue clothes. However, there was no symbol of his sect on them. If he wore the symbol of the All Beginnings Holy Land, he would definitely be surrounded by people and treated as a weirdo. However, if Fan Hengfei were to shout at him at this time, everyone would know his identity. Then everyone would know his identity, and he wouldn't have the face to stay here any longer. Thinking of this, Fan Hengfei's expression became even more gloomy. Brat, you dare to threaten me? You are truly reckless. Originally, I wanted to slap you to death and give you a quick and painless death. But now, I have changed my mind. I will properly torture you and let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. Fan Hengfei gnashed his teeth furiously. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Then he loudly said, Quickly, come and see. Someone is about to attack. There were originally a lot of people on the mountain peak. When they heard Fan Hengfei's voice, countless gazes immediately looked over. Lin Xian chuckled. He did not seem to care at all. After all, he had changed his appearance. No one would recognize him. As for Fan Hengfei, his complexion darkened. He felt as if those rays of light were sharp blades. They made him feel extremely uncomfortable and made him want to run away. However, he still consoled himself. He believed that no one would be able to recognize him. However, the surrounding cultivators were discussing amongst themselves, Who is that person? He looks so familiar. Now that you mention it, I also feel that he looks familiar. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They were all trying to guess the identity of Fan Hengfei and Fan Hengfei. Lin Xian did not move. However, Fan Hengfei was nervous. Then, with a swoosh, he used primal chaos energy to cover his face. Humph, I will cover my face. Let's see if you can still guess who I am. Fan Hengfei sneered. With his face covered, no one would be able to see his face. Thus, they would not know who he was. Lin Xian was stunned. He never thought that Fan Hengfei would be such an idiot. Then, he shook his head. What an idiot! His IQ was too low. Indeed, Fan Hengfei was an idiot. If he did not use primal chaos energy, no one would be able to recognize him. But now, he had used primal chaos energy to cover his face. Although these people couldn't see his face, clearly his identity was immediately exposed. As expected, the surrounding cultivators cried out in alarm. Primal chaos energy. It's someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land. What? Someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land has also come? It seems that it's true. Even their own people can't help but want to take a look. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. I reckon that this brother is trying to cover his face so that we won't recognize him. I never thought that he would use primal chaos energy. What an idiot. Chapter 1868. Damn it, I actually forgot. Fan Hengfei was startled, and his complexion became incomparably ugly. He had only thought of covering his face, and in a moment of desperation, he had actually used his primal chaos energy. Only the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists knew how to use primal chaos energy. Thus, he had definitely exposed his identity. Sure enough, when he heard the surrounding voices, he had an impulse to run away. He even wished he could find a place to hide. After all, this was just too shameful. Across from him, Lin Xian chuckled and said, "Well, you were the one who exposed your identity. You can't blame me for that." He truly didn't expect that the other party would be so stupid as to expose his identity so easily. As for Fan Hengfei, the more he heard, the angrier he became. He gnashed his teeth, and an icy light bloomed in his eyes. "It's you. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, how could I have exposed my identity? You dared to expose my identity? Die for me." Fan Hengfei's body surged with killing intent. Since his identity had already been exposed, he might as well let loose and stop concealing himself. He decided to immediately attack and kill the other party. Then he would leave and find a chance to join up with the All Beginnings Holy Land's people to destroy this exhibition. What a powerful aura! As the surrounding people felt the aura surging from Fan Hengfei's body, they immediately cried out in alarm. This aura caused their complexions to change. The mocking expression on their faces disappeared, replaced by a dignified expression. This was absolutely the aura of a Heaven's Pride. Only someone at the level of a Heaven's Pride could display such a powerful aura. They didn't dare to provoke such a person. But soon, their gazes landed on Lin Xian. At the same time, they started discussing once more. Who is this person? He can actually contend against a Heaven's Pride of the All Beginnings Holy Land? Could he also be a Heaven's Pride of a Holy Land? I don't think so. He doesn't have any terrifying aura. Could he be a loose cultivator? That can't be, right? A loose cultivator wants to challenge a Heaven's Pride of the All Beginnings Holy Land? Isn't that just seeking death? Everyone started discussing spiritedly, as if they had seen a ghost. All the nearby martial artists were stunned. In their opinion, Lin Xian was too bold. He actually dared to recklessly provoke the All Beginnings Holy Land. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Fan Hengfei revealed a smug smile. "Did you hear that? Brat, a small, loose cultivator dares to provoke me? Die for me." He raised his palm, and chaotic chi revolved around his body. Then he struck out with his palm. Terrifying chaotic energy surged, releasing endless light. It formed a chaotic palm that slapped out fiercely. Everyone cried out in alarm. This palm exceeded their expectations and was extremely powerful. That kid is dead for sure. The geniuses of the All Beginnings Holy Land are much stronger than I imagined. Indeed, his opponent was still a 6-star king, and a very powerful one at that. Most likely, even ordinary 6-star kings wouldn't be a match for him. Everyone shook their heads. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly looking at his opponent. He waited until the chaotic palm was right in front of him before he made his move. Using his finger like a sword, he slowly raised his finger and slashed forward. At the tip of his finger, a sharp sword light flickered. Whong! In the next moment, the two collided with a thunderous sound. The sound waves surrounded the entire mountain range and spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone turned their heads and looked over. Chaotic chi exploded in the sky, turning into balls of chaotic light that enveloped the entire sky. That's primal chaos chi. It's an expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Many people cried out in alarm as they rushed over. As for the cultivators that were watching the battle, they frantically retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the chaotic light. What a terrifying chaotic palm. It seems that kid is dead for sure. He'll probably be slapped to death. He's really stupid. Although the All Beginnings Holy Land suffered a great loss this time, and their reputation was damaged, they aren't a sect that anyone can provoke. Discussions and sneers could be heard. It was clear that they believed that Lin Xian was beyond saving. However, when the chaos chi in the sky dissipated, everyone looked ahead and were stunned. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. The smiles on their faces were stiff and ugly. That was because Lin Xian was standing in front of them with his hands clasped behind his back. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, and he looked confident and at ease. He wasn't injured in the slightest. On the other hand, Fan Hengfei's face was incomparably pale. His right hand was hanging by his side, and there was a sword hole in his palm. Deep white bones could be seen, and blood was flowing all over the ground. How could this be? Heavens! Who is this kid? He actually managed to injure a genius of the All Beginnings Holy Land with a single move. What a terrifying sword energy! He was actually able to pierce through the chaotic chi. This is truly unexpected. Which sect is he from? Why can't I recognize him? Countless discussions could be heard. The surrounding cultivators were all extremely shocked. No one dared to look down on Lin Xian anymore. After all, only a young expert could injure Fan Hengfei with a single move. Moreover, he was a peak expert. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. His opponent had actually dared to fight him. He was truly reckless. One must know that even the 10,000 Lightning Saint's son had been beaten like a stray dog by him, let alone his opponent. Damn it! You dare injure me? Fan Hengfei gnashed his teeth. The injury on his hand was truly too painful. Not only that, but the remnant sword energy on his hand couldn't be easily removed. This caused him to be extremely alarmed. In other words, his wound couldn't heal at all. Furthermore, he had never imagined that his opponent would be able to injure him, because according to his original expectations, his slap just now was enough to kill the other party. However, the truth was the complete opposite. His opponent hadn't received any injuries, while his palm had been nearly crippled. I already told you, don't fight me, because you can't beat me. Look at you, you just didn't listen to me. Now, you've tasted the pain. Lin Xian shook his head. Fan Hengfei's complexion darkened. He took out some pills from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. Then he used the chaotic chi to seal his wound, so that the sword energy wouldn't spread any further. In the next moment, he roared. A ray of chaotic chi rushed out of his body and floated above his head. It was a square seal. Chaotic chi revolved around it. It was also mixed with the power of thunder and lightning. 10,000 rays of chaotic chi drooped down from it. It enveloped his body. This is the primal chaos lightning seal. Someone cried out in alarm. Clearly, they recognized this treasure. This was a special ability of the All Beginnings Holy Land. By fusing chaotic chi into a treasure, it would form a very powerful weapon. Sure enough, in the next moment, Fan Hengfei activated the primal chaos lightning seal. Immediately, a terrifying power surged out. The chaotic chi that filled the sky interweaved with the terrifying lightning, forming a powerful pressure that caused the surrounding cultivators to pale. They even felt their hearts palpitating. The terrifying primal chaos lightning seal blossomed with light. It was as big as a basketball and emitted a powerful aura. Chapter 1869. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. It wasn't because the other party's precious weapon was powerful. Rather, it was because the other party dared to destroy this place. One had to know that this place was protected by a formation. If he activated it ahead of time and scared these people away, it would be difficult to deal with the following matters. Most likely, these people would flee and think that this was a trap. Therefore, he had to take action. He couldn't allow the other party to continue destroying this place. In the next instant, he decisively took action. His figure flickered as he rushed over. He raised his hand and formed a dragon claw. A dragon-shaped phantom coiled around his fingers and grabbed forward. The terrifying dragon claw descended, shaking the void. Immediately, the chaotic energy and sea of lightning that filled the sky split apart. However, the chaotic lightning seal didn't receive any damage. On the contrary, the lightning seal's radiance became even more intense. It seemed like a huge lightning mountain. Rumble, thunder descended, and chaotic energy tore apart the void. Even Lin Xian felt an enormous pressure. However, countless sharp sword rays rushed out of his body and circled around him, forming a powerful sword formation that blocked the terrifying lightning and chaotic energy. He actually managed to block it. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. Who is this person? He's actually so powerful that he can block the All Beginnings Holy Land's precious treasure? That's right. His sword energy is too sharp. Everyone frowned as they carefully observed the situation in front of them. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. That was because Lin Xian had not only unleashed sharp sword aura and formed a sword formation, but he had also quickly counterattacked in the next moment. Terrifying sword energy soared into the sky, forming a qilin that filled the void. This was the qilin sword technique that Lin Xian had comprehended from the qilin arm. Now that he used it, its might was peerless. Roar! In the sky, sword energy filled the sky, forming a huge qilin. It roared in all directions, causing the void to collapse. Fan Hengfei's expression changed as soon as he heard this sound. Deep shock appeared in his eyes. He felt a powerful sense of crisis from that qilin. Therefore, he decisively attacked once again. 5 streaks of chaotic light rushed out of his body and condensed in front of him, forming a chaotic light blade. In the next instant, Fan Hengfei held the chaotic lightning seal above his head and the chaotic light blade in his hand. He slashed forward. Boom! The blade of chaotic light expanded in the wind until it was 100 meters long. It slashed forward viciously. The entire void began to vibrate rapidly like a painting. That person was too terrifying. He was definitely an elite of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cultivate the light of chaos to such a terrifying level. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they sensed the terrifying saber light in the sky. This power was too strong. Even an elite 6-star king wouldn't be able to withstand it. On the other side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The light of chaos? This wasn't the first time he had seen it, so he naturally wasn't afraid. In the next moment, he waved his arm, and the huge fire qilin in the sky roared. The sky was filled with flames, and the terrifying sword light shot out in all directions. Then the fire qilin rushed forward. The void cracked open, and the chaotic blade lights that filled the sky trembled rapidly. They even dimmed significantly. Boom! Seeing this, Lin Xian attacked again. With a wave of his arm, another fire qilin rushed out. The 2 fire qilins ran side by side, roaring in the void, and shattered the terrifying chaotic blade light in an instant. What a sharp sword qi! It actually blasted the chaotic blade light apart. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The chaotic blade light was extremely terrifying. Very few people of the same cultivation level could block it, but now it had been easily shattered. To be honest, it really shocked them. Fan Hengfei's expression was also solemn. His face had become unusually ugly. He didn't expect his chaotic blade light to be shattered. However, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and activated the chaotic lightning seal above his head with all his might, launching a second fierce attack. This time, the chaotic lightning seal's main body rushed out quickly. Then, it enlarged in the sky like an ancient lightning mountain, rampaging out. The terrifying power of thunder descended, and the chaotic aura descended. It was enough to destroy everything in the world. In fact, this power was enough to contend with someone at the level of a saint. Humph! Seeing the chaotic lightning seal rushing toward him, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his eyes shone brightly. Then Qilin runes appeared on his right hand. Qilin arm, boundless 9 underworld demon flames surged out from his body. The vast energy accompanied his fist and quickly blasted forward. Boom! A fire Qilin was born from the flames. Its body was as black as ink, as if it had rushed out from hell. A violent wind blew between heaven and earth, and the terrifying energy rushed into the sky. Boom! Then Lin Xian's fist transformed into a dark fire Qilin and collided with the chaotic lightning seal. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people gasped in shock. What? He actually fought with an Earth-rank treasure barehanded? Is this guy crazy? That's an Earth-rank treasure, and it contains chaotic aura. It's incomparably terrifying. It's over. This kid's palm is definitely crippled. Not necessarily. I think this kid is very powerful. Why does that Qilin of his feel like a Qilin's arm? What? You think highly of him? Are you out of your mind? You don't believe that he can fight with an Earth-rank treasure barehanded, do you? Although a small number of people thought highly of Lin Xian, most people thought that Lin Xian's brain was flooded with water. He actually dared to fight with an Earth-rank treasure barehanded. Boom, boom. In the sky, the loud rumbling continued. The chaotic lightning seal and the dark fire Qilin collided, forming an extremely powerful energy storm. Only after a long time did the storm gradually dissipate. Then, everyone's eyes widened because a huge fist mark appeared on the chaotic lightning seal. Not only that, but there were also many cracks around it. What? He actually left a fist mark? No way. That kid actually almost broke the Earth-rank treasure? What kind of fist technique is that? Isn't it too violent? Everyone was stunned. In fact, they didn't know that although it looked like a single fist, Lin Xian had fused many of his unique skills. It formed a terrifying fist technique. Among them was the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which had an extremely powerful attack power, the world-destroying Black Dragon Scroll, the violent destructive aura, and the Qilin's arm's yang strength. The combination of these 3 unique skills was naturally terrifying. Even if it was an Earth-rank treasure, it was almost blasted apart. Impossible! Fan Hengfei looked at this scene with a pained expression. That was his life weapon. After fusing with chaotic aura, it was incomparably terrifying. Even a saint wouldn't be able to break it. However, his opponent's fist had almost blasted his weapon apart. He really didn't dare to believe it. However, just as he was in a daze, a black fist quickly grew larger and enveloped him. Then the dark fire Qilin roared and raised its huge beast claw, smashing Fan Hengfei's body and sending him flying. Chapter 1870. What? The All Beginnings Holy Land's genius was defeated? How is that possible? That can't be, right? That All Beginnings Holy Land's disciple is extremely powerful. In fact, he's almost comparable to a holy son. He's extremely powerful. Very few people can defeat him, yet the other party defeated him so easily. Who is he? Sounds of discussion rang out. They kept sizing up Lin Xian, trying to figure out his identity. As for Lin Xian, his figure flickered as he chased after Su Chen. The black qilin appeared in his hand once again as he prepared to kill Su Chen. Su Chen had repeatedly caused trouble for him and had even tried to ruin his carefully arranged killing trap. Thus, how could he not make a move? The black fire qilin circled in the air. Then it opened its bloody mouth and spat out black flames that filled the sky. Whoosh! The 9 underworld demonic flames gushed out like the flames of hell. It was a cold and berserk aura. As soon as it appeared, it swept downwards. Stop! Right at this moment, a cold shout rang out from the distance. Then, a figure rushed over like a bolt of lightning. What? An expert has come to help. Could it be an expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land? The crowd naturally saw the figure flying over from the distance. However, Su Chen remained unmoved. Instead, his hand movements became even fiercer. The black flames that filled the sky quickly swept forward and enveloped Fan Hengfei. Ah, whoosh! Fan Hengfei only had time to scream before he was burned to ashes. How audacious! The expert in the sky was about to descend. However, he was still a step too late. He hadn't expected that Su Chen would dare to attack and kill the All Beginnings Holy Land's genius. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be so decisive. Wasn't he afraid of the All Beginnings Holy Land's revenge? Brat, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? The expert in the sky said in an ice-cold voice. What? It's actually him. When the surrounding people saw that figure, they all trembled. Chen Yidao, the Heavenly Saber Sect's elite genius. I didn't expect that he would be the one who came to rescue Su Chen. Lin Xian frowned. He naturally knew this person. Previously in the restaurant, this guy had already targeted him. Who would have thought that he would dare to come here again? He sneered, "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around?" Although the Heavenly Blade sect was terrifying and others feared them, Lin Xian did not fear them at all. Crazy, crazy. This kid is crazy. How dare he talk to Chen Yidao like that? Everyone felt their scalps go numb, as if they had seen a ghost. I'm guessing that this guy doesn't know Chen Yidao at all. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have such an attitude. Yes, Chen Yidao is the successor holy son of the Heavenly Saber sect. He even has the battle strength of a sage-to-be. He can be said to be incomparably powerful. No matter how strong this brat is, it's impossible for him to defeat Chen Yidao. Chen Yidao's face darkened when he heard Lin Xian's arrogant words. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? No matter who you are, my attitude won't change. If you don't want to die, then scram while I'm in a good mood. I don't want to kill anyone. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Good, good, good. What an arrogant brat. It seems that I, Chen Yidao, am not famous enough. You haven't heard of me, but it doesn't matter. I'll let you know my name with my strength. Chen Yidao, are you very powerful? Lin Xian sneered. Besides, it's none of my business whether you're powerful or not. You don't know what you're talking about. He looked like he didn't care at all, and even started to fix his nails. Seeing this, Chen Yidao's face became gloomier. He found that he had been ignored. He had never experienced such a feeling before. One had to know that his strength was extremely powerful. Even people at the level of Holy Sun would not ignore him, but now he was ignored, and that frivolous attitude made him very angry. It's over, it's over. This brat is really crazy. It seems that he has definitely angered Chen Yidao. He will definitely end up in a miserable state. There are actually people who don't know Chen Yidao. Is he a warrior from the northern region? No matter whether he is or not, he can't escape today. The crowd discussed, what a sharp-tongued brat. Today I'll teach you a good lesson and let you know how powerful I am. As a prospective holy son, Chen Yidao finally couldn't stand it anymore. He took a step forward and the aura on his body instantly became fierce, as if a divine saber had been unsheathed. His vigorous and powerful palm also grasped the long saber at his waist. He's just a small rogue cultivator. It's easy to kill him. There's no need for Brother Idao to do it. Why don't you let me teach this brat a lesson and let him know how powerful Brother Idao is? At this moment, a young man sneered and stood out. He didn't attack at this time because he wanted to give Chen Idao face and rope him in. Chen Idao naturally understood this. He looked at the young man and nodded slightly. Very well. If you can kill him, I can give you a chance to be friends. Thank you, Brother Idao. The young man in green was ecstatic. He came out to become Chung Idao's friend and enter his circle. In that way, it would be very beneficial for him. After all, Chun Idao was a prospective holy son, and his strength and talent were very powerful. It was not impossible for him to become the holy son of the Sky Saber sect in the future. Brat, how dare you offend Brother Idao? It seems that you don't know what's good for you. The young man in green turned his head and stared coldly at Lin Xian. The corners of his mouth curled up into a devilish smile. Only then did the crowd see the appearance of the young man in green clearly. Then they gasped. The young man in green was quite handsome. However, half of his face was engraved with red lines, which looked very ferocious. Together, they formed the shape of a scorpion. With such a ferocious pattern engraved on his face, it was obvious that he was not a kind person. He must be a vicious person. The next moment, he flipped his palm and took out a dark red square box. Then he quickly opened it. Along with it, there was a strong demonic aura, and an extremely cold aura. The monstrous smell of blood rushed to their faces, making their scalps tingle. Then, a red spider the size of a palm crawled out. The spider was blood red, as if it was carved out of blood jade. On top of it, there were mysterious patterns. Its 8 legs were extremely red, as if blood could drip out. The blood jade demon spider is actually such a venomous creature. Seeing the blood-red spider, the crowd's pupils constricted, and they subconsciously took 3 steps back. Many people exclaimed as they looked at the blood-red spider. Their faces were unusually pale. This is an extremely venomous spider. Rumor has it that this venom can kill an almighty. Damn it, why would such a venomous spider appear here? Everyone, be careful. Don't touch it, or you will definitely be poisoned to death. Chapter 1871. Everyone, be careful. Don't touch it, or you'll definitely be poisoned to death. Exclamations were heard, and there were some kind-hearted people who quickly reminded them. What? A blood spider that can kill an almighty? Hearing this, those who did not understand the situation were horrified, and their scalps went numb. Although they did not know the blood jade demon spider before, the fact that it could kill an almighty was enough to show how powerful the spider was. In an instant, everyone retreated, leaving a large open space. Even Chung Idao was stunned, but then a cold smile appeared on his face. Originally, he was a little worried and doubted the strength of the young man in green. Could he kill him? However, when he saw the other party take out the blood jade demon spider, he relaxed. With such a poisonous spider, coupled with the strength of the young man in green, even he had to be careful. It should be enough to kill him. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down obediently and kowtow to Brother Idao, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, if you're bitten by my baby, you'll be dead. The young man in green sneered, and his entire person looked extremely demonic. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect the young man to have a blood jade demon spider. It was really unexpected. However, he wanted to defeat him with just a poisonous spider? How naive! The next moment, he sneered. Your poisonous spider is not an adult yet. Don't you think it's a little too early to take it out? If I kill it, don't cry. You really are a reckless kid. How dare you look down on my blood jade demon spider? The young man in green snorted. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Baby, go and suck his blood dry. The next moment, the young man in green waved his hand, and the blood jade demon spider in his hand turned into a bloody light and rushed out quickly. Buzz. It was very fast, and in an instant it was in front of Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted, and then clapped his hands. Countless amounts of spiritual qi condensed and turned into a spiritual energy hand that slapped forward. Smack! The spiritual energy hand fell and slapped the blood jade demon spider to the ground. What? Is it over just like that? When the crowd saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. How could he be killed so easily? That was an extremely terrifying poisonous spider. How could it be killed so easily? Sure enough, in the next moment, the void trembled, and a tearing sound could be heard. Soon after, the spirit energy palm quickly split open, and a red light flew out again. As expected, there isn't any. Everyone cried out in alarm. They discovered that the blood jade demon spider was completely unharmed. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, and blood-colored light rushed into the sky. It had not received any damage. The green-clothed youth sneered. Not only is its poison powerful, its defense is also astonishing. Even an earth-step treasure might not be able to injure it. The young man in green was very confident. His blood jade demon spider was indeed terrifying. That was why he dared to stand out and help Chen Yidao. Lin Xian was also surprised. Even a 6-star king would be severely injured by his palm strike. Who would have thought that a mere venomous spider would remain unscathed? He had to admit that this was indeed out of his expectations. But that was all. That palm strike just now was just a casual strike. It could be considered a probing attack. He didn't expect to kill his opponent so easily. But now he was going to use his true strength. Buzz. On the opposite side, the blood jade demon spider shone brightly, and the blood-colored light sprinkled in all directions. In an instant, the sky, the ground, and the surrounding mountains were all dyed blood red. Along with it, there was a strong demonic aura. Furthermore, within that blood-colored radiance, there was a frightening poisonous gas. Oh no! Seeing the blood-colored light, the surrounding kings were all shocked. They formed layers of defense to block the blood-colored light. There was also the poisonous gas in the air. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. In the next moment, countless sword lights shot out from his body and shrouded him. The terrifying sword qi shone brightly and illuminated the surroundings, easily shattering the void. At this moment, Lin Xian's entire body was shining with sword light. He was so powerful that no one dared to look directly at him. On the tip of his finger, sword light flickered like a spirit snake. Puff! With a wave of his arm, countless sword qi gushed out, forming sword lights that filled the sky and turned into spirit snakes. In an instant, countless spirit snake-like sword lights shrouded the blood jade demon spider. Those sword lights were very sharp and carried a powerful aura. Even though everyone was far away and had put up defenses, they still felt a tremor. In fact, there was even a feeling of trepidation. Boom! In the next moment, countless sword qi blasted the blood jade demon spider. Boom! 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 Light flashed in the sky. On one side, it was like a sea of blood that kept surging. On the other side, it soared into the sky and turned into a sword wind that swept in all directions. The two forces kept colliding, and it was abnormally terrifying. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the red light that filled the sky, and it shattered like a mirror. On the other side, The sword lights that filled the sky became sharper and sharper. They were like the Milky Way, blooming with a monstrous aura. It swept through everything in the world. Seeing this scene, the young man in green finally changed his expression. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so sharp. He could not help but worry about his blood jade demon spider. He quickly took out a short flute, put it to his mouth, and played a strange tune. Woo! A strange sound was heard. It was obviously a strange control technique. As expected, after the blood jade demon spider heard the sound, its body bloomed with red light and shot into the sky. The terrifying demonic aura on its body became even more intense. The monstrous red light intertwined and formed a sea of blood. It kept surging and emitting a monstrous aura. Finally, it formed a blood-colored wave that surged with a dense, demonic aura. This force was too terrifying. The void could not withstand it and quickly collapsed. Amidst the sea of blood, the blood jade demon spider spat out 3 white spider threads. They were crystal clear and seemed to be transparent. They contained a terrifying poison. This poison was not something that even the Almighties dared to touch. The 3 almost transparent poison lines quickly attacked Lin Xian. It was silent and hidden in the sea of blood. It could be said that it was very difficult to detect. However, Lin Xian's soul power was so strong that it was not inferior to the Almighty's. Therefore, he naturally felt the potential danger. Suddenly, he snorted and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he bent his fingers and countless sword chi quickly gathered, forming a terrifying murderous aura, annihilation sword wave. Instantly, with him as the center, sword waves quickly spread out in all directions. The sword waves were abnormally terrifying. They instantly shattered the void, and everything in their path was cut in half. Crack, crack. The sea of blood in the sky was cut in half, creating a large vacuum. Chapter 1872. In the distance, the young man in green's eyes flickered. The blood sea wasn't his trump card. His trump card was the 3 transparent poison lines. As long as those things hit his opponent would definitely die. Therefore, he did not care that the blood sea was destroyed. Kid, let's see how you can dodge my poison lines. Just you wait. You'll be poisoned to death soon. When the time comes, you'll know how powerful my blood jade demon spider is. The young man in green sneered. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, and there was even a hint of doubt in his eyes. That was because the 3 poison lines had turned into powder in the terrifying sword wave and no longer existed. Damn it! How is this possible? The young man in green's face was unusually gloomy. How could his opponent discover the 3 poison lines? One had to know that it was soundless and almost transparent, hidden in the sea of blood that filled the sky. Even the mighty ones might not be able to discover them. However, his opponent had done it, and he had even destroyed all 3 poison lines with extreme precision. Damn it, this kid must be lucky to have destroyed my poison lines by accident. The young man in green snorted coldly as he thought to himself. In the next moment, he was ready to use another powerful technique. However, he soon screamed. That was because the terrifying sword wave was still going on, and it was getting more and more terrifying. It was like a real dragon swinging its tail, sweeping in all directions. Soon, the sword wave that filled the sky blasted onto the blood jade demon spider. The blood jade demon spider could not withstand it at all, and was directly cut in half. No, the young man in green screamed, crazily with a ferocious expression. He didn't expect that his treasure would be killed. This was something he couldn't accept, and he didn't dare to believe. One had to know that it was a mutated species. Not only was its poison powerful, but Its defense was also extremely strong. Even an Earth-rank artifact could not kill it. However, his opponent had only used one sword wave to cut his blood jade demon spider. That was something he did not expect at all. The onlookers in the distance were also extremely shocked. What kind of sword chi is that? How can it be so powerful? It can even kill the blood jade demon spider? Yeah, it's too terrifying. I've never seen such a powerful sword chi. Could this kid have the legendary sword god's constitution? Some people even voiced out such doubts. It couldn't be. That kind of constitution was very special, and even the 10,000 Swords Manor didn't have it. The sword god's body was one of the most terrifying physiques in the Eastern Barren territory. It only existed in legends. This kind of physique coexisted with the saint body, divine body, and chaotic body of the clan of the ancients. It was extremely terrifying, but it was very rare. It had only appeared once in the ancient times, and it had set off a terrifying storm. In that era, he was one of the most dazzling figures. Now, everyone had seen Lin Xian's sharp sword aura. He immediately thought of the sword god's body, but no one dared to be sure. "Brat, I'll kill you." Seeing his blood jade spider killed, the green-clothed man roared again and again. Then he pulled out a dagger and quickly rushed over. Wung! The cold dagger slashed through the air, and a blue light wave surged forward. Like the waves of the sea, they bombarded the void. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and punched out. A terrifying fist flashed and immediately shattered the blade. Then his 5 fingers turned into a claw, forming a 5-finger mountain and pushing downwards. Stone steels appeared on his palm. They were formed by the condensation of spiritual power and were extremely huge. It was as if the sky-piercing divine steels were going to suppress the green-clothed man. "Damn it! Block for me!" The green-clothed man shouted angrily and quickly counterattacked. The dagger in his hand kept stabbing out, forming a sharp blade. Clang! 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 However, his terrifying strength could not set off any waves on the stone steels. Even his arm was numb from the shock. The huge palm above, carrying the sky-piercing divine steels, quickly suppressed him. Seeing this scene, the green-clothed man's scalp went numb. He turned around and fled. He knew that his opponent's strength was too strong, beyond his expectations. This time, he was defeated, but he would definitely come back for revenge. But soon, his face turned green, because he found that the 5-finger mountain was surrounded by countless sharp sword waves, sealing off all directions. He could not escape at all. He had seen the power of those sword waves. He did not dare to resist, and he could not resist the 5-finger mountain and the powerful sky-piercing divine steels. For a moment, there was desperation in all directions. The green-clothed man had nowhere to run. "No, Brother Idao, save me." At this moment, the green-clothed man was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, he was very frightened and quickly asked Chen Idao for help. Humph! Seeing this, Chen Idao's face darkened. He did not expect that the green-clothed man would fail, which made him very unhappy. However, after all, the green-clothed man attacked for him, so he had to save him at this moment. "Don't worry. With me here, he can't kill you." Chen Idao was quite confident. He took a step forward, and dazzling saber radiance surged out of his body. It quickly intertwined and formed a shadow of a heavenly saber. Then, under his control, it slashed forward fiercely. Boom! This slash was powerful and heavy. The air was ruthlessly cut open, and the airwaves rolled to both sides. The terrifying saber shadow, like a heavenly saber, instantly arrived above the 5-finger mountain and the sky-piercing divine steels. Then, it slashed down mercilessly. "Boy, get out of here. If you dare to touch him, I won't spare you." Chun Yidao's cold and murderous voice was accompanied by his voice. "Who do you think you are? How dare you save him in front of me?" Lin Xian was very powerful. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul was operating in his body, giving out an extremely powerful aura. Then he clapped his palms quickly. Boom! The sky-piercing divine steels fell and shrouded the green-clothed young man. Then it was pressurized on the ground. Blood flowed and dyed the ground red. In the sky, the terrifying saber shadow blasted on the Five-Finger Mountain. The collision of the two caused a big shock. What? Everyone was shocked, and their scalps were numb. They did not expect that Lin Xian would succeed in the end. Even Chun Yidao failed to save the green-clothed young man. It was really unbelievable. Chun Yidao's face was gloomy. He did not expect that Lin Xian would succeed. The green-clothed young man was killed in front of him, which was absolutely a slap to his face in public. In addition, he did not have time to save Fan Hengfei. He was slapped hard twice by Lin Xian, which was unbearable for him. "Boy, I'm going to kill you." Chun Yidao was finally angry. Clang! The next moment he pulled out the long blue saber at his waist and slashed forward. The shocking saber radiance was like a heavenly mark surging in the void. The terrifying aura was so sharp that it could cut everything in time. Everyone looked at this scene and trembled because they could not resist the saber radiance at all. Chapter 1873. Boom! Looking at the shocking saber, Xian snorted coldly. The next moment he stretched out his right hand and slapped. Lin Xian's palm was crystal clear. Countless sword chi rushed out from it and turned into true dragons. They intertwined with each other and rushed forward. Boom! The huge palm quickly collided with the blue saber light. Crack! Crack! The saber light in the sky shattered. The palm slapped Chun Yidao's face and sent him flying. Puff! Chun Yidao vomited blood, and his face was swollen. What? Everyone's expression changed. Chun Yidao was sent flying. How was that possible? Chun Yidao was a prospective saint. He was extremely powerful. There were few opponents at the same level as him. But now, Chun Yidao was sent flying like a fly. This scene was simply like a dream. Was this all you've got? You're too weak. How dare you make a scene with such strength? You're courting death. Lin Xian sneered. You're courting death. Kill. Chun Yidao roared. He was going crazy. As a heavenly talent, he was sent flying by a slap. His lungs were about to explode. Chun Yidao's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word and just waved the precious weapon in his hand ruthlessly. The long saber slashed down, and a terrifying aura surged. The blue saber light was like a river. It surged in the void and pressed forward. This saber was indeed extremely terrifying. It could almost cut through everything. Countless saber light intertwined in the air and smashed the sword light from Lin Xian. Then the saber light enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and slapped again. Smack! Countless saber light and sword shadows were smashed by this palm. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. The terrifying sound waves shook the void. The whole mountain range was trembling. In the sky, there was a dazzling burst of light. Chun Yidao's face was slapped again. His teeth were broken. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." Chun Yidao had gone completely crazy. Chun Yidao slapped him twice. This humiliation could only be washed away with his opponent's blood. A genius of the heavenly saber sect, a prospective saint? How dare you scold me? What a joke! Lin Xian sneered with disdain. Deity blade technique, Chun Yidao roared, and performed the unique skill of the heavenly broadsword sect. The sound of thunder boomed, resounding through the heavens and the earth. The terrifying blue blade radiance revealed its sharpness. A gigantic saber light shot out, displaying an extremely terrifying power that could kill anything. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could stop it. This time, Chen Yidao was really angry. He swore that he would definitely kill him. The deity blade was the ultimate technique of the Heavenly Blade sect. It was extremely terrifying. The blue long saber in Chen Yidao's hand was also a very powerful Earth-rank precious weapon. Its power was even close to that of an Earth-rank precious weapon. Therefore, the battle prowess that he displayed now was absolutely at the level of a prospective holy son. However, he was still unable to do anything to Lin Xian. Lin Xian casually dodged one blue blade after another. Then he waved his hand and quickly counterattacked. Facing Chen Yidao, he didn't need to use his full strength, nor did he need to take out the Nine Serenities demonic sword. However, Chen Yidao was furious. The other party's nonchalant and casual manner infuriated him. Anyone who had fought with him would go all out as if they were facing a formidable enemy. However, the other party was so calm and casual that he couldn't believe it. He even suspected that the other party didn't use his full strength. "Go to hell, brat," Chen Yidao roared. The saber light flashed like autumn water, bringing about an endless storm. Suddenly, the shocking saber light carried a fully charged blue hurricane. Chen Yidao charged forward. "You don't know what's good for you." Lin Xian snorted coldly and slapped him again. Buzz. He stretched out his palm. It was simple and unadorned, as if it was a casual slap. However, when everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. That was because such a palm had already sent Chen Yidao flying twice. Would he be able to hit him again this time? No one knew. They were all watching carefully. Damn it! Seeing the other party slapping him again, Chen Yidao trembled. He was now traumatized, because the other party's palm was too ordinary. It didn't seem to have any power, but he couldn't dodge it. This made him extremely shocked. However, this time he must dodge it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live after being slapped 3 times in a row. Heavenly River Storm. Chen Yidao roared and raised his saber again, forming a gust of wind in the sky. Blue tornadoes slashed forward together with the saber light. Buzz. The palm easily passed through the saber light and arrived in front of Chen Yidao. No. Chen Yidao's pupils constricted, and he tried his best to dodge. He didn't want to be slapped again. Smack. However, the next moment, he was still sent flying. This time, all his teeth were broken, his flesh and blood splattered, and his whole face was smashed. His body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The surrounding Challenger-level beast tamers were all stunned. What's going on? What kind of palm is that? Why can't Chen Yidao dodge it? And he couldn't dodge it 3 times? God, who is this young man? How did he do it? At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. Chen Yidao was the successor of the Heavenly Saber sect. Moreover, the saber in his hand was very powerful. Perhaps only the real saint could defeat him. However, he was slapped 3 times in the face and was seriously injured. It was unbelievable. Impossible. Damn it, I don't believe it. Chen Yidao struggled to get up and roared crazily. He was crazy. He was really crazy. Today, he had lost a lot of face. Originally, he wanted to show off and save Fan Hengfei and the young man in green. He even wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, he didn't expect that not only did he fail to save them, but he was also slapped 3 times. What a shame. What an endless shame. Chen Yidao wished he could find a hole to hide in. What's wrong? Are you still so arrogant? Lin Xian asked lightly. Feeling Lin Xian's cold gaze, Chen Yidao trembled. He was definitely a devil. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Therefore, the next moment, he quickly shook his head and said, "I was wrong. I failed to recognize you and offended you. I'll leave now." After saying that, he quickly ran away. The crowd was in an uproar. They couldn't believe it when Chun Yidao came. He was so domineering, like the god of war descending from the sky. He didn't take the crowd seriously at all. However, now he was running away quickly like a stray dog. This huge contrast was hard to believe. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and ignored him because he had more important things to do now. He secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon. "Ruffian dragon, come out. It's about time to start." There were more and more people around, and it seemed that those who were far away wouldn't be able to come for a while. Therefore, Lin Xian was ready to start the exhibition. Of course, he wouldn't do it himself. Previously, he planned to let the Phantom of the Sword God do it, but the dark red dragon volunteered. At first, Lin Xian was very worried because when the dark red dragon came out, people would probably think of him. However, when he saw that the dark red dragon could transform into a human form, Lin Xian's worries completely disappeared. Chapter 1874. Sure enough, in the next moment, a red light flashed from the black earth on Lin Xian's body and shot into the sky. It was so fast that no one saw it clearly. Everyone was talking about the previous battle and guessing Lin Xian's identity. However, at this moment, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. This sound attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, all the martial artists on the mountain peak looked up at the sky. In the next moment, they saw a red auspicious cloud descending from the sky, as if it was a divine cloud from the 9 heavens. And a figure stood on the red auspicious cloud. Everyone widened their eyes and looked carefully. They saw a young man standing on the cloud. He had red lips, white teeth, and delicate features. He looked about 15 or 16 years old. Which family is this young man from? Why is he here? Everyone was puzzled. Indeed, the other party was too young. He was clearly a young man, and the youngest among them was in his 20s. Lin Xian looked at the young man's appearance above him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect the ruffian dragon to be so naughty as to transform into a young man. That's right, the young man above was the dark red dragon. It was a human figure that he had transformed into with the divine power of dragons. Although he looked young, he was very arrogant when he spoke. "Ha, I'm not a young man. I'm from Linglong Mountain. I've brought the Saintess's undergarment for you to see." From Linglong Mountain? Everyone was confused because they had never heard of this name. Of course, they didn't know that the dark red dragon had made up this name casually. His real purpose was to show the Saintess's undergarment. Sure enough, when everyone heard that the dark red dragon was going to take out the Saintess's undergarment, they all widened their eyes and looked very eager. Damn, there really is a Saintess's undergarment. It seems that this trip was not in vain. Big brother, hurry up and take it out. Let us see. Let this young master take a look at it. Is it for real? I've practiced the fiery eyes of truth. Don't lie to me. Discussions could be heard one after another, and they were all extremely excited. The dark red dragon didn't hesitate. He waved his small hand, and a pink undergarment suddenly appeared in his palm. Whoosh! Everyone exclaimed, and then there was an uproar. Damn, it's pink. The saintess of all beginnings is really a young girl. It smells so good. Could this be the body fragrance from a doo-doo? How intoxicating! The light of primal chaos. The light above is indeed the light of primal chaos, and the primal chaos chi. It looks very pure. Is this really the undergarment of the saint of all beginnings? Everyone inspected it and found that it really was the saintess' undergarment. Then light bloomed in his eyes. forming a divine rainbow that was dozens of meters long, sweeping forward. There were even some people who had already prepared a formation beforehand. At this moment, they took it out to record this most exciting moment. Some people even took out precious memory crystals and threw them into the sky. Take pictures, take pictures. Make this emperor look more handsome. The dark red divine dragon grimaced. He knew that these arrays had the ability to record and restore things to their original state. Therefore, at this moment, he assumed a stance. Lin Xian blended into the crowd and nodded with a smile. This way, most people would believe that he had the saintess undergarment. At that time, the saintess of all beginnings would definitely attack him for her honor. As long as she dared to come to the northern region, he would begin his hunting plan. Inside the Black Earth, although Lu Mingyue didn't come out, she also spread out her soul power to perceive everything outside. However, her complexion became darker and darker. In the end, she became mad with anger. There was nothing she could do because this undergarment originally belonged to her. It was just that she was using it to pretend to be the saintess of all beginnings undergarment. But when she thought of this matter, she felt very ashamed. In the end, she restrained herself because she couldn't ruin the plan. Courting death. But at this time, a roar suddenly came from the distance. Suddenly, the sky split open. Countless light of primal chaos condensed, turning into thunder that quickly struck down. Someone had attacked. The surrounding cultivators' complexions changed. They quickly moved. Some fled, some defended. In short, they all retreated to a safe distance. This was because they discovered that the thunder was aimed at the dark red divine dragon and his pink undergarment. There was no need to think. It should be the experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Sure enough, in the next instant, several figures appeared in the sky and surrounded the dark red divine dragon. Several figures also rushed out from the surrounding crowd. Altogether, there was a total of over a dozen people. They emitted powerful auras as they glared at the dark red divine dragon with ice-cold gazes. Damned brat! Hand over your undergarment and kneel down obediently. We will capture you. You dared to blaspheme our saintess of all beginnings. Your crime is punishable by death. The voices of the All Beginnings Holy Land's experts were ice-cold. Their gazes were filled with killing intent. The surrounding people were shocked. They hadn't expected the All Beginnings Holy Land to send so many experts this time. It seemed that they were determined to snatch back the undergarment. Among them, one of the young men told them about how Fan Hengfei had been killed. After hearing this news, the expressions of the experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land who had rushed over turned gloomy. They hadn't expected that not only would someone display the undergarment of their saintess, but someone would also dare to kill a disciple of their All Beginnings Holy Land. This was an unforgivable crime. How audacious! Who dares to kill a disciple of my All Beginnings Holy Land? Get out here and accept your death. Many people roared. Their terrifying sound waves pierced through the void. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they still surrounded the dark red divine dragon. They weren't afraid that the dark red divine dragon would escape. Therefore, they wanted to find the culprit who had killed Fan Hengfei first. Then, they would kill him as well. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They subconsciously took 3 steps back. As for Lin Xian, he was abnormally calm. He stood with his hands behind his back. It's him. It's that brat. Kill him. The disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land who had been hiding in the crowd pointed at Lin Xian. They had seen the previous scene with their own eyes. Therefore, they recognized Lin Xian. What? It's you? In the next instant, the dozen or so experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land locked their gazes on Lin Xian. killing intense surge from their bodies. Brat, you actually dared to kill a disciple of my All Beginnings holy land. Are you going to commit suicide? Or do you want us to do it for you? I advise you to kneel before Fan Hengfei's corpse and cut off all his limbs. Then you can use your death to atone for your crimes. Otherwise, I can guarantee that your end will be very miserable. Senior brother, why are you wasting words with him? I'll go and kill him. A purple-haired youth said coldly. Light shone from his eyes. Then his figure flickered, and he turned into a streak of lightning. He rapidly shot toward Lin Xian. Everyone cried out in alarm and quickly retreated. This was especially true for the cultivators near Lin Xian. They fled with all their might. Chapter 1875. However, Lin Xian remained unmoved in the face of the powerful experts from the Holy Land. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a calm expression on his face. It was as if the other party wasn't attacking him. Brat, die for me. In the next instant, the purple-haired youth arrived in front of Lin Xian. He quickly punched out, ruthlessly aiming for Lin Xian's head. It was accompanied by a terrifying light and a violent power of thunder and lightning. Humph! Faced with this punch, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He did not dodge, but instead quickly countered. His palm moved as fast as lightning, slapping forward. Pa! Although Lin Xian was the last to make his move, he managed to land a hit on his opponent first. The purple-haired youth's teeth flew everywhere, and blood gushed out. He spun 36 times in the air before he was sent flying. Boom! Soon after, the youth smashed into a distant mountain peak and was buried by countless boulders. Seeing this scene, everyone grimaced in disdain. Another slap sent him flying. Was this brat a professional face-slapping expert? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but touch their faces. You're courting deaths. In the sky, the All Beginnings Holy Land's experts also had gloomy expressions. They hadn't expected that the other party would be so powerful that he could send their companion flying with a single slap. Kill. At this time, the two disciples roared and attacked again. Primal chaos light shone beneath their feet. With a single step, they instantly covered 1,000 meters. In almost an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian. One in front and one behind, the two of them attacked at the same time. Boom. The person in front had an arrogant aura. Light blossomed from his body, making him seem like a demon king. He punched out. Resplendent light shone, and space distorted. It was as if a mountain was smashing toward Lin Xian. As for the person behind him, he was incomparably gloomy and cold. He was like a viper. He held a berserk blade in his hand and ruthlessly chopped down at Lin Xian. This blade was like a stormy sea, capable of destroying everything. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was still calm and collected. He didn't care about what was happening behind him. Instead, he raised his head and stared at the disciple in front of him. In the next instant, he raised his palm and slapped forward. What? You're still attacking? It won't be another slap to the face, right? When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Did he not know that there was someone behind him? This time, no one believed that Lin Xian could win, because in this way, even if he could send the person in front flying, Kuang Dao behind him would not be able to stop him. But soon, they were dumbfounded, and no one said anything, because they saw a fierce figure rush out of Lin Xian's body. That figure was surrounded by dazzling sword light, as if he was a demonic god. His face couldn't be seen clearly. However, just like Lin Xian, he also raised his hand and slapped backward. Pa, pa. Two crisp sounds rang out, like pearls falling on a jade plate. Then, the two of them flew out. That works too. Everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. Those were two six-star King Realm experts. It was incomparably valiant, but it was actually swatted away like a fly. Damn it, how did this happen? In the sky, the All Beginnings Holy Lands experts also had gloomy expressions. They discovered that they had still underestimated the other party. The previous attack had caught them off guard. Moreover, it had been done one after the other. The timing had been extremely good. Even experts like them couldn't find any fault with it. Even if they couldn't instantly kill the other party, they could still easily injure them. But now, not only had their two companions failed to injure the other party, but they had also been easily swatted away. They found this hard to believe. Who was the other party? Why was he so strong? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. At this time, the dark red divine dragon in the sky started laughing wildly. He had already put away the pink doo-doo in his hand, and he had an expression as if he was watching a show. I say, your All Beginnings Holy Lands people are really weak. Why are you all like flies? Are you asking to be swatted? Are there any experts? Come out and suppress the situation. Otherwise, you will all be swatted away. Although the dark red divine dragon had the appearance of a youth, he was filled with arrogance. His immature face carried a trace of insolence. The All Beginnings Holy Lands people were truly angered. They hadn't expected the youth before them to be so insolent and dare to provoke them. Reckless fool, chop off his legs first, and let him have a taste of what it's like to offend us. In the next instant, a youth walked out from the group of All Beginnings Holy Lands martial artists. He pulled out a long sword. Sword light flickered as he slashed it forward. "Io, you dare to attack this emperor? It seems you are the ones who are reckless. I'll hit you." The dark red divine dragon didn't use his hands. Instead, he kicked out. Boom. This kick was powerful and heavy, and it directly hit that resplendent longsword. Immediately, a deafening sound echoed. Sword light exploded in the sky, and a terrifying sound reverberated through the entire mountain range. In the end, cracks appeared on the long sword shining with divine light, and it shattered into pieces. As for the disciple that had attacked, he was sent flying like a rubber ball. He was sent flying over a dozen mountains. What a powerful youth! Everyone was in an uproar. They hadn't expected that a 15-year-old youth would be so powerful. Just what kind of people were they? After kicking away the disciple, the dark red divine dragon clapped his hands and sneered. This emperor's temper isn't good. If this emperor doesn't hit faces, this emperor will kick faces. Come. Who wants to give it a try? He raised his chin and looked down at the All Beginnings Holy Lands martial artists. Astonishment, absolute astonishment. Everyone was stupefied. They hadn't expected such a scene. One had to know that the All Beginnings Holy Land had sent out over a dozen experts this time. They were all aggressively trying to kill the other party. But now, a mere youth and a 15-year-old youth had beaten the All Beginnings Holy Lands martial artists into a complete mess. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was truly surprising. Senior brother, for a time, the All Beginnings Holy Lands martial artists all looked at the figure at the front. It was a middle-aged man wearing purple robes. His aura was powerful. He was an extremely terrifying six-star king. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Originally, he hadn't wanted to attack. However, he hadn't expected that the other party would be so arrogant as to even attack the disciples of his All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, he had no choice but to attack. Boom. The purple-robed, middle-aged man coldly snorted. He raised his palm and smashed it down. Bang! The void trembled. Soon after, a huge vortex formed. A huge red palm rapidly stretched out from the vortex and enveloped the entire mountain range below. This palm was too terrifying. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The martial artists below felt their scalps go numb. One by one, they left the mountain range and flew in all directions. As for Lin Xian, he raised his head and calmly watched. He saw a huge palm in the sky. It was like a red cloud that wanted to envelop Lin Xian. Humph! Chapter 1876. He coldly snorted and punched at the sky. Roar! A fire qilin flew out of his arm and soared into the sky along with his terrifying fist. Boom! In the next instant, the two forces collided. It was as if 100,000 thunderclaps had exploded at the same time. The surrounding cultivators all paled and quickly sealed off their hearing. Otherwise, the sound waves would have been enough to kill them. What? He blocked it? The All Beginnings Holy Lands people widened their eyes in disbelief. They had originally thought that as long as their senior brother attacked, he would be able to kill the other party with a single slap. They had never imagined that the other party would be able to block it. This was simply too inconceivable. One had to know that their senior brother's C was extremely powerful and could fight against 5 or 6 of them. He was a peak king. Even so, he was unable to injure the other party. The purple-clothed, middle-aged man furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected this to happen either. But in the next instant, the primal chaos energy within his body rapidly surged out. Demon-sealing palm. This time, he sent out 9 palms in a row. The red palms were like large clouds of fire. They brought along a sky full of flames as they rapidly pressed down. Boom, 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 boom. Red radiance filled the sky and dyed it red. This power was extremely terrifying. The red radiance filled the sky as the large palms covered the sky. They seemed capable of suppressing everything in the world. The 9 large palms blotted out the sky as they rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and waved his fist at the sky. This time, he didn't use the fire qilin arm. Instead, he used the world-destroying black dragon fist. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out. The 9 palms were like black demonic mountains as they rushed toward the sky. An extremely terrifying power surged out. It contained an unparalleled offensive power. When it was used, it was like a boundless sea. It was terrifying beyond compare. The entire sky shook. The surrounding cultivators retreated once again. Their expressions changed drastically. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 palms collided with the 9 palms. Then they exploded and formed black holes. The 2 berserk energies collided. However, the world-destroying black dragon fist was too berserk. It was like 9 dragons were dancing in the sky. After tearing apart the 9 palms, the world-destroying black dragon fist charged toward the purple-clothed middle-aged man. Pooh! The purple-clothed middle-aged man simply couldn't withstand this berserk destructive energy. In an instant, his entire chest caved in, and his palm was completely deformed. Bright red blood flowed down his palm and dyed the sky red. Senior brother, the expressions of the All Beginnings Holy Lands people changed as they nervously looked ahead. They didn't expect that their senior brother would be injured in the battle. Could it be that the other party was already this strong? However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "You're just SO. Is your holy son here yet? Let him come out and fight with me." What? Hearing this, the surrounding people swallowed their saliva. How arrogant! How dare he challenge the Saint of All Beginnings? However, no one dared to say anything. After all, the strength displayed by the other party was indeed comparable to that of a saint. Humph, there's no need for my holy son to come. I'm more than enough to kill you. the purple-robed, middle-aged man shouted as he swallowed a pill. Soon after, the chaotic energy wrapped around his deformed palm, rapidly healing the wound and repairing his bones. The next moment, his expression turned cold, and the killing intent on his face became even more intense. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. You can't. I think it's better if you guys come at me together to save time. You're courting death. Brat, you are too arrogant. The purple-robed middle-aged man was incomparably furious. How dare the other party look down on him? In the next moment, he roared and rushed over. As for the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists behind him, they quickly sent voice transmissions. What should we do? Should senior brother fight alone? Let's wait first. Send 2 people to keep an eye on that brat in the sky. The rest of you prepare to attack at any time. In any case, we came here to kill that brat. So what if we attack together? But won't that have a bad influence? After all, we are disciples of a holy land. If news of us attacking a single person together were to spread, I'm afraid we would become a laughingstock. What do you know? As long as we kill him, we will have the final say in this matter. No one has ever stood up for a dead person. Moreover, no one has ever dared to offend our All Beginnings Holy Land. The several people discussed and decided to act depending on the situation. In front of them, the purple-robed, middle-aged man's black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a crazed monster beast crazily attacking. Primal Chaos Immortal Palm, terrifying Primal Chaos palms, slapped the void, buzzing like thunder. The spectating martial artists felt their scalps go numb. These palms could easily kill a 6-star king. They were incomparably terrifying. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a sneer. He used his fingers as a sword and shot out sword chi. Resplendent sword chi surged, and terrifying radiance illuminated the surroundings. Divine rainbows surged in the sky. These sword chi were too terrifying. The berserk power directly sent the nearby martial artists flying. Puff, puff, puff. The sword chi slashed down, slicing apart the primal chaos palms one after another. The terrifying sword chi shook the void, creating a tsunami-like sound. For a time, nothing could stop it. Not good. The purple-robed middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and he rapidly retreated. This was because he realized that the sword chi was too sharp and it made his hair stand on end. He turned into a streak of light and rapidly fled. However, the sword chi that filled the sky followed him like a shadow. Its speed was even faster than the purple-robed middle-aged man's. Puff. Finally, a sword chi caught up with the purple-robed middle-aged man and mercilessly slashed down. The purple-robed middle-aged man was enraged. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of primal chaos chi. It turned into a primal chaos shield to block the sword chi. However, he was still one step too slow. The sword chi slashed down and directly chopped off his entire right arm. Ah! The purple-robed middle-aged man screamed crazily. The martial artist's wound quickly retreated. Pain. It was too painful. He did not expect his opponent to easily chop off one of his arms. Without an arm, his combat strength had decreased greatly. Moreover, it was still a problem whether he could regrow it in the future. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and his expression became abnormally cold. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. Before he could finish speaking, the purple-robed, middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he discovered that the sword chi in front of him had turned into a resplendent ray of light and was rapidly piercing toward him. The purple-robed, middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He could no longer be bothered to say anything and turned to run. However, he was still swept by his sword chi. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood and crashed into a mountain peak. I've said that you're too weak. You'd better come together. Lin Xian stretched out a palm. The sword Qi on his fingertips danced like dancing elves. Should we join in? The remaining martial artists of the Holy Land of all beginnings discussed in a low voice. Chapter 1877. Their complexions darkened. Originally, they had wanted to cooperate with the middle-aged man and secretly attack him, but they hadn't expected that the middle-aged man would be heavily injured and defeated before they could even make a move. This completely disrupted their plans. For a time, they couldn't attack or escape. The situation became extremely awkward. How is it? Do you still want to attack? If you don't want to attack, then quickly scram. Don't delay our exhibition. The dark red dragon coldly shouted. In the sky, the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists were so angry that their faces turned red. However, they didn't dare to fight back. But at this time, another roar came from the distance. Who dares to bully my All Beginnings Holy Land? This voice was full of energy. It was like a golden bell that resounded in all directions. Elder! Hearing this voice, the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists were overjoyed. This is great. The Elder has come. The experts of our All Beginnings Holy Land have arrived. This group of people is so excited that they are crying. Then their expressions turned sinister as they stared at the dark red dragon and Lin Xian. Brat, you are dead. The Elder of my All Beginnings Holy Land has arrived. You are all dead. That's right. When the time comes, I will let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. The disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land became arrogant once more. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They hadn't expected the All Beginnings Holy Land to send another expert. Moreover, from the looks of it, there were several dozen people this time. Such a group was simply too powerful. No matter how strong Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were, they wouldn't be able to contend against them. As for Lin Xian, he raised his head slightly and looked at the sky with narrowed eyes. They've finally arrived? The corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This was because he had laid down a heaven-shaking array in the surrounding mountain range. He was just waiting for the other party to arrive. A dark mass appeared in the sky. 50 to 60 figures descended from the sky, all of them emitting a terrifying aura. The person in the lead was an old man. He had an incomparably furious expression. His aura soared into the sky like an immemorial monster beast, causing others to tremble. This was an elder of the All Beginnings Holy Land. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Behind him were martial artists of different ages. They were all experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land. However, although these people were strong, none of them had reached the almighty level. This made Lin Xian feel much more at ease. Without the appearance of an almighty being, it would be useless no matter how many kings came. They would not be able to pose a threat to him. Seeing that those people had arrived, the remaining All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists hurriedly went to greet them. Then, one by one, they recounted what had happened. As for the All Beginnings Holy Land's elder, his complexion turned increasingly black. In the end, he snorted coldly and threw out a palm in an attempt to kill Lin Xian. The surrounding disciples sealed off the area to prevent the other party from escaping. In the sky, a terrifying chaotic palm appeared, blotting out the sky and grabbing at Lin Xian. Chaotic qi surged, incomparably terrifying. Compared to the purple-robed middle-aged man, its might was far more terrifying. This was an expert of the older generation. Naturally, he was not someone the younger generation could compare to. Boom. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the black dragon fist of annihilation. His violent fist was as black as ink, like a giant dragon rushing towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The two attacks collided, and an aura that caused one's heart to tremble erupted. Terrifying radiance surged out in all directions. That berserk destructive power caused everyone to continuously retreat. The surrounding mountain peaks collapsed with a loud rumble. After that attack, Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. In the sky, the All Beginnings Holy Land's elder's complexion changed greatly. Although he did not retreat, his entire arm was numb, and he could not exert any strength. The other party's fist was too astonishing. That berserk aura had nearly crippled his entire arm. In the next instant, he suppressed the fear in his heart and coldly asked, "Kid, what are you doing?" "Brat, who are you? Which sector you from? What sector you from? Why are you opposing my All Beginnings Holy Land?" Ooh. Although he snorted coldly, he no longer had his previous arrogance. He seemed to be inquiring about Lin Xian's identity. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered and said, "I don't belong to any sect. I am just a loose cultivator. I have never opposed the All Beginnings Holy Land. It's just that you guys are overbearing and arrogant enough to cause trouble for me. As for me, I am merely retaliating." He doesn't belong to any sect. Everyone was shocked. Could this person be a loose cultivator? However, the All Beginnings Holy Land's elder furrowed his brows. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that the other party was a loose cultivator. How could a loose cultivator at such a young age possess such powerful strength? This shocked him greatly. One had to know that he was an elder of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He was an expert whose strength was not inferior to that of a holy son. Since the other party could contend against him, he had to at least be a holy son. How could such a person be a loose cultivator? Therefore, in the next instant, the All Beginnings elder coldly snorted and said, "Brat, since you don't want to speak, don't blame me for being impolite." The reason he had come here this time was to deal with this exhibition. Anyone who dared to oppose the All Beginnings Holy Land would be captured. The All Beginnings Holy Land is handling matters. Unrelated people scram. With a furious shout, a terrifying aura erupted from the All Beginnings elder's body. It's over. These people are about to attack. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They quickly soared into the sky and left the mountain range. There was nothing they could do about it. There was definitely going to be a great battle soon. They didn't want to be drawn into this storm. In an instant, all the cultivators on the mountain peak left. Only the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian remained, as well as the numerous All Beginnings Holy Lands experts in the sky. "Capture the two of them for me," the All Beginnings elder roared as he looked down. With a wave of his hand, 50 to 60 disciples rushed towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. "You want to fight? That's fine." This emperor hasn't exercised his muscles for a long time. "Today, I will accompany you to play." The dark red divine dragon coldly snorted. Although he had the appearance of a youth, his tone was that of an old man. He stretched out his four limbs and struck out with a terrifying strength towards the incoming cultivators. In an instant, a great battle erupted in the sky. On the ground below, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He wasn't polite to those people who had just arrived. He directly waved his large black palm and swept it out. Pung, pung, pung. The terrifying palm was like a mountain. It carried with it a powerful aura of destruction. It directly sent 3 cultivators flying. Those 3 cultivators miserably screamed. All the bones in their bodies were shattered as they crashed into the surrounding mountain peaks. How powerful! Seeing this scene, those cultivators who had just arrived were stunned for a moment. a trace of panic appeared in their eyes. But soon after, they rushed over once more. So, what if the other party was powerful? This time, there were over 20 of them. They were more than enough to capture the other party. Humph! Seeing over 20 powerful kings flying over, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then, his dragon sword domain surged out, enveloping the surroundings. Competing in king domains? You are courting death. Chapter 1878. More than 20 king domains appeared in the sky. They flickered with light and emitted powerful energy as they rushed down. Lin Xian's figure flickered, instantly dodging the majority of the king domain's attacks. Then, with the dragon sword domain, he soared into the sky like a peerless divine sword. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever he passed, the 6 king domains were mercilessly cut apart. The 6 king domains were sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it! How could he be so strong? The remaining cultivators roared, crazily. This scene was simply too shocking. The other party had injured 9 people in a single move. His combat strength was too heaven-defying. Although the spectating cultivators had dodged, they didn't leave. They were hiding on a mountain peak far away. When they saw this scene, their scalps went numb. This was definitely the combat strength of a holy son. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such terrifying might. On the other side, the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators in the sky were also screaming miserably. The dark red dragon was brandishing his fists. Although he looked young and tender, his strength wasn't weak at all. He was originally a dragon. Although he had transformed into a human, he was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus that rampaged around. None of the cultivators that were hit by him weren't seriously injured. Therefore, it didn't take long for nearly 20 out of the 60 people that the All Beginnings Elder had brought with him to be seriously injured. The other people were also affected by it. More importantly, their hearts had suffered a heavy blow. The All Beginnings Elder coldly snorted. 6 people in a group used the Primal Chaos Sword technique and killed them. Although the other party was strong, they were still disciples of a holy land. They had many lost techniques. Now that they were combined with a formation, their might was absolutely terrifying. In the sky, the All Beginnings Holy Land's disciples began to combine and form a Primal Chaos Sword formation. They moved toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon to envelop them. In an instant, the 2 of them were trapped. Suddenly, terrifying primal chaos soared into the sky and killed the 2 of them. The All Beginnings Elder's eyes were cold. His figure flickered, and he joined the battle to kill Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. Sword light erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. The dragon sword domain floated up and down, contending against the chaotic sword chi that filled the sky. Not only that, but he also pulled out the 9 Netherworld demonic sword and slashed out a series of demonic sword auras. Elder All Beginnings attacked Lin Xian with the help of the Primal Chaos Array formation. Lin Xian, on the other hand, unleashed a barrage of sword chi to contend with it. Useless brat, stop struggling. No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat these sword formations. Although these sword formations are formed by 6 star kings, their combined power is comparable to that of a quasi-saint. Even a saint wouldn't be able to resist 3 sword formations, and me. Don't talk about you. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who said I was going to fight against the sword formation? Do you think you're the only ones with formations? With that, he stomped his foot, and the ground beneath his feet trembled. Runes flickered, and mysterious patterns spread out in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, countless formations lit up and covered the entire mountain range. There's actually a formation Seeing this scene, the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. They hadn't expected the other party to have arranged so many formations here. Judging from the aura of these formations, it was enough to make them tremble. If they were activated together, they would erupt with a terrifying power that they wouldn't be able to contend against. Damned brat, you dared to trick us? Elder All Beginnings Holy Land's face turned green. Originally, he wanted to rely on numbers and the strength of his formations to suppress the other party, but he hadn't expected the other party to also have formations. Moreover, the number of formations far surpassed theirs. So, what if I've tricked you? You were the ones who were shameless first. You used so many people and formations to deal with the two of us. Right now, we're only using your methods to fight back. Ha ha ha, brats, you dare to bully this emperor? What's wrong? Are you afraid now? The dark red divine dragon howled with laughter. Indeed, even the dark red divine dragon couldn't withstand the attacks of the three primal chaos sword formations. After all, the primal chaos sword formation was the All Beginnings Holy Land's most powerful formation. When it was activated, it was equivalent to the combined attack of 3 quasi-saints. Perhaps only a few people would be able to block it, but now they could finally use the formations they had arranged. I'll remember you, just you wait. My All Beginnings Holy Land won't take this lying down. Elder All Beginnings Holy Land's face turned gloomy as he roared. Then he turned around and soared into the sky with the other disciples. Quickly retreat. Those disciples still maintained the appearance of the primal chaos sword formation and retreated in an orderly manner. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Since you've come, you might as well stay here. In the next instant, Lin Xian activated the formations here. Suddenly, lightning, fireballs, ice scales, and all sorts of terrifying attacks swept out in all directions. Brat, you dare to stop me? Elder All Beginnings Holy Land was furious. He hadn't expected that Lin Xian would really dare to attack him. Why wouldn't I dare? You've already come knocking on my door. If I don't do anything, wouldn't that make me look like a coward? Lin Xian sneered. Without any hesitation, he activated the formations around him with all his strength. At the same time, he raised his demonic sword and rushed over. You're courting death. Elder All Beginnings Holy Land roared. Then he said, hurry up and activate the primal chaos sword formation and rush out. I'll block this brat. Hearing this, the surrounding Holy Land cultivators hurriedly activated the primal chaos sword formation and attacked the surrounding energy storm. However, these formations were inscribed by the dark red divine dragon and were incomparably profound. They couldn't escape in a short period of time, but it didn't matter. The primal chaos sword formation wasn't an ordinary formation. It was incomparably powerful. So, if they attacked it a few more times, they should be able to break the formation and escape with their lives. On the other side, Elder All Beginnings Holy Land roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his stooped body emitted an extremely valiant aura. The oppressive aura caused the surrounding space to distort. At this moment, he was like an unreachable mountain floating in the sky. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted and waved the 9-nether demonic sword in his hand. Suddenly, an extremely sharp aura spread out from the tip of the heavy sword. Terrifying sword light overflowed and surged with incomparable killing intent. There were even black flames jumping about. A world of swordsmanship appeared around Lin Xian. Thousands of swordsmanship flashed within. The terrifying aura of sword principal soared into the sky. Elder All Beginnings Holy Land waved his hand and took out a golden hammer that looked like it was made of gold. His body flickered, and clouds of primal chaos chi appeared. The light was so bright that no one dared to look directly at it. Clang! With a swing of the hammer, the entire void shattered. The sky was filled with brilliance as the huge golden hammer smashed toward Lin Xian. Chapter 1879. The collision of the two was like a clap of thunder, causing many spectators to vomit blood and fall from the sky. Ka, ka, ka. After the collision, the golden hammer rapidly split apart, turning into spiritual energy that disappeared into the air. As for the black demonic sword, it slashed down. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a river of the underworld was floating in the air. Seeing this scene, the all-beginning elder's face turned gloomy. He held the golden hammer horizontally in front of his chest and quickly swung it out. Dang! Another heaven-shaking collision occurred. When the hammer struck the nine-nether demonic sword, a heaven-shaking sound rang out. The terrifying strength caused the nine-nether demonic sword to deviate. Puff! Suddenly, the distant all-beginning Holy Land's cultivators were swept by the sword energy, causing them to scream miserably. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the all-beginning elder crazily roared. Although he had dodged the sword, the martialist he had brought with him had been injured. This made his heart bleed. Lin Xian didn't care. There was only him and the dark red dragon here. The two of them were experts, so they wouldn't be affected. Brat, you deserve to die. The all-beginning elder gnashed his teeth as he glared at Lin Xian. Old man, don't be so arrogant. Your strength is only SOSO. Watch me exterminate you today. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Although the other party was an elder, his combat strength was only at the level of a holy sun. It wasn't that such a person couldn't be slaughtered. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared and slashed out with the demonic sword in his right hand. A dark fire qilin appeared in his left hand and rushed out. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and brought the dragon sword domain with him as he charged forward. Terrifying sword light overflowed, and black flames filled every inch of space. The spectating cultivators couldn't open their eyes. As for the all-beginning elder, he raised his own domain and wrapped it around his body. At the same time, he held the golden hammer in his right hand and summoned a golden shield in his left hand. In the next moment, he and Lin Xian collided. A terrifying storm rose up around the two of them, sweeping across the surroundings, forming tornadoes that were over 100 zhang tall. The surrounding mountains, trees, and rivers were all swept into the air by the tornado. The ground cracked open, and numerous canyons appeared, extending into the distance. In the sky, Lin Xian and Elder Wan Chu had exchanged more than 10 blows. Both of them were fighting fiercely. The more the all-beginning elder fought, the more shocked he became. He was an elder of the older generation, an elder of a holy land. He had the combat strength of a holy sun. However, they were unable to take him down. This made him extremely shocked. Just who was the other party? How could he possess the battle prowess of a saint? Could it be that he was really the holy son of a certain holy land? Had he concealed his identity and come here to oppose the All-Beginning's holy land? Lin Xian roared. The elders of the All-Beginning's holy land were only SOSO. Now, the battle was over. After saying that, the 9 hell demon sword in his hand suddenly bloomed with light. Together with the dragon sword domain, he released 18 sword chi and attacked forward. Boom, boom. The elder of all beginnings roared madly as he tried to counterattack. The golden hammer in his hand sent 5 sword chi flying. However, he was unable to block the remaining 13 sword chi. In the next instant, the sword chi enveloped him and pierced through his body. Elder! Seeing that their elder of all beginnings' holy land had been killed, the surrounding All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists began to frantically shout. They had never imagined that their elder would be killed. This was as if the sky had collapsed. Quickly run! The All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists frantically attacked. They wanted to destroy the array formation and escape with their lives. This was because they now understood that with their strength, it was impossible for them to contend against the other party. They had to pass the news to the Holy Land and have the Holy Land send out experts to kill the other party. You want to run? The dark red divine dragon sneered. He waved his hand and pushed the surrounding array formation to its limits. Thunder filled the sky, a boundless sea of fire, and a terrifying storm engulfed all of the Holy Land's martial artists. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. They had never imagined that so many Holy Land's experts would be unable to contend against two youths. This was too shocking. They knew that it would be very difficult for the All Beginnings Holy Land's people to escape. Sure enough, when the array formation disappeared, all of the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists were killed. Blood dyed the entire mountain range red. As for the dark red divine dragon, he cleaned up the battlefield and collected all of their storage rings. Come, come, come. The All Beginnings Holy Land's people have been dealt with. Let's continue with the exhibition. The dark red divine dragon roared. With a wave of his hand, the pink doo-doo appeared in the sky once more. One day later, the exhibition ended. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon soared through the sky and left. As for the other martial artists, they crazily passed on the news. What had happened today was simply too shocking. Perhaps they had never seen something like this in their entire lives. Big news. Shocking news. There really is a Saintess Dudu. Furthermore, it's pink. This is crazy. A mysterious power has made a move and killed many of the All Beginnings Holy Land's experts. The northern region is shaking. The All Beginnings Holy Land has been slapped in the face. The news spread rapidly throughout the entire northern region. As for the martial artists who didn't have time to participate in the exhibition, they were extremely shocked when they heard the news. Many people shook their heads and sighed. It was truly a pity that they hadn't been present for such a wonderful and exciting scene. What shocked them even more was that over 50 of the All Beginnings Holy Land's disciples had actually been killed. This was truly unbelievable. One had to know that it had been a very long time since so many disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land had died. This time, the All Beginnings Holy Land would definitely go crazy. Indeed, the All Beginnings Holy Land was incomparably furious right now. There were two pieces of news. The first was that the other party had really taken out a pink doo-doo. Moreover, it was emitting a dense amount of primal chaos, aura. Although they knew that it didn't belong to their All Beginnings Holy Land, they didn't think so. But the others wouldn't think that way, so it was useless for them to explain. The second piece of news shocked them even more. Over 50 of their disciples had been killed in the northern region. This was definitely a shocking matter. Their All Beginnings Holy Land had never experienced such a thing in a long time. Who is it? Could it be that an almighty expert has made a move? An elder of the All Beginnings Holy Land asked coldly. It's not an almighty expert. According to the news we received, it was a 15 or 16-year-old youth and a young king. What? Hearing this, the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were stunned. Do you think that's possible? A youth and a young king are capable of killing over 50 experts? Sensing the anger of the elder, the martial artist who came to deliver the news started to shiver. He braced himself and said, "Those two youths both possessed the fighting strength of a holy son. Moreover, they had set up a large number of terrifying formations on cold, flying mountain ahead of time. That's why they were able to succeed. So that was the case. Chapter 1880. Two holy sun-level youths, in addition to countless formations, could indeed kill more than 50 of their disciples. Damn it! Who is it? Who is scheming against the All-Beginning's holy land? Don't let me find them, or I'll tear them to pieces. Could it be that bitch Lu Mingyue? Impossible! She has already been abandoned by the Holy Land. She doesn't have that much power. Moreover, didn't they say that it was a youth and a youth who attacked? It wasn't Lu Mingyue. Who is it? They can actually send two Holy Sun level heaven prides? For a time, the atmosphere of the All-Beginning's Holy Land was extremely solemn. As for the All-Beginning Saintess, after hearing the news, she directly smashed 3 mountain peaks and broke 2 rivers. She was mad with anger. She was really too angry. She didn't care how many disciples the other party had killed. What she cared about was how that undergarment had appeared. The All-Beginning Saintess was very clear that she hadn't lost her undergarment. The other party had definitely taken a fake one. But where did the chaos energy on the undergarment come from? How could it be hidden from the experts of the world? This meant that the undergarment definitely belonged to a female disciple of the All-Beginning's Holy Land. Could it be that bitch Lu Mingyue? The All-Beginning Saintess gnashed her teeth, a cold glint in her eyes. However, she couldn't be 100% sure, because Lu Mingyue had already been abandoned by the Holy Land. Who was it that had helped Lu Mingyue? Moreover, who was so powerful? The All-Beginning Saintess couldn't figure it out, but she decided that this time she would personally descend to the northern region and kill the other party. She wanted to use this battle to announce to the world the strength of the All-Beginning Saintess. From now on, she wouldn't allow anyone to have any ideas about her. Therefore, the All-Beginning Saintess began to gather experts preparing to attack the northern region. In the northern region, the winds and clouds changed. The world was shocked. However, the instigators, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, had temporarily hidden themselves. It wasn't that they were afraid, but that they were preparing for an even bigger massacre. The All-Beginning's Holy Land had chased after him for so long. Now that he had killed several disciples, it was only a small warning. What he needed to do next was to kill the All-Beginning Saintess. Killing the All-Beginning Saintess was extremely difficult. He needed to plan carefully and absolutely couldn't make any mistakes. After checking the array formation in his hands, he concluded that it was more than enough to deal with the other kings below the Almighties. As for the next 2 or 3 Almighties, Lin Xian had his own plans. Both he and the dark red divine dragon had the battle prowess of a saint, while Lu Mingyue had the battle prowess of a prospective saint. In other words, Lu Mingyue had to fight against the saintess of all beginnings while he and the dark red dragon held back the powerful figure. This was because even though they had an array formation that could transfer Almighties, they couldn't use it easily. The saintess of all beginnings also had a protector beside her. This guardian would only appear at the moment of life and death. Therefore, they had to put the Holy Maiden in danger in order to lure the guardian out. Only when the Tao protectors took action could they use the array formation to teleport all the mighty figures and Tao protectors out. It was possible for Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon to restrain mighty figures with their means. However, with Lu Mingyue's current strength, she might not be able to contend against the saintess of 10,000 emergents. It wasn't that his talent was inferior to the All-Beginning's Holy Lands. It was just that he didn't have as many resources as the All-Beginning's Holy Land. It seemed that the next priority was to improve Lu Mingyue's battle prowess to at least the saintess level. There was still some time before the saintess of all beginnings arrived in the northern region. Lin Xian and the others could take advantage of this time to improve Looming Yue's strength. Thinking of this, the three of them acted quickly. The terrain of the northern region was relatively flat, but it was not without mountains and forests. Lin Xian didn't set off blindly. He released Snowy White Monkey and asked him to guide the way. Don't look at how the little white monkey wouldn't make a move during normal battles. However, when it came to finding treasures, he was an expert. No one could compare with him. Therefore, as soon as Little White came out, he carried a small, worn-out bowl and mumbled to himself like a little charlatan. The next moment, he pointed in a direction with his big black eyes and jumped happily. Let's go! Lin Xian and the others didn't hesitate. They turned into a bolt of lightning and set off in the direction Snowy White Monkey pointed. They were very fast and arrived at their destination half a day later. Where is this? Seeing the scene below, Lu Mingyue frowned slightly. Do you know this place? Lin Xian asked. Plenilun Forest, a very famous place in the northern region. It's very dangerous here. Ordinary kings don't dare to come here. So dangerous? What's inside? Are there any natural treasures? Yes, there are a lot of them. But monsters run rampant here. Each of them is extremely powerful, and there are even some extremely terrifying existences. So it's very dangerous. I see. Don't worry about the monsters. It's fine as long as there are natural treasures, Lin Xian said with a smile. Let's go down and take a look. Then he took the lead and fell down, followed by Lu Mingyue and the dark red divine dragon. There were towering trees and overgrown weeds below. There was also a pungent smell of rotting corpses. After entering the forest, Lin Xian and the others frowned. Corpses could be seen everywhere in the vicinity. Some belonged to humans, while others belonged to demonic beasts. They were all in the swamps, and the swamps were dark, and some of them were even bubbling. It was full of toxins and a terrifying aura. It was indeed a dangerous place. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be careless. After all, this place was very famous in the northern region. Be careful. Don't get poisoned, Lin Xian reminded. Although they all had the combat strength of a saint, they didn't want to fail here. At this time, Lin Xian's powerful soul power was displayed. He directly covered the surroundings. As long as there was danger, it couldn't escape his senses. Moreover, he even gave the 1,000-beast cauldron to the dark red divine dragon for him to use. The dark red divine dragon was a dragon. He had dragon blood in his body. Together with a powerful earth realm treasure like the 1,000-beast cauldron, it was enough to intimidate the surrounding monsters. Ordinary kings didn't dare to provoke them. After walking for a while, there was indeed no danger. However, when they passed through a black swamp, Lin Xian frowned. He quickly reminded them to be careful. Danger had appeared. Sure enough, in the next moment, a cold aura flashed in front of them. Accompanying it was a demonic aura that swept through the 9 heavens. What a terrifying king! Lu Mingyue's expression also changed, because this aura made her feel fearful. Needless to say, it must be a terrifying king to emit such an aura. Chapter 1881. Lin Xian also snorted. What the hell is this? Come out! Buzz. A golden figure appeared in front of them. It was like a small house, emitting a cold metallic luster. Golden Divine, and the dark red divine dragon was shocked. It didn't expect to see such a mutated species here. Kid, be careful. This Golden Divine ant is extremely strong and difficult to deal with. Don't get hurt by it. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that the ant race was a terrifying race. Ordinary ants could lift things that were more than 10 times heavier than them. Not to mention this kind of mutated golden divine ant. One could only imagine how powerful that power was. The golden divine ant emitted a powerful aura and blocked the way. It seemed like it didn't want Lin Xian and the rest to advance. Get out of the way, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Xian said coldly. He was only here to look for treasures. He didn't want to fight with these monster kings. However, the golden divine ant didn't appreciate it. It roared and waved its two huge tentacles. They were like two golden heavenly blades that slashed forward. The golden light shone brightly and instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the rest. Whoosh! Lin Xian and the other two dodged the attack with a flicker. The space they were originally standing in had been split in half. A dark crack appeared on the ground. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Lowly humans, this isn't a place where you can come. Get out of my way. The golden divine ant's consciousness appeared in the air and clashed with each other to warn them. However, Lin Xian snorted. You're just a monster king. How dare you be so arrogant and block my way? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian snorted. Then, a powerful sword aura exploded from his body and swept out in all directions. Then, Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword. Shocking murderous aura shot into the sky. The sword slashed down with the weight of a mountain. Roar! The golden divine ant let out a furious roar. It didn't expect that these 3 lowly humans would dare to attack it. They were truly courting death. In the next moment, the golden body trembled, and a golden domain appeared and enveloped him. Then, the dazzling golden light slammed forward like a wave. Boom! The golden waves crashed into the early stages of the demonic path, causing a huge collision. One had to admit that the golden divine ant was indeed powerful. It was actually able to block Lin Xian's attack. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon and Lu Mingyue also made their moves. Lu Mingyue's jade-like hand held a green willow leaf saber and waved it quickly. Saber lights flew out like green light, slashing through the void and blasting forward. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws, and a large patch of red light formed a terrifying dragon claw that descended from the sky. The 3 experts fought fiercely against the golden divine ant, causing the heavens and earth to explode. The golden divine ant's golden domain was trembling and dimming. However, the golden divine ant was enraged. As a unique beast of heaven and earth, it was incomparably terrifying and possessed boundless strength. Its golden tentacles swept out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. All the attacks were swept away by the golden tentacles. The golden divine ant was able to unleash strength that was more than 10 times stronger than itself. It was indeed terrifying. Perhaps even a saint would have to retreat in the face of such a demonic beast. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had decided to kill the other party. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, and the sword light on his body became even sharper. Terrifying sword chi intertwined, forming sword runes that seemed to pierce through the sky. The dark red divine dragon activated the 1,000-beast cauldron, and at the same time, it let out a dragon roar that reverberated in all directions. Buzz! A divine dragon's aura surged out, and the golden divine ant was indeed affected. Although it was powerful as a unique beast of heaven and earth, the dark red divine dragon was a dragon. In addition, the 1,000-beast cauldron was restraining it, so its combat strength was affected. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian waved his demonic sword, and a terrifying sword light slashed toward the other party. The sword chi intertwined, forming a black fire qilin that collided with the golden divine ant, tearing at each other. Primal chaos, indestructible palm. Lu Mingyue shouted, and the chaotic aura in her body exploded, forming a dazzling palm that grabbed forward. The chaotic aura pierced through the void, and with an indestructible will, it slammed into the golden divine ant instantly. The ground trembled, and the golden divine ant kept retreating. Roar! The golden divine ant was surrounded by 3 experts, and it kept retreating, especially that terrifying sword light, which left a sword mark on its body and almost split it in half. It couldn't bear it. Therefore, in the next moment, its golden eyes shone brightly, and a terrifying demonic aura surged out, connecting heaven and earth. A golden domain descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian and the other 2. The golden light shone like the sun, emitting a terrifying demonic aura in the sky. It seemed like the golden divine ant wanted to completely refine Lin Xian and the other 2. Boom! Lin Xian snorted. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The dragon sword's spiritual domain surged out of his body, turning into a green dragon that charged into the clouds. At the same time, he executed the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Countless black dragon shadows dashed forward in the sky. The entire forest was trembling, as if it was about to split open. Clang! 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 The dragon sword's spiritual domain collided with the golden domain, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Xian roared, and the spiritual energy in his body surged, blocking the endless golden domain. His body was bathed in sword light, and he flew into the sky against the immense pressure. The 9 darkness demonic sword seemed to have a spirit, and its power was 10 times stronger than before. The dragon sword soul in his body roared, and it unleashed a powerful force. Boom! A sword chi that was hundreds of feet long streaked across the sky, emitting an eternal light, and shattered the golden aura. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon and the others were also fighting back. What golden domain? Let me destroy you. Today, I will let you know my power. The dark red divine dragon roared, and his dragon claws flew in all directions, blocking the golden domain. His dragon claws grabbed the 10,000 beast cauldron and a terrifying light soared into the sky. Numerous demonic beast shadows appeared, and they streaked across the sky, charging toward the golden domain that was slowly descending from the sky. Boom! The 2 collided, and it was as if thousands of divine mountains were pressing down, making it difficult for people to breathe. Chaotic storm! Lu Mingyue also shouted, and then a chaotic light flew out from her hand, turning into countless lightning bolts, shattering countless golden aura waves. Boundless power was rampant, and monstrous killing intent was stirred up. It was as if heaven and earth no longer existed. A large area of the void cracked open, and demonic beasts roared in the distance. Countless forests were directly destroyed. The void, tens of thousands of feet wide, became a terrifying killing ground. Other than Lin Xian and the others, no other living beings dared to approach. Waves of air surged, and violent energy stirred up the forest. Chapter 1882. Lin Xian and the other 2 snorted coldly. Their expressions were extremely solemn. However, the golden divine ant wasn't having a good time either. Even though it was a mutated species, it was still injured after being attacked by 3 experts. Its golden territory was completely broken, and its body was severely injured. Terrifying palm prints and sword marks appeared on its body. Anger! The golden divine ant was completely enraged. It had never been so severely injured before. Previously, it didn't take the other party seriously at all because 2 humans and a snake were no threat to it at all. But now, it realized that it was completely wrong. The snake could emit the aura of a dragon, and the young man was even fiercer. It was terrified. It wasn't a foolish beast, but a monster king with intelligence. Naturally, it knew that such a person was also an extremely powerful existence among humans. However, it didn't leave because it was guarding something, a spiritual medicine of heaven and earth that was about to mature. If it ate that thing, it would benefit greatly. Therefore, it wouldn't leave even though it was in danger now. Damn humans. If you want to enter the depths of the forest, I won't stop you. But you have to go through another place. You can't pass through here. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you really think you're invincible? You can't defeat the 3 of us at all. Moreover, I'm guessing that you have a treasure behind you. Otherwise, you would have run away long ago. You're courting death. I'll fight it out with you, the Golden Divine Ant roared. It didn't expect the humans to be so cunning. They instantly guessed that it had a treasure behind it. In the next moment, the Golden Divine Ant's body shone with a golden light as it summoned the Golden Territory again. Furthermore, its golden body was also growing larger and larger. Like a golden mountain, it was rapidly charging toward them. Another earth-shattering battle broke out. In the end, Lin Xian had no choice but to send out the Dragon Soul Sword Shadow. A shocking sword radiance shone and slashed forward. Poof! This sword radiance was more powerful than all the previous ones. It could even threaten a mighty figure. No matter how strong the Golden Divine Ant was, it couldn't resist it, and was finally split into 2. Blood splattered everywhere. Its huge golden body split open and landed on the ground, blasting apart countless towering trees. Whoosh! The dark red dragon swayed its tail and flew over. He found a demonic core from the huge golden corpse and swallowed it. Lin Xian didn't waste the blood of the Golden Divine Ant either. This was a variant of the heaven and earth. Its flesh and blood contained powerful energy. If it was consumed and refined, it would be beneficial to one's body. Therefore, the 3 of them directly attacked here. Lu Mingyue brandished her blade and quickly cut the golden body apart. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the black flames and the 10,000 Beast Cauldron as a vessel to start cooking. Soon, a rich aroma wafted out. Lin Xian and the other 2 immediately drank the soup and ate the meat. This was no ordinary meat. It was the flesh of a powerful Yao King. Thus, with just one bite, countless amounts of energy transformed into sparkling lights that danced in the surroundings. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others also felt their blood and qi roar, as if a volcano had erupted. That powerful energy brought about a boundless impact to them. Hurry and refine it. Lin Xian used the longevity art to absorb the energy. On the other side, the dark red dragon and Lu Mingyue also used their own techniques to refine the energy in their bodies. To them, this was a great opportunity. If they could refine it, they would definitely be able to increase their strength. Just like that, the 3 of them ate a mouthful of meat and drank a mouthful of soup while refining the energy. Gradually, the spiritual energy in their bodies became more and more abundant. The aroma of the meat naturally attracted the surrounding Yao beasts. For a moment, many figures appeared nearby. However, the dark red snake dragon roared. Coupled with the pressure of the dragon blood in its body, the surroundings were intimidated. The surrounding Yao Kings were so shocked that they quickly fled. The pressure of the dragon blood was a fatal danger to them. They felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Therefore, they didn't dare to get close. Hey, what a fragrant smell! In the distance, 5 figures stopped. They frowned slightly as they sensed the fragrance in the air. Among the 5 figures, 2 were old men, 1 was middle-aged, and the other 2 were young men. Their auras were powerful, and their eyes shone brightly. At that moment, one of the old men's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at a certain spot in the distance. There, let's go and take a look. They were also here to look for treasures. Now that they saw the strange fragrance, how could they not be tempted? Therefore, in an instant, the 5 figures turned into lightning and quickly rushed forward. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other 2 were refining the energy in their bodies. Suddenly, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze turned into a sharp sword qi that pierced through the void. "Who's there?" he shouted coldly. It was like thunder exploding in the air. Lin Xian's soul power was extremely powerful. It was already comparable to an almighty. Therefore, when the figures in the distance approached, he felt it. The dark red dragon and Lu Mingyue also opened their eyes and looked into the distance with vigilance. In this full moon forest, there were no rules or morals. Killing people to steal treasures and attacking from behind could be seen everywhere. Therefore, they had to be careful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the distance, 5 phantom-like figures had also arrived in the vicinity in an instant. They floated in the void, and their powerful auras crushed everything. It's not a treasure of heaven and earth. The 5 of them were the 5 experts who came to explore previously. They looked at the scene in front of them and frowned. They originally thought it was a treasure of heaven and earth, but now it seemed that it was not. Someone was barbecuing meat. "Brat, who are you?" One of the young men shouted coldly. His gaze swept across Lin Xian, and the other 2 then stared at Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue was not wearing a mask now. She could be said to be a peerless beauty. At that moment, she looked at the young man in confusion. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He recognized that they were from the Liang family of the North region from the symbol on their clothes. He did not have a good impression of the Liang family of the North region. Previously, the Liang family went against him, and he even killed the 4th young master of the Liang family. Both parties could be said to be enemies. However, he did not expect to meet them here. However, Lin Xian was not worried. First of all, there were only 5 of them. There was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he and Lu Mingyue had hidden their identities that day. Now that they had returned to their original appearances, the other party should not be able to recognize them. "What should we do? Do we fight?" Lu Mingyue asked through voice transmission. She did not have a good impression of the people in front of her, especially the 2 young men. They kept looking at her with undisguised greed in their eyes. She hated that kind of gaze. "Don't panic. We're here to look for treasures. There's no need to fight too much. Just send them away. Of course, if they don't open their eyes, we can only leave them behind." Chapter 1883. "How dare you? We are martial artists from the Liang family." The young man retracted his gaze from Lu Mingyue and shouted coldly. The other party did not answer his question, and instead asked him a question. He felt that he was being looked down upon. Therefore, if he revealed his identity now, the other party would definitely be scared witless. Liang family. Lin Xian nodded. "Why are you here?" Hearing this, the cultivators from the Liang clan all frowned. They originally thought that the other party would be scared. After all, their Liang family was a top force in the North region. However, they did not expect that the other party would still look calm after hearing their identity. This made them feel a little incredulous. Could it be that the other party had something to rely on? In the next moment, the young man's lips curled into a cold smile. "Everyone has a share. Since we've met, let's have a share. Kid, you can get lost now." Leave the things in the black cauldron. Also, this beauty is mine. Saying that, he looked at Lu Mingyue, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. Humph! Lu Mingyue snorted coldly, and her expression was extremely cold. A terrifying aura surged from her body. Feeling this aura, the faces of the Liang family martial artists changed. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, and a sharp sword light surrounded his body. He took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "I didn't want to provoke you at first, but you actually dared to have ideas about me. Since that's the case, let's fight. You're courting death." The young man from the Liang family was furious. The other party actually dared to threaten him. They really did not know what was good for them. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by the old man in front of him. "Stop!" The fat old man shouted coldly. "This is the end of the matter. Don't forget why we're here." "Yes, elder." Hearing the fat old man's words, the young man did not dare to resist and could only give up. However, he still glared fiercely at Lin Xian and the others. "Kid, you're lucky this time. Don't let me meet you again, or you'll end up very badly." After speaking, the 5 cultivators no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian and the others. Instead, they turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move. Otherwise, he would have let the other party know the consequences of greed. After the people from the Liang clan left Lin Xian, Lu Mingyue, and Lu Mingyue cultivated for a while before they went on their way. There was still some golden flesh left, but Lin Xian had stored it in the black earth. In any case, they would have plenty of time to cultivate in the future. What they had just absorbed had also improved their cultivation by quite a bit. At this time, the most important thing was to continue moving forward because they guessed that the golden divine ant was guarding some kind of natural treasure. If they could obtain it, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly. The deeper they went, the more demonic beasts there were. Some poisonous snakes and insects also appeared from time to time. However, in front of the powerful strength of Lin Xian and the other 2, all obstacles were swept away. Sure enough, a mountain stream appeared in front of him. Within the mountain stream, there was a ball of light. "Mystical spirit fruit," Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. As an alchemist, he had a precise grasp of all the spiritual herbs in the world. The thing in front of him was the legendary and precious mystical spirit fruit. What? It's actually the mystical spirit fruit. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Mingyue's eyes burned with passion. As a genius disciple of the sacred land, she had naturally heard of the mystical spirit fruit. This was definitely a natural treasure. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. With this mystical spirit fruit, she would definitely be able to break through her cultivation and become a true holy maiden. Soon, Lin Xian and the other 2 prepared to pick the mystical spirit fruit. However, at this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Immediately after, a series of arrogant voices sounded. "Haha, I didn't expect to find another natural treasure. This time, it's actually the mystical spirit fruit again. The heavens bless our Liang clan, and let us find countless natural treasures." Voices rang out one after another as 5 figures appeared in the sky. They were none other than the 5 who had encountered Lin Xian's group earlier. The 5 Liang clan elites stared at the mystical spirit fruit in front of them with burning eyes. However, soon one of the elders frowned and looked to his left. "It's you guys again." He did not expect to meet Lin Xian and the others here. "Kid, this is not something you can touch. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, if you anger us, you're dead meat." The young man's face was full of arrogance. He stared at Lu Mingyue with a gleam in his eyes. "I've said it before. Don't let me meet you guys again. Otherwise, you'll meet a terrible end. I didn't expect to meet you guys so soon. Looks like the heavens want me to get rid of you. Kid, you were very arrogant before. How dare you scold me? Kneel obediently and wait for your death. I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. And this little beauty beside you, I've enjoyed her. I'm sure you won't have any objections, right? When he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xian and the others. A fierce aura exploded from his eyes. Below, Lin Xian and the others frowned. They had not expected to meet the Liang clan elite again. Moreover, the other party was so arrogant and seemed to want the mystical spirit fruit as well. The Liang clan is really despicable. They oppose us at every turn. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. Lu Mingyue's expression was also cold. The other party dared to have designs on her. They must have a death wish. Therefore, she asked in a low voice, Lin Xian, are you going to do it? I'll do it myself. As a genius of the Holy Land, Lu Mingyue had her own pride. Apart from being defeated by Lin Xian, she had never been afraid of anyone. At this moment, the Liang clan had repeatedly tried to take advantage of her. Murderous intent had already formed in her heart. Of course we're going to do it. Lin Xian's voice was also cold. Since they've come to die, they can't blame us. Your words are enough. Lu Mingyue nodded. Then, murderous intent surged from her body. A green willow leaf saber appeared in her hand, and she quickly slashed it forward. You actually dare to attack us? You're really courting death. 50-fold from the Liang clan sneered. The two elders' expressions were even colder. The 5 of them were all 6-star kings. Moreover, the 2 elders were even elites among 6-star kings. The other party was just 2 young people and a snake. What could they do? They probably could not even stand up to a 6-star king, right? Therefore, the Liang clan did not take them seriously at all. Little beauty, you actually dared to attack me. You have quite a fiery temper. However, I like people like you. The young man sneered and quickly counterattacked. He stretched out a large green hand and grabbed forward. Come, 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 little beauty. Come into this young master's embrace. Following this young master is your great fortune. Chapter 1884. Boom. However, in the next moment, the young man from the Liang family screamed in agony as blood splattered in the air. The green palm was sliced open by the saber, and the spiritual energy in the air surged rapidly. Not only that, but the young man from the Liang family's arm was also sliced off mercilessly. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you. The young man from the Liang family held his arm and retreated quickly with a twisted expression. His eyes glowed red as he stared at Lu Mingyue with murderous intent. He did not expect his opponent's saber technique to be so powerful that she could slice off his arm in an instant. Bitch, when I catch you later, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The young man from the Liang family quickly stopped the bleeding. Then a long saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed downwards. Lu Mingyue let out a cold snort. Her figure floated like a fairy, and she quickly rushed forward. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to fight, Lin Xian frowned and quickly reminded her, Mingyue, be careful. His soul power had sensed an extremely unusual fluctuation. Indeed, in the next moment, the entire place began to shake rapidly, as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless shockwaves rolled out, and then a huge monster flew out from the ground at high speed. Boom. Along with it was a terrifying aura and a black poisonous substance that filled the sky. Whoosh. Lu Mingyue heard Lin Xian's warning, and with her powerful strength, countless rays of chaotic light appeared under her feet, and she quickly retreated into the distance. At the same time, chaotic qi surged from her body and formed a light screen to protect her body. However, the young man from the Liang family was not so lucky. Half of his body was swept by the black mist, and his body caved in immediately. Half of his body was rotten. His protective armor and defensive light were of no use in the face of this black, poisonous gas. Ah, the young man from the Liang family screamed in horror. He did not dare to be arrogant and only wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, in the next moment, the black, poisonous gas that filled the sky enveloped his body. Soon, the young man from the Liang family turned into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue's face turned pale. Fortunately, with Lin Xian's warning and her powerful strength, she managed to avoid the black mist. Otherwise, she would probably end up in a miserable state. When the other 4 Liang family martial practitioners saw this scene, their faces became even more gloomy. In such a short time, their Liang family had already lost an expert. Damn it, what is that thing? Another black-robed young man frowned and looked ahead. The next moment, he was stunned. This was because there was a giant purple centipede in front of him. It was at least 1,000 meters long. There were tens of thousands of purple tentacles in the 2 rows, and one head was as big as a house. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out a black mist. His 2 purple eyes were incomparably demonic. This was definitely a powerful and terrifying demon king. The moment the purple centipede appeared, it stared at the mystical spirit fruit. Then it slithered forward. "You're courting death." Seeing this scene, the fat elder of the Liang family roared in anger and punched out. The terrifying fist shone brightly and carried a powerful force. It was like thousands of mountains as it blasted forward. However, the black centipede turned its head and spat out black, poisonous gas from its bloody mouth. When the terrifying fist landed on the black, poisonous gas, it was as if it had entered a swamp and its speed slowed down. Not only that, but the light on the fist also dimmed and continued to shrink until it finally disappeared into the air. What a terrifying poisonous gas. It can even corrode and attack. The Liang family elder's face darkened. The opponent's strength was beyond their expectations. However, their target was also the mystical spirit fruit, so they would not let the purple centipede succeed. In the next moment, the fat elder said in a low voice, "The 2 of us will stop this beast. The 2 of you will go and pick the mystical spirit fruit." Then the 2 elders of the Liang family stood side by side in the void. The energy in their bodies surged rapidly. They were like 2 unreachable mountains. The black-robed young man and middle-aged man from the Liang family moved and flew toward the mystical spirit fruit. They are about to make a move. Should we make a move? Lu Mingyue looked at the scene and asked in a low voice. "No need. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let them make the first move. We only need to strike when the time is right." Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. In front of them, the purple centipede saw that someone was flying toward the mystical spirit fruit and immediately roared. The thousands of palms danced quickly like a demon. Streaks of black light turned into ribbons and rushed forward. They were like thousands of long spears that pierced through the void. Seeing the black light rushing toward them, the middle-aged man and the black-robed young man's faces changed drastically. Against the black centipede, they did not dare to be careless. Hence, they quickly used their peerless movement skills. In the end, they narrowly avoided most of the attacks. However, the 2 of them were still hit by some of the black light. They immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood, as if they had been struck by lightning. Although they were injured, they were not in mortal danger. They could still pick the mystical spirit fruit. When the two Liang family elders saw this scene, they roared in anger, "Beast, you are courting death. Your opponent is us." In the next moment, the two elders attacked together. The fat elder waved his arm. Immediately, a large red palm appeared in the sky. It covered the sky and the sun and grabbed downward like a burning cloud. The other elder brandished a blue whip, which transformed into a water dragon, surging and roaring. It trapped the purple centipede. The two men and the beast fought fiercely. They were in a stalemate for a while. On the other side, the black-robed young man and the middle-aged man had picked 5 mystical spirit fruits. Both of them were overjoyed and quickly retreated. As they flew, they shouted, "Elder, we got it! We got it!" Seeing this scene, the two Liang family elders were also overjoyed. They quickly said, "Leave quickly. We will hold this beast back." They had to hold the purple centipede back, because when the purple centipede saw that the mystical spirit fruits were taken, it roared in anger. The demonic aura on its body became even more terrifying. However, in the next moment, something strange happened. A green domain appeared in the distance and instantly enveloped the black-robed young man and the middle-aged man. "Damn it! Who dares to attack the Liang family?" Seeing this scene, the two Liang family elders were so angry that they spat out blood. They were originally overjoyed because they had obtained the precious mystical spirit fruit. It would allow the Liang family to produce another powerful cultivator. However, they did not expect that this joy would not last for long. Someone had attacked them. Although killing and robbing were common occurrences, they had always been the ones to make a move on others. No one had ever dared to attack the Liang family. Chapter 1885. But now, someone actually dared to snatch the treasure that the Liang family had set their eyes on. Who is it? The elders of the Liang family fought against the purple centipede while using their soul power to check the situation behind them. Then, the two of them were stunned. "Kid, it's you?" They did not expect that the one who attacked them was a youth that they had overlooked. That's right, it was Lin Xian who attacked them. Seeing that the Liang family had attacked, Lin Xian quietly followed them and used the dragon sword territory at the right time to cover the two of them. Then, the two of them fought back fiercely. But how could they be a match for Lin Xian? So, the two of them were killed very quickly. The 5 mystical spiritual fruits were crystal clear and emitted a fragrance that floated in the dragon sword territory. Then Lin Xian kept them. In the next moment, he laughed loudly. "Thank you for your help this time, Liang family. We'll meet again." He was indeed very happy. This time, he had obtained the 5 mystical spiritual fruits without any effort. It was a great thing. With that, he waved his hand and flew into the sky with the dark red dragon and Lu Mingyue. "Kid, no matter where you run to, I'll catch you back. I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and tear you to pieces." The two elders of the Liang family roared crazily. In the next moment, they struck out with their palms that could topple mountains and overturn seas, rushing forward. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two elders moved away from the purple centipede and began to chase after Lin Xian. They swore that they would catch him and let him know the feeling of living a life worse than death, and take back the mystical spiritual fruits. "They're chasing us. Should we solve the problem?" In front, Lu Mingyue frowned slightly. "No need." Lin Xian shook his head. "Let them chase. With their speed, They can't catch up to us. In the next moment, Lin Xian's dragon sword territory rushed out from his body and enveloped Lu Mingyue and the dark red dragon. Then he turned into an azure dragon and disappeared into the sky. ****. The two elders of the Liang family stopped in mid-air and roared crazily, because they realized that they had lost track of him. The other party's speed was simply too fast. Even if the two of them chased with all their might, they still couldn't catch up. "Damned brat, no matter where you run to, I will catch you. I will let you know the consequences of offending the Liang family." Angry roars resounded throughout the forest, scaring the surrounding demonic beasts into fleeing. However, none of this had anything to do with Lin Xian. The harvest this time was really too bountiful. In addition to the 5 mystical spirit fruits, Lin Xian also found other natural treasures in the storage rings of the middle-aged man from the Liang clan and the black-clothed youth, a water lingji, a violet sunflower, and half of a branch from the heavenly incense divine tree. These were all precious treasures of heaven and earth, enough for them to consume for some time. Therefore, they directly left the full moon forest. After arriving at a safe place, Lin Xian set up a formation, and the few of them entered the black earth. They did not directly consume these heavenly treasures. Instead, they let Lin Xian refine the elixirs. Then, they swallowed the elixirs. This way, they could maximize the use of these heavenly treasures. Lin Xian went into seclusion and began refining the elixirs. On the other side, in the southern region of the eastern wasteland, the All Beginnings Holy Land. In the All Beginnings Holy Land, the All Beginnings Holy Daughter was dressed in a beautiful robe. She was extremely beautiful, but her beautiful face was abnormally cold at this moment. This time, she had gathered 100 experts. However, she did not set off. Instead, she waited quietly. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, the sky suddenly fluctuated. Then, 2 streams of light flew over from afar. Whoosh. The 2 streams of light were very fast. They arrived in front of everyone in an instant. Finally, 2 figures appeared. Accompanying them was a huge gust of wind that blew on everyone's faces. They were 2 middle-aged men. One of them was dressed in a red robe. He had a fair face and no beard. The other was dressed in a blue robe. He walked with a majestic gait and a burly figure. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, they looked at the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. Holy Daughter. The 2 of them nodded slightly. A smile finally appeared on the All Beginnings Holy Daughter's cold face. With the help of the 2 elders, I think that no matter what the matter is, it should be resolved this time. Behind her, the 100 All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators were extremely shocked. Almighties. Yes, the 2 middle-aged men in front of her were the All Beginnings Holy Lands elders. They were also Almighties. They did not expect that the All Beginnings Holy Daughter would find 2 Almighties to resolve the matter in the northern region. It seemed that no matter who was behind this, they would not be able to contend against them. In that case, let's set off. I want to see who is behind all this. The All Beginnings Holy Daughter waved her sleeve and led the 2 Almighties and 100 experts onto the teleportation platform. Buzz. The huge array flickered with light, forming a powerful force that carried out the teleportation. Then the group of people disappeared from the array. In the secret chamber, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the 1,000-beast cauldron in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile. This time's harvest had allowed him to refine 108 top-grade pills. These pills were very suitable for their current cultivation. Even Almighties would have a powerful effect after eating them. Since the pills had been refined, Lin Xian found Lu Mingyue the dark red dragon, and the snow-white monkey to distribute the pills to them. Then they began to cultivate in seclusion with all their strength. When they came out of seclusion, they began to prepare to besiege the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. Northern region. It had been some time since the Holy Daughter's belly band exhibition, but the aftermath was still ongoing. In every city, in the streets and alleys, people could be seen talking about this matter everywhere. Purple Cloud City was a very famous city in the northern region. There were many cultivators in the city, and it could be said that it was the place where news of the northern region spread. Here, the version of the exhibition that was circulating was the most. Everyone was relishing in the news and even exaggerated it. After all, the All Beginnings Holy Daughter was an unattainable existence for them. Now that there was an opportunity to ridicule the All Beginnings Holy Daughter, they naturally would not miss it. However, on this day, just as they were drinking tea and chatting, a huge vortex of spiritual power suddenly appeared in the sky above Purple Cloud City. This scene directly attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the entire Purple Cloud City. At this moment, countless cultivators looked up at the sky. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the almighties and elders of the Gu family frowned. They were no stranger to this vision. It was a vision of heaven and earth formed by cross-region teleportation. Needless to say, someone must have used a super teleportation formation to perform a super teleportation between regions. Ordinary sects did not deserve to have this kind of teleportation formation. Only peerless holy lands, peerless sects, and remote antiquity families could have it. Chapter 1886. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, a huge vortex of spiritual power spun like a bottomless pit, about to swallow the entire city. In the surroundings, bolts of lightning appeared and bombarded the void. Boom. Finally, countless figures emerged from the huge vortex of spiritual power. There were more than 100 people densely packed together. As soon as these people appeared, they didn't land immediately. Instead, they waited for a while before they began to fly down in an orderly manner. Accompanying them was an extremely huge aura. It was as if countless mountains had fallen from the sky, making the warriors in the city breathless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Looking at this scene, the elders of the Gu family in the Purple Cloud City also moved and flew into the sky. Gu Xiu also appeared in the sky. He looked at the figures descending from above and asked in a clear voice, "Which holy land have you come to, my Purple Cloud City?" His voice was like a clap of thunder, rolling out. The Purple Cloud City was the territory of the Gu family, so they naturally had to figure out the other party's identity. Soon, a response came from the sky. "We are warriors of the All Beginnings Holy Land. This time, our Saintess of All Beginnings is leading us to enjoy the great scenery of the northern region." They didn't expect to alarm the Gu family. After this voice, a flirtatious voice rang out. "Zheng Xiu of All Beginnings greets the elders." What? It's really the Saintess of All Beginnings. Hearing this voice, the elders of the Gu family were moved. The warriors of the Purple Cloud City were even more shocked. They had been talking about her every day. They didn't expect her to come to the northern region. Needless to say, it must be related to the Saintess belly band incident. It seemed that the northern region would not be peaceful again. They knew that the Saintess of All Beginnings would definitely investigate this matter. They were afraid that the force behind it would come to light. At this time, two long roars came from the sky. "Ha ha! Fellow Taoists of the Gu family, long time no see. It's the two of you. You two are also here." Gu Xiu and the elders of the Gu family were also surprised. They didn't expect the Saintess of All Beginnings to not only bring 100 elite masters, but also two powerful figures. It seemed that the Saintess of All Beginnings was really angry. Fellow Taoist Zhuang, fellow Taoist Fei, long time no see, the elders of the Gu family also quickly responded. What? Two almighties have come. When those martial artists below saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Two almighties and 100 elite martial artists would definitely be able to set off a bloody storm in the northern region. He just didn't know if the person hiding in the darkness and controlling the Saintess undergarment would be able to withstand it. The arrival of the Saintess of All Beginnings caused a sensation in the entire Purple Cloud City. Soon, the news spread like a gust of wind, sweeping through the other cities. Moreover, it was spreading throughout the entire northern region. Everyone knew that a storm was coming. On the other side, inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian and the other two had gone into seclusion to break through their cultivation after taking the pills. Among them, Lin Xian had broken through to the middle stage of the 5-star king realm, and the dark red dragon had broken through to the late stage of the 5-star king realm. Both of their strengths had increased tremendously. In fact, Lin Xian felt that even if he were to encounter an almighty, he would still be able to fight back. On the other side, Lu Mingyue also came out of seclusion. Her strength had finally reached the level of a true saintess. The strength of the three of them had greatly improved, so their confidence was greatly boosted. I wonder what the situation outside is like. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Let's go out and inquire about the situation first, and then make our arrangements. Lin Xian flew out, while the dark red dragon and Lu Mingyue remained in the Black Earth. Half a day later, he landed in a city. In fact, there was no need for him to inquire at all. Now, the news of the Saintess of All Beginnings was circulating in every city. Therefore, he got the news easily. She came so quickly. Lin Xian frowned slightly after learning the news of the Saintess of All Beginnings' arrival. He didn't expect that the other party would bring 2 almighties and more than 100 masters. Lin Xian hurried back to the Black Earth to discuss with the Dark Red Dragon and Lu Mingyue. Among them, the Dark Red Dragon counted the formations in his hands and felt that they could almost resist. At this time, the Black Earth also flew out and provided some of the formations that were originally left in the Black Earth. In this way, it was enough to resist 100 elite kings. The rest were the Saintess of All Beginnings and the 2 almighties. With Lu Mingyue's current strength, she should be able to resist the Saintess of All Beginnings. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon could also resist the almighties. However, it was uncertain how long they could resist, but the success rate should be more than 50%. This success rate was already very high, so Lin Xian didn't hesitate and was ready to give it a try. If it really didn't work, he could still retreat calmly. Next, the 3 of them began to act. They chose a relatively remote and desolate city in the northern region, northern Liang City. The Dark Red Dragon used the formations to create some ghostly scenes in the city, causing all the residents in the city to leave. In other words, the northern Liang City they chose had become an empty city at this moment. Then, the Dark Red Dragon arranged the formations in and around the city. After everything was arranged, Lin Xian began to spread the news. Soon, the warriors in the northern region received the news and were in an uproar. They couldn't believe it. What did you say? Did I hear it wrong? Someone wants to auction the Saintess belly band? Yes, I did get accurate news. That person is really going to do it. Heavens, this is too crazy. The Saintess of All Beginnings had just arrived in the northern region, but the other party wanted to auction the Saintess belly band. This was obviously going against the Saintess of All Beginnings. Exciting. It was really too exciting. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and quickly spread the news. Soon, the entire northern region was in an uproar. Even the top forces like the Gu family, the Liang family, and the Four Symbols Holy Lands were very puzzled. What kind of existence dared to go against the Saintess of all beginnings? After the Saintess of all beginnings heard the news, her face was incomparably cold. Her beautiful eyes exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. Humph! The other party is really reckless. He dares to appear at this time. Let him be arrogant for a while. After we go over, we will definitely catch him and tear him to pieces. I want to see who dares to go against our All Beginnings Holy Land. Cold shouts sounded as the warriors of the All Beginnings Holy Land snorted. Obviously, they were really angry at the other party's provocation. The Saintess of all beginnings calmed down and asked in a deep voice, "Is there any specific information?" She knew that now was not the time to lose her temper. She had to catch the other party first to prevent the matter from escalating. "Not yet, but it should be soon," her subordinate replied. "Good, continue to scout. Once there is news, leave and report it." Yes. Then many scouts left. In the main hall, the atmosphere was gloomy. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.